Chapter 31 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 31, Joel Pilgrim. That evening after Tilbury races is the gayest night there has yet been at the How. There is a dinner party. Matrons and maidens wear their finest dresses, each assuming that one last and newest fashion, which the Princess Metternich or someone of equal importance has made the rage in Paris. Even poor Marion, revived by strong tea and an hour's comfortable slumber, puts on her blue and salmon dinner dress and feels that she is looking lovely. Yet, although most of the ladies at the How are tolerably satisfied with their own appearance, there is none among them who would venture to deny Sybil Faunthorpe's claim to that apple of discord from whose pips sprang Troja's fall and the slaughter of many heroes. She is paler than usual this evening, but her eyes are bright with a feverish excitement, and there is more brilliancy in her pallor than in other women's carnation. Mr. Trenchard observes that look of unusual excitement, and sees that the hand which waves the large white fan trembles a little now and then. He has heard from some friendly gossips how Sir Wilfrid and Sybil rode on ahead of all the others during the return home, and he draws his own conclusions from Sybil's suppressed agitation and this fact. The baronet has proposed, he tells himself. Sybil is to all intents and purposes mistress of fortune, and the How. Mr. Trenchard rejoices in this consummation as if it took a load off his mind. He smiles sweetly upon his niece, and once, when he is near her for a few minutes before they go to dinner, he ventures to hint at his thoughts. "How pretty you were looking, my pet," he whispers, "but a little overexcited. You do have something to tell me, haven't you?" "Nothing out of the common, dear uncle." "What? Not about your ride home? Come, you see a little bird has been before you." "Little birds are generally more inventive than veracious, uncle." At this point, the bachelor appointed to that honour offers Sybil his arm, and the procession files off to the dining-room. The long drawing-room, once a chapel, is at its fullest about an hour after dinner. Sybil has just risen from the piano, where she has played Chopin and Schumann to the delight, real or affected, of her auditory. Stephen Trenchard stands with his back to the low marble chimney-piece, surveying the room in which his lovely niece forms so important a feature, flattering himself with the fancy that this room will be hers before long, that she will be its acknowledged mistress, as she is now its queen. He looks round for Sir Wilfrid, wondering not to see that captive of love exhibiting his fetters more conspicuously, but Sir Wilfrid is standing on the hearth-rug at the other end of the room — there are 2 fireplaces in the drawing-room — talking hunting talk with a brace of rubicund sportsmen who look as if their systems were permeated with old port. While Mr. Trenchard is wondering that Sir Wilfrid should not hold himself thus aloof from the object of his devotion, the butler throws open a distant door and announces, "Sir Joel Pilgrim." Everybody looks up at the announcement, and at the entrance of the person to whom the name belongs. The name is strange to all ears, save Mr. Trenchard's. The person is a stranger to all eyes save Mr. Trenchard's and Sybil's. Not a welcome announcement by any means, judging by the sudden angry look that darkened Stephen Trenchard's countenance, spreading over it an additional shade of sallowness, deepening the bistre beneath his eyes, hardening the lines about his mouth. He crosses the room hurriedly and takes the stranger by the hand. "My dear Pilgrim, what brings you here? At so late an hour, too." "I have to apologise for what must naturally appear an intrusion," replies Mr. Pilgrim in a voice which is peculiarly soft and conciliatory. "But the commercial man's habitual selfishness is my only excuse, if a vice can be an excuse for a solecism. I wanted to see you to ask your advice upon an affair of considerable moment. I went to Redcastle, found you were staying here, and hired a fly to bring me on. The roads were dark, the horses slow, and the flyman stupid. Thus I'm above an hour later than I need to have been, though in any case I must have been late, as I only reached Redcastle at 7 o'clock. You might have waited till tomorrow, says Mr. Trenchard, unappeased by this apology. I was too anxious to wait. I hope Sir Wilfrid Cardinal and his family will pardon my impertinence. He looks towards Sir Wilfrid, who has come forward at the announcement of a guest. Very happy to see any friend of Mr. Trenchard's, says the good-natured baronet. I'm afraid you have had a cold drive. It's not particularly warm upon your moors for a man born in Calcutta. Have you dined, by the way? I dined by the way. I stopped in Redcastle just long enough to dine. You mustn't go back tonight, says Sir Wilfrid hospitably. You can have your chat with your friend Mr. Trenchard in the library, and then come back to us to finish the evening. I'll order a room to be got ready for you. You are really too good, replies Mr. Pilgrim, hesitating, and with a glance at Mr. Trenchard. But you have no valise, interjects Stephen Trenchard. Impossible for you to stay. Come to the library, and I'll soon settle this business for you. Mr. Pilgrim smiles a subdued smile, murmurs his grateful acknowledgment of Sir Wilfrid's kindness, and bows himself out after Stephen Trenchard. There is a general sense of relief among the company when that sleek head and swarthy face are withdrawn from their midst. What a peculiar-looking person, exclaims Mrs. Stormont, who is sitting near Sybil. What an unpleasant-looking person, responds the outspoken Mrs. Radnor. Do you know him, Sybil? Inquires Mrs. Stormont. I have seen him once before. He is an Indian friend of my uncle's. He has never stayed at Lancaster Lodge, I think, hazards Mrs. Stormont. No, he has never stayed there. He only called one evening on business. He must live in the neighbourhood then, I suppose. I should hardly think so. Curiosity has been awakened by this late visitor. There is something out of the common in his appearance, and Mr. Trenchard's vexation at his coming has been tolerably apparent to everyone. Mr. Trenchard and his friend are closeted in the library for about an hour. Then a bell rings, and the stranger is conducted back to his fly, whose departing wheels are heard in the drawing-room half an hour after other guests have gone, and just as the house party are bidding one another good night. It is 12:15. I wonder Mr. Trenchard has not let that poor man stay, says Mrs. Stormont. A nasty drive back to Redcastle at this time of night. Such a horrid road after dark, and those flymen are tipsy half their time. Perhaps Mr. Trenchard wouldn't much care if the man were turned over into a ditch, rejoins Mrs. Radnor. He's the most unpleasant-looking person I ever saw. Did you see how those black eyes of his seem to take us all in? He's just my idea of a thug. Mrs. Stormont has no very clear notion of thugs, but admits that the stranger's expression has impressed her unfavourably. At breakfast the next morning there is a general surprise when Mr. Trenchard announces his intention of returning to Redcastle in the course of the day. He has had letters from India which demand his attention. He has some property over there which the government talk of buying, and it would be very advantageous for him if the transaction comes off. It is a matter which requires prompt negotiation. I am extremely sorry to curtail such a pleasant visit, especially on account of these girls, he adds. The Misses Cardinal express their deep regret, but do not urge Mr. Trenchard to reconsider his decision. Sir Wilfrid expresses his sorrow, but even he does not press his guests to remain, much to the surprise of the lookers-on, who speculate curiously on Mr. Trenchard's motive for going, and Sir Wilfrid's reason for taking his sweetheart's departure so easily. Don't you see that it's all settled between them, says Mrs. Radnor to Mrs. Chasuble. He has made her an offer and been accepted, and I dare say the old man wants to consult his lawyers about settlements. He'll give her a fortune on her marriage, no doubt. Sybil is very glad to go, though she feels much more comfortable in Sir Wilfrid's society now that he and she understand each other. Marion is bitterly disappointed at this abrupt termination to her visit, and is inclined to grumble about the money wasted on those lovely dresses, till she reflects that the money was not hers, and it is something to have secured the dresses. There will be some pleasure in disporting herself before Maria Harrison in that brown silk costume. So the sisters go upstairs and pack, aided, or in some measure hindered, by Miss Cardinal's maid, whose services that young lady politely offers for the occasion. Mrs. Parker is rewarded for her civilities, morning cups of tea and other small attentions, and before luncheon all is ready for departure. Mr. Trenchard has sent a groom to Redcastle to order his carriage to fetch him at 3 o'clock. Sir Wilfrid is absent from the luncheon table for the first time since the coming of his guests. Phoebe and Lavinia are unusually cheerful. Indeed, Sybil fancies that there is a general accession of cheerfulness among the feminine portion of the community. The gentlemen, on the other hand, deplore Miss Faunthorpe's departure with a flattering vehemence. They declare that a star is about to vanish from their sky, and a good deal more to the same effect. Even Mr. Chasuble has admired Sybil, and has told people in confidence that she is the image of a Madonna by Guido in the Vatican, a nice way of telling people that he has been in Rome and is an art critic in his way. Fred Stormont sits next to Marion and bewails his loss. "We ought to have gone out riding together ever so many more times," he says. "I should have made you a first-rate horsewoman," an assertion that savours of rashness when it is remembered that Mr. Stormont has yet succeeded in making himself a capable horseman. At 3 o'clock Mr. Trenchard's carriage is at the door, the portmanteaus are in, the servants feed, and all things ready. Just at this last moment Sir Wilfrid appears, looking very much like his own gamekeeper, in velveteen coat, cords, and leather gaiters, and with his gun in his hand. "I hope you'll all excuse me for forgetting the luncheon bell," he says to the company generally, most of whom have come into the hall to say good-bye to Mr. Trenchard and his nieces. "The birds were very wild, and Glennie and I forgot the progress of the enemy. I made quite a rush home to say good-bye to Mr. Trenchard." "It will not be long parting, I hope," replies Stephen Trenchard. "You must come and dine with us directly you are free." "I shall be charmed. Good-bye, Miss Faunthorpe." Sybil and Sir Wilfrid shake hands, at least 30 pairs of eyes watching the operation. They shake hands in a formal and orthodox manner, and no one can detect so much as a secret pressure, love's Masonic grip. He leads her to the carriage, and when she is seated and the coachman has gathered up the reins, he leans over for the last word, and one last pressure of the little hand he had hoped to make his own. "Trust me," he says. "You have almost broke my heart, but you may trust me." Mr. Trenchard is silent and gloomy throughout the homeward drive. Sybil, although glad to be separated from Sir Wilfrid, looks forward despondingly to the solitude and monotony of her life at Lancaster Lodge after the gaiety and variety of the last few days. At the How she has not had leisure for sad thoughts, no time for self-reproach, regret, and all the illness that attends her selfish course. She has been the centre of an admiring circle, her vanity gratified to the uttermost, and life has seemed one round of pleasure. Marion is loquacious as usual, and rattles on with her criticisms upon the How and its visitors, from Mrs. Radnor's exaggerated aquiline nose, which always blushed after luncheon, as if it was ashamed of belonging to anyone who drank so much sherry, says Marion, to the Miss Vernons' high-heeled boots, in which I know they suffer agonies, adds Marion. Neither Stephen Trenchard nor Sybil responds to these remarks, but the babble runs on intermittingly till they come to the lower end of the town and to Uncle Robert's green garden gate. Jenny, the omnipresent, rushes out at the sound of the carriage wheels, her hair flying in the wind, and receives her sister with a volley of "Goodness graciouses!" and "Sure to goodnesses!" and numerous embraces which are like the gambados of an infant hippopotamus, or the friskings of a friendly sea lion. Mr. Trenchard gives a sigh of relief when Marion and her boxes have been deposited, nor is Sybil sorry to dispense with her sister's vivacious society. "You will find a visitor at my house, Sybil," says Stephen Trenchard as they drive towards the bar. "A visitor whom I expect you to treat with all consideration, as he is a particular friend of mine." "Mr. Pilgrim, uncle," says Sybil, startled. "Yes, Mr. Pilgrim. I did not wish him to take advantage of Sir Wilford's hospitality, nor did I want him to go back to London without proper entertainment, so I invited him to spend a week or so at Lancaster Lodge." "And that was the reason you left the house so soon?" "That and other reasons influenced me. There is that property I spoke about at luncheon." "To be sure, I forgot that." "I hope my leaving so suddenly has not been a disappointment to you, Sybil." "Not at all, dear uncle." "And that I have in no way prevented the triumph which I fully expected you to win. Pray be candid with me, my dear child. Sir Wilford has proposed to you, and you have accepted him. You ought to have hastened to tell me of an event which you know must give me unalloyed pleasure." "My dear uncle, I have nothing to tell. I am as far from being Lady Cardinal as ever I was in my life." "I am very sorry to hear it. What was Sir Wilford talking about when you rode home from Tilbury together last night? Mr. Stormont told me that you and he rode ahead of the others." "We were talking about the commonest subjects in the world, uncle. Horses, races, Marion's adventure on fixture, and the merits of Juno, the mare I was riding." "Humph! I fully made up my mind that he had taken that opportunity of proposing to you." "I am sorry you should feel disappointed, uncle, but I really don't understand why you should wish me to marry. It's not very flattering to me." "You ought to understand, child. My time is growing short, and I should like to see you established in a brilliant position before I go." "My position will be brilliant enough when I am in possession of your wealth," thinks Sybil, but she acknowledges her uncle's anxiety for her welfare with a tender murmur, expressive of the desire that he should live forever. Mr. Pilgrim comes out to the door to receive Mr. Trenchard and his niece, and for the first time in his life Sybil touches his hand. It is curiously soft and flaccid, and gives her an unpleasant sensation, as if she has touched some strange animal, some member of the stoat or mole tribe. "So glad to see you back," he says to Mr. Trenchard in the blandest voice. "I was afraid the attractions of that fine old country house—" "You ought to know that when I say a thing I abide by it," answers Mr. Trenchard curtly. "Mr. Pilgrim, my niece, Miss Faunthorpe. If you knew how I have been longing for this opportunity, Miss Faunthorpe." "Don't waste time on compliments, Joel. Sybil will scarcely have time to change her dress for dinner." Sybil runs upstairs to her room, cheerful with blazing fire and lighted candles, a very different chamber to return to from the dark first-floor front of Mrs. Bonny's, where one had to grope for lucifer match and candlestick in the winter dusk. Yet so unreasonable a thing is human nature that on this January evening Sybil would gladly exchange these luxurious surroundings of hers for the one-pair room in Chelsea, could the wheel of time make a backward revolution and give her back her husband's confidence and love. The stranger's presence has impressed her disagreeably. There is something in her uncle's manner to Mr. Pilgrim, and in Mr. Pilgrim's manner to her uncle, that inspires distrust. The evening at Lancaster Lodge is very quiet and dreary, after the life and bustle of the How. Mr. Trenchard and his Indian friend retire to the study after dinner to talk business, and Sybil is left alone with her books and piano. She finds comfort in neither, and perhaps were Alexis to appear before her tonight on the same errand that brought him to Redcastle a few weeks ago, she would exchange all her chances of wealth to follow his uncertain fortunes. End of chapter 31. Read by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. Chapter 32 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 32. Alexis Comes to Grief. That interview at Redcastle has embittered Alexis Secretan's feelings towards his mercenary wife. Love has given place to contempt. A woman who can set the hope of wealth against her fidelity to him is unworthy of another thought of his. He goes back to Cheswold reckless, angry, wounded to the core of his heart, and he tells himself that he is indifferent to his wife's fate, that he cares not if he never see her false face again. The blow that has hit him hardest, he thinks, is the knowledge of his boy's death. That son whose fair young face he has pictured in many a daydream, seen vividly in many a vision of his sleep. The son who was to inherit Cheswold in the days to come. The son for whose sake it would have been so proud and pleasant a labour to add field to field and extend the boundaries of that modest manor. This unknown but fondly loved son is lost to him, nay, has never lived save as the infant of a day old. The chubby yearling, the bonny boy of 2 summers, whose image, limned by fancy, has been almost a living thing for him, has had no existence. The loss of this shadow hangs upon him heavily. He is no longer the gay young squire who enjoyed the novel pleasures of wealth and social status. He is gloomy and absent-minded, and avoids all intercourse with his neighbours save in the hunting field, where he rides like a man who holds his neck as a trifle not worth his care. In this desolation of his mind he turns to 2 sources for comfort. The first, his faithful friend Richard Plowden, whom he detains at Cheswold for an unlimited period, to the peril of the Brampton Fernery. The second, his stable, to which he devotes himself a good deal at this time. His 2 hunters are considered the handsomest animals and the straightest goers in this part of the country, and his reputation is advanced upon the rustic population of his reckless riding. "I know you'll come to grief some of these days, Alexis," says the faithful Dick, who looks on his friend's proceedings with much dread. "Blocus the gardener told me yesterday that you ride what he calls a plaguey loose rein, and that you don't know the country well enough to run such risks. I don't like that tall brute of yours a bit." "Not Bayard?" exclaims Alexis, who resents this abuse of his last acquisition, a fine bay horse, 16 2.5, and described at Tattersall's as the cleverest thing in hunters. "Why, he's the best horse I ever rode. Such a mouth. You might ride him with a skein of silk." "But you see you haven't ridden many horses," responds the prudent Richard. "You're half a foreigner. You haven't been brought up like these country squires who have spent half their lives in the pigskin. It is pigskin, isn't it?" "Yes, Dick. And do you suppose I didn't ride when I was in the army and hunt into the bargain? And do you suppose I didn't ride in the colonies, where a man thinks nothing of 40 miles in the saddle?" "I don't know anything about the colonies, Alex. But you weren't brought up to the following of hounds like these Hampshire gentlemen, and I feel wretched every day you ride that new horse of yours, expecting to see you brought home on a shutter." "And if I were, Dick, would it matter to anyone except you?" "Alex," cries Dick reproachfully. "Yes, old fellow, I know you'd be sorry, but not so sorry as the heir of law would be glad. Who is my heir of law, by the way? I must make a will, Dick. Some part of all these good things of ours must go to the only being I care for." His wife, thinks the simple-minded Dick. Alexis rides over to Winchester that very afternoon, and is closeted for an hour with Mr. Scrodgers, the lawyer, to whom he gives instructions for a concise and simple will. He leaves his real estate to his next of kin on his father's side, who shall bear the name of Secretan, or, in the absence of any such Secretan, to his next of kin on his mother's side, exclusive of Mrs. Gorsuch and her children, who shall assume the name of Secretan. "I feel myself bound to do this much out of reverence for the good old name," he says, "out of gratitude to my cousin Matilda, who honoured the name in my unworthy person. But my private property I shall leave to the one friend whose sincerity I'm assured of, and who stood by me when I was at the bottom of the ladder. I owe it perhaps to him that Miss Secretan's bequest found to be an honest man, and not a blackguard or a swindler. Very right, very proper, murmurs Mr. Scrodgers, wondering whether he is to be put down for a mourning ring or a legacy of 100 guineas or so. He is old and Alexis is young, it is true, whereby the chance of his inheriting any such legacy seems slender, but then Mr. Scrodgers is careful of himself, and these young men hunt, and drink more brandy and soda than is good for them, and shoot with newfangled guns, and drive tandem with untried horses after dark. There might be a chance of his getting the legacy, should so proper an idea occur to his client. But Alexis furnishes his instructions without remembering the claims of Mr. Scrodgers. He leaves Richard Plowden all his personal property, furniture, books, horses, and pictures. They ought to realise enough to make that honest fellow independent for the rest of his days, thinks Alexis. And now if Bayard makes an end of me some fine morning, I shall at least have done one good thing in my life. Mr. Scrodgers drives over to the Grange next morning in his highly respectable four-wheeled chaise, and the will is executed. But Mr. Secretan tells his friend nothing about its contents, nor is Richard Plowden curious. There breathes not on this earth a less mercenary creature. He is grateful beyond measure for his friend's affection, proud and happy that his presence at the Grange can give pleasure to Alexis. He plods on at his school books every morning in the snug quietude of the study, and in the afternoon takes long and solitary walks, while Alexis spends his day in the hunting field. The neighbourhood is full of rustic beauty, even in winter, and Richard, who has spent almost all the days of his life amidst a wilderness of brick and mortar, is delighted with these country lanes, these noble old trees, beautiful in their leafless majesty, these grassy hills crowned with dark pine trees, the blue river that winds through the green valleys, these peaceful English homesteads nestled in sheltered spots, and here and there a picturesque old watermill with a big brown wheel that never seems to go round. Like many lame people, Dick can get over a good deal of ground and get along as fast as those who have the full use of their legs. He grows strong in this pure air and gets young again. His complexion loses its sickly tint. Those transparent hands of his lose much of their delicacy. If you go on in this way, Dick, I shall find my refined and intellectual friend of the Brompton Road developing into a Hampshire chaw bacon, says Alexis jocosely as they breakfast together luxuriously in front of the blazing wood fire one hunting morning. The master of the Grange arrayed in pink and tops ready for the day's sport, Dick in a comfortable suit of grey homespun. I do so enjoy your lovely scenery, replies Dick. There's only one thing that makes me uneasy. Your mother— No, it's not about my mother herself. She has some extra good lodgers in the drawing-room floor, and is as happy as the day is long. What I'm afraid of is that she'll give the ferns too much water. Mother has such an idea of watering plants. She thinks the more you drench them, the better they grow, and she's rather self-opinionated in those matters, dear soul. I tremble for my polypodium. I'm glad it isn't any other kind of Polly that you tremble for, Dick, replies Alexis. What a close old fellow you are, by the way. You never told me about your experience in that tender passion which makes fools of the wisest of us sooner or later. Simply because I've had nothing to tell. Nonsense. Were you never in love? Never. I've admired feminine loveliness and goodness in the abstract, but it never came near enough to me to tempt me to fall in love with it. Happy man, exclaims Alexis. To escape love is to shun man's worst peril. For soon or late, love is his own avenger. It is the middle of February, one of those days on which the mists of morning linger on the face of the land as if they loved it. Gleams of sun pierce that silvery veil, and the westerly breeze seems rather autumnal than wintry. The two friends part in excellent spirits, Alexis riding off gaily on his cavort hack, Titmouse, a pretty little grey mare. Bayard has been sent on before. How's the bay this morning, Joe? Asked Mr. Secretan as he mounts. Fresh as paint, sir, but I think as how you ought to have had him exercised a bit yesterday. Nonsense, Joe. I don't care a straw for a horse when all the spirit has been taken out of him. That boy of yours gallops like the deuce when he gets the chance. I know. I don't care about having Bayard spoiled that way. I hopes Bayard won't spoil you, mutters the groom as Titmouse carries his master down the drive. I hope you're not afraid of that bay horse, Marshal, says Richard when Titmouse and her rider are out of sight. No, sir, I ain't afraid of no horse going, and I don't say there's any harm in Bayard, but the horse is young and silly, and my master, well, I ain't going to be disrespectness to so good a master as him, or I should say he's young and silly too. But he's a good rider, isn't he? He's good hand at sitting on the horse, Mr. Plowden, but there's somewhat more nor that wanted to make a good rider. This conversation, superadded to honest Dick's own fears, makes him feel rather uncomfortable, but when he has started on his rustic ramble, the sun shines out of the mist, the west wind is so balmy and caressing, earth is altogether so lovely in her wintry garb, that Dick's spirits rise, and he tells himself that a bold, brave fellow like Alexis is not the kind of man to come to harm in the hunting field. It is your timid rider, rather, who is liable to misfortune. So Dick goes his way, and his way of late has generally been the same way. There is a tiny village about 3 miles from Treshold, a village so small that compared with it, Treshold is quite an important settlement. This other village consists of a cluster of labourers' cottages, with whitewashed walls, thatched roofs steeply sloping, and long strips of garden which would be quite an acquisition to many a suburban villa. There is a queer little old church at which there is service every alternate Sunday afternoon, and there are a water mill and a homestead with a farm about 30 acres appertaining thereto. This mill is the chief feature of the scene, and it is to the mill that Dick has come. It is a picturesque old place, big water wheel, gurgling mill race, and placid pool. The willows that lean across the water look centuries old. The low white dwelling house with its steeply sloping thatch, its white plastered walls crossed and recrossed by timbers painted black, must have been here in the days of Elizabeth. The snowdrops, peeping over the tall box border yonder, are half a century old, and have spread and multiplied in the shelter of the southern wall. There is a roomy old porch with wooden benches, and it is in this porch Dick takes his rest after his 3 miles walk. It is about a month since he came here one biting January afternoon. The roads white with snow, the hedges loaded with a fine crop of icicles, the ditches icebound and black as ink. On so cold a day it surprised him a little to see a girl of delicate and refined appearance at work with garden scissors and basket in a little bit of ground in front of the homestead by the mill. She was plainly dressed in a grey stuff gown and black apron, and wore a little scarlet shawl tied across her chest, but her head was bare. A very pretty head, Dick thought, with dark brown hair that made a rippling line across the forehead and was gathered in a loose knot at the back. He was not quite clear in his mind as to whether the fair gardener was pretty or not. Her features belonged to no regular type. Her nose was neither severely Grecian nor commandingly Roman, but rather inclined to the retroussé, but it was an inoffensive nose at worst. Her complexion, heightened to a rich bloom by the nipping air, was a thing for poets to rave about, for painters to vainly imitate. Her eyes were dark grey with thick black lashes, her eyebrows dark and strongly marked, her mouth beautiful, though Dick was not wise enough to know it. He only saw that her smile was sweet, and his chief impression was of a look of goodness which pervaded the face, or so he thought. She looked so amiable that he, the shyest of men, ventured to address her. "Rather a cold day for gardening," he said. "I don't find it so," she answered, smiling. "If my poor arbutus can stand the cold, I don't think it will hurt me." And she went on snipping off dead leaves and smartening the garden by those little touches which maintain order and beauty, even at a flowerless season. "We shall soon have the snowdrops," she said cheerfully. "Ah," said Dick. They bloom about this time of year, do they? He had made himself acquainted with the habits of ferns, but had very vague notions about flowers. The girl looked at him wonderingly, and then as he walked away a little further, contemplating the picture of the mill wheel and water, she perceived that slight lameness from which he suffered. "Would you like to rest after your walk?" she asked timidly. "You have come some distance, perhaps?" "From Treshold." "That's a good 3 miles. Our porch is quite at your service if you would like to sit down." She opened the gate as she spoke, and Dick walked in. He felt as if he could not for worlds have resisted the invitation, so he went in very shyly and seated himself on the bench in the porch. The door was open, and opened straight into the neatest, prettiest sitting room Dick had ever seen, or, at any rate, ever remembered having seen in his life. Everything was so bright and fresh. The brass fender, the cheerful fire, the old cups and saucers in the mantelpiece, the white ceiling, the painted walls, the chintz-covered sofa and chairs, the small round table with neatly arranged piles of books, not show books, but looking rather like volumes in the daily use of a student, and a drawing board, actually a drawing board, the old engravings, the little cabinet of shells in the corner yonder. All the furniture in the room might hardly have realised £25 at an auction, but the general effect was delightful to Richard Plowden's eye and mind. The young lady, he felt sure now that she was a young lady, in spite of her homely dress and that lazy old water-wheel, went on with her gardening, nailed up stray shoots here and there against the plaster wall, and took no more notice of Dick than if he had been 100 miles away. Dick was much too shy to make conversation, so he sat in silence, lazily watching the girl's graceful figure as it moved about the garden in a pleasant reverie. Presently there came a sound from within, a small shrill voice calling, "Mammy!" and then a door opened, and a little toddling thing, just emerged from babyhood, came running out to the porch. At sight of Dick it screamed as if it had seen lions, and stood stock still, paralysed with terror, a significant evidence that a stranger was a rare bird at Dawley Mill. The girl ran to him, took him up in her arms, and smothered him with kisses. "Mammy," said Dick to himself, "then this charming girl is a married woman. I didn't observe the wedding ring." He glanced at the hands which were clasped around the child. No, there was no ring there. "What a dear little thing," he said, doubtful about the sex. "Yes, he is a darling little fellow. Your nephew, I suppose?" "No," and the girl's cheek crimsoned. "He's an adopted child." This was all Dick ever heard about the boy. He might have known more, perhaps, had he been curious enough or audacious enough to inquire, but he was neither. Yet he wondered a little, adopted children being rarities, to have stumbled upon one in the tiny village of Dawley. He came to Dawley several times, finding this particular walk the most picturesque of all his wanderings, and he rested for half an hour or even longer in the porch, while Linda Chalice, he had found out her name in due course, sat at work in the pretty parlour and chatted with him pleasantly, quite at her ease. There was something about Richard Plowden which made people friendly with him at once. They talked about the country, which Linda knew by heart, and about London, which was a strange and wonderful city she had never beheld. They talked of books and flowers and ferns, and by this time they had become as familiar as friends of long standing. Linda had never invited Mr. Plowden to come beyond the porch, however. She was not quite sure whether her grandfather, a funny little old man, who was always in a flowery condition on weekdays, would approve of such a step on her part. And now, on this fine February morning, Dick makes his appearance, rosy with his brisk walk, and takes his accustomed seat in the porch. "If you come to Dawley some Sunday afternoon," says Linda after a little while, "you can make grandfather's acquaintance. He's always in the mill on weekdays." "He seems a kind old gentleman," says Dick, who had received a friendly nod from the little miller. "He is kindness itself. There never was such an indulgent grandfather. And you have lived with him all my life. My mother was his only daughter. She married an artist who came to Dorley to fish and sketch one summer. She was very pretty, they say." "I can easily believe it," murmured Dick. "Oh, much prettier than I," says Linda, blushing, "if you are trying to pay me a compliment. I have a portrait of her in my room, painted by my father. It was quite a love match, and I dare say people said my father had degraded himself by marrying a country miller's daughter, for he was what people call a fashionable artist, and might have made a very different marriage. But they were very happy, and I believe my father was almost broken-hearted when my mother died a few months after my birth. I suppose he didn't quite know what to do with me, poor fellow. So when my grandfather and grandmother offered to take care of me, he consented to my being brought up by them until I was old enough to go to school. I was a sickly baby, they say, and that decided them. Well, my good grandmother brought me down here within a month of my mother's death, and it has always seemed as if I was born here, for I can remember no other place. My first memories are of the garden and the mill, the big black wheel and the foaming race, and those snowdrops growing within the box border." "And you were sent to school?" "Never. Before the school time came, my poor father had died in Italy. He had earned a great deal of money at one time, but his reputation had not lasted as long as his life, and he left very little behind him. I never went to any school except the little village day school, where I learned to read and write, and if it had not been for the last vicar of Cheswold, a dear old man, I must have grown up in ignorance. But one day, when he came over to see my grandfather, he heard my father's name mentioned and was interested in me directly. He was a great admirer of my father's pictures. He asked how I was being educated, and when he found that I was not being educated at all, he offered to give me a couple of hours' instruction twice a week if I would go as far as Cheswold Vicarage. I was only too glad, for I was 15 years old at this time, and felt the burden of my ignorance. And for 4 years I was that dear old man's pupil. He taught me Latin, French, and Italian, and gave me the best books in his library to read. I owe it to him that I never wasted an hour upon a worthless book. He was indeed a friend. His memory is dearer to me than words can tell." Dick listens with profoundest interest, and is about to express his admiration of the good vicar, when a noise in the distance startles Linda and him. It is the sound of several voices talking in excited tones. Linda throws down her work and follows Dick to the garden gate. A labourer in smock frock comes running round the corner by the brief row of cottages which the inhabitants dignify with the name of street. "What's the matter, John?" asked Linda. "Anything wrong with your children?" "No, miss, they be right enough, but there's an accident yonder with some gentleman hunting. A young gent chucked over an edge among the rushes in that there ditch just beyond your grandfather's field." "Is he much hurt?" "His arm's broken. There's something wrong inside of him, miss. Some of his internal bones scrunched, I'm afeard, for he's been a spitting blood like 1 o'clock. "What are they going to do with him, poor fellow?" "The other gents is a-bringing him here, miss, and I ran on afore to tell 'ee." Dick is pale as death. Those terrible presentiments of his, have they been cruelly verified? He can scarcely find voice to ask the question. "Do you know who the gentleman is?" "One of them said it were the young squire of Cheswold." Chapter 33 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 33. Fallen by the Wayside. Yes, Richard Plowden's prognostications of evil are realised. Not quite so fatally as they might have been, however, for Dick had seen in a vision of woe the figure of his friend stretched on a shutter, pulseless, lifeless, the generous heart at rest for ever. The figure which the gentlemen of the hunt carry along the narrow path by the mill pool holds happily the spark of life still, but so white is the face lying on the huntsman's scarlet shoulder that poor Dick, running out to meet his friend, gives a cry of horror. "Is he dead?" he asked distractedly. "Not a bit of it. He's only fainted. I'm afraid there's a few of his ribs broken. Do you belong to Benfield's?" Mr. Benfield is the miller. "No, but I've just come from there. They are getting ready for him. He's my dearest friend. Where's the nearest doctor?" "None nearer than Treshold. One of the men has ridden off after him." They carry Alexis to the pretty old house beside the mill, and up a single flight of shallow oak stairs to the best bedchamber, the freshest and the brightest of rooms, with 2 broad latticed windows overlooking the mill stream and the willows, with their background of green hills. A man might find worse quarters than these in the hour of distress. Even in the midst of the grief, Dick glances round the room admiringly, and thinks what a treasure old Benfield, the miller, has in his granddaughter, for it is Linda's taste, of course, which beautifies his home. They lay Alexis on the pure white counterpane, and Linda sponges his temples with eau de cologne, until presently the heavy eyelids are lifted, and the patient looks about him wonderingly. He recognises Dick, and fancies himself at home at the Grange. This young woman in grey is one of the housemaids, no doubt. How soft and white her hand is! He did not think he had so pretty a servant in his staff. "Well, old fellow," he says faintly with a wan smile, "you were right. Such a cockney as I oughtn't to go across country with your born Nimrods. Bayard's youth and silliness sent me flying over rather a stiff bit of timber, and I'm afraid Bayard himself is demolished. By Jove, it was a thundering smash. I wonder if I have any bones whole. I feel as if they were all broken up in short lengths, like barley sugar." "Thank God you make a joke of it," exclaims Dick. "But you mustn't talk. You've been spitting blood, you know." "I thought there was something unpleasant going on internally. How did they contrive to bring me home? I haven't the slightest recollection of the transit." "Home?" echoes Dick, puzzled. "Yes, I am at home, am I not? Or how do I find you by my side?" "By fortunate accident, dear old fellow. You are at Dorley Mill, close by the place where you fell, and in good hands, I'm sure. And now not another word till the doctor has seen you." Old John Benfield, the miller, who has left his work on hearing of the accident, comes in at this moment, carrying a steaming glass of brandy and water, which he believes to be specific for all earthly ills. "Sup it up, sir," he says, and Alexis is about to comply when a firm hand takes away the glass. "Not on any account, grandfather. He has been spitting blood." "All the more reason why he should have something warm and comforting," says Mr. Benfield. "You must get him some cold brandy and water, grandfather." "Very well, little lass. It's always for you to order and me to obey." And the old gentleman departs to perform his hospitable duty. "Dick," says Alexis presently, "I should feel happier in my mind if you'd go and see what has become of that poor beast Bayard." "I'll go, Alex, but I execrate the brute. If I were to hear that all of his 4 legs were broken, I shouldn't care." "Nonsense, Dick. The beast is only young and silly. We were both too ambitious, wanted to fly too high." Richard leaves the sufferer unwillingly and goes in quest of the bay. It is not long before he discovers the horse, a good deal chipped and knocked about, but in no wise seriously damaged, in the stable of one small inn which adorns Dorley village, a house which you would hardly recognise as one of public entertainment, were it not for a dingy board above the front door, said door having sunk into the yielding soil of Dorley in a despondent and one-sided manner. "Ah," says Dick, looking at him as ferociously as it is possible for the mildest of men to look. "Ah, you murderer! I wish there was a law for hanging such as you." He hurries back to Alexis and tells him that the brute is all right. Not a bone broken. He only broke your bones, the beast. The Cheswold doctor comes presently, having driven over at a slashing pace to see so important a patient. Richard supports his friend during the medical examination, which is slow and painful. The ribs are much hurt. One bone has been pressed inwards, whence the blood spitting. It is altogether a serious case. "I should like you to see Crisis of Winchester," says Mr. Scalpel, the local surgeon. "I shall not set the arm till tomorrow. There is a little swelling and there's a slight tendency to inflammation. I'll send a lotion which must be applied continually. You ought to have a trained nurse, by the way." "I'd as soon have a ghoul," says Alexis, at which the surgeon fears his mind is beginning to wander. "I detest hired nurses." "Can't I nurse him?" asked Dick. "I'm strong and wakeful, and I'll obey your instructions to the letter." "You might be of use undoubtedly, but I think a skilled hospital nurse—" "Send me to an infirmary at once," cries Alexis peevishly. "I won't have a hospital hag near me." "See how the suggestion irritates him," says Dick. "Could not his old housekeeper come over from the Grange?" "That might do. Yes, she nursed Miss Secretan, I know. I'll call as I go home and tell her to come over." "Do nothing of the kind," exclaims Alexis. "I'll have no old women pottering about me till they come to lay me out. Mrs. Bodlow's a very good soul in her place, makes an admirable curry and fries potatoes to perfection, but I won't have her at my bedside in the middle of the night. I'd as soon wake up and see the witches in Macbeth." "Nervous temperament, very," murmurs the surgeon. "Let Dick, my friend here, nurse me, and no one else," says Alexis. The surgeon gives way. The servant of the house will no doubt be able to assist. All may be well. It would not do to offend such a patient, and this promises to be a long business, a very long business, if it is to result in recovery. There is a possibility of the case being brought to a sad and sudden ending. Mr. Scalpel takes Dick out onto the stairs. "It is not a hopeless case," falters Dick, almost breaking down. "Hopeless, my dear sir, far from that, but I will not disguise from you that it is very serious. There are grave dangers. The greatest care is needed. Much must depend on the state of the blood. Mr. Secretan is a person of steady habits, or, to put it plainly, not a drinking man, I hope, not given to the pernicious practice which our modern slang calls pegging. Half a bottle of claret at and after dinner is about the extent of his dissipation. That's a good hearing. We shall pull him through, but remember that good nursing is the main point. If you find yourself unequal to the task, we must get a trained nurse. Foolish prejudice, very. Not old hags by any means. Many of them nice-looking young women." Downstairs, Mr. Scalpel sees Linda, and inquires as to the possibility of assistance in the sick room. "I'm quite ready to give my help if I can be of any use," says Linda cheerfully. "No one better," replies the surgeon. "It was your good nursing that got your grandfather through that bad attack of bronchitis last winter. He'd have been in his grave but for you." "Dear old grandfather," says Linda affectionately. "But you mustn't overexert yourself, you know. I don't want 2 patients instead of 1. Don't be afraid, Mr. Scalpel. Elizabeth will help me." Elizabeth is the maid of all work, a buxom girl who seems to be in a perpetual state of expansion, for her gowns are always too small for her. A girl with a brick-dust complexion, big black eyes like damsons, a double chin, and a countenance expressive of supreme good nature. "Humph," says Mr. Scalpel. "I don't know about Elizabeth. Elizabeth has enough to do to take charge of that troublesome adopted son of yours." Rather a queer look comes over the doctor's face as he speaks of the child, a look of some feeling closely akin to dislike. "Trot is never troublesome," replies Linda, and again her colour brightens, as it did when Richard Plowden questioned her about the boy's relationship to herself. End of section 33. Read by Adrian Str.
Chapter 34 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 34. Good Samaritans. For many weary days and nights the patient fluctuates between improvement and retrogression. The business is a long one, as Mr. Scalpel prophesied. Alexis approaches that mysterious borderland which lies between life and death. Mind and memory are dark. He sees shadowy forms at his bedside, sees the unreal more often than the real, knows not where he is or what he is, and, slowly wakening at last, as from one long, troubled dream, a dream of almost infinite duration and of wondrous variety, he feels like a child new-born to life, seeking dimly to decipher the unknown characters of a strange alphabet. Who is this with the gentle face, the mild and thoughtful eyes, shadowy hair, and soft white hands, who ministers to him so patiently, whose voice has such a soothing influence? Is it his wife? A flash of sudden hope quickens the throbbing of his heart. He tries to raise himself up in his bed when a strong hand restrains him, and a familiar voice says, "Alexis, dear old fellow, be careful. Mr. Scalpel says you mustn't exert yourself." It is no longer winter. The lattices are open, and through the tender green of the willows smiles the blue April sky. Birds are singing. There is a perfume of violets in the room, blessed heralds of spring. Yes, there they are, violets and primroses on the dressing table, violets and primroses on the little table by his bed. Oh, welcome spring, welcome sense of new created life in his own frame. "It was good of you to come to me," he murmurs, with half-closed eyes. "Good of you to nurse me. All forgotten, all forgiven. We shall be very happy now, Sybil." He thinks his wife is at his side. Melancholy, delusion, which makes Richard Plowden very uncomfortable. "My dear Alexis," he says soothingly, "it is not Sybil. We didn't know where to send for her. The lady who has nursed you was a stranger to you until the day of your accident. But if she had been your sister, she could not have done more." Alexis closes his eyes with a heavy sigh. "She is very good," he murmurs resignedly, "and I have reason to be grateful. I took her for my wife. A foolish mistake. I ought to have known better. But I'm afraid my mind has been wandering a little." He turns restlessly on his pillow, opens his eyes again, and looks wonderingly around. "Violets!" he exclaims. "How good of you to get me violets at this time of year. What a blue sky for February." "February!" cries Richard. "My dear fellow, it is the 19th of April." "April? And I have been lying here a little over 2 months." Alexis feels inexpressibly shocked at this revelation. What? The days and nights have been passing, sunrise and sunset, moons waning, and he's been lying there like a log or like a madman, full of strange fancies and unconscious of the flight of time. This loss of 2 months seems to him in some wise terrible. It is as if he had been lying dead. "I suppose I have been very ill," he says at last. "Very ill, dear boy. So near death's door that we have often feared the door would open and you would pass the threshold. Thank heaven we were able to keep you fast on this side. You have to thank Miss Challis for your life. There never was such a nurse." "You forget that you've done more than half the nursing, Mr. Plowden," remonstrates Linda, who sits with her face somewhat shrouded by the dimity bed-curtain. Nothing of the kind. I've tried to obey your instructions, but at best I'm a clumsy assistant." "You are the best of fellows," says Alexis, stretching out his feeble hand to clasp his friend's. "As for Miss Challis," he continues, "I haven't the faintest idea who she is, or how she comes to be interested in me, but I'm intensely grateful." He falls asleep after this, and slumbers peacefully for some hours. When he awakes it is tea time. The lattices are closed, and a young moon shines in through the diamond panes. The fire burns cheerfully in the old-fashioned fireplace opposite the foot of the bed. Firelight and moonbeams shine into the room. Flashes of silver and gleams of ruddy gold light up the old furniture, the cups and saucers, and the old silver teapot on the round table by the fire. They shine, too, on a quiet figure by the hearth, the graceful form of a girl dressed in grey, who has fallen asleep in an old bamboo armchair by the hearth. "That's Miss... what's her name, I suppose," Alexis says to himself. "Curious business, very. Where am I wonder? This hardly looks like the Grange." He tries to raise himself into a sitting position in order the better to inspect the premises. Process is painful enough to wring a groan from him, and the groan awakens his nurse. "You mustn't do that," says the gentle voice which has argued and pleaded with him so often in his delirium, but which seems quite unknown to him to-night. "You mustn't try to sit up yet a while." "Not yet a while," repeats Alexis. "I've been ill over 2 months, and I'm getting better. I believe you will. I am getting better." "You are much better. You are getting well very fast." "Oh, this is getting well very fast, is it? And after 2 months I am not to try to raise myself in bed? Do you know, it strikes me that's getting well rather slowly." "Oh, you mustn't be impatient. The injury to your ribs brought on inflammation of the lungs. You've been in great danger." "And you, a stranger, have nursed me?" "Not a stranger. Providence brought you to our door. You are our neighbour." "Which of these, think you?" murmurs Alexis. "Yes, you have been verily my neighbour in the gospel sense of the word. How shall I ever thank you enough, Miss Challis," says Linda, as he pauses at a loss for the name. "Believe me, Mr. Secretan, I need no thanks. My grandfather and I are very happy to have been of use to you." "Dick Plowden says you've saved my life. Where is Dick, by the way?" "He's gone to lie down for a short time. He has had very little rest of late, poor fellow. And now, shall I give you some tea?" "Yes, if you would be so good. I should like some tea." She pours out a cup and brings it to him, and raises his head upon the heaped-up pillows which sustain his weary frame, and puts the cup to his lips. It is a curious sensation for him, this awakening to life. Curious to look into this strange face in the uncertain firelight, to hear this gentle voice, to feel the soft touch of these white womanly hands. If this were but my wife, it would indeed be awakening to new life and new happiness, he thinks, and the thought that another can so minister to him, while his wife treads her selfish way, ignorant of his pain, is very bitter. I think I could hold the teacup myself, he says, and he makes the attempt feebly with a tremulous hand. Capital, exclaims Linda. How strong you are getting. Oh, this is getting strong, is it? Inquires Alexis. I should like to have seen myself when I was weak. I must have been a pleasing spectacle. He falls asleep by and by in the firelight, and sleeps long, for he has, at this stage of his illness, a wonderful capacity for sleep. When he awakes, the fire is burning low, and the dim glimmer of a night lamp suggests some sepulchral hour betwixt night and morning. Richard Plowden occupies the easy-chair by the fire. "Where is Miss Chalice?" asks the invalid. "In bed and sound asleep, I hope. She has sat up night after night to watch you, Alex." "She's very good." "She is an angel, or as near an approach to the angelic as one can hope to meet with upon earth," replies Richard, with enthusiasm. "Who is she, Dick? And by what concatenation of events do I find myself in a strange house, watched over by a strange young lady?" Richard explains. "Indeed, this is Dorley Mill, and my fair nurse is the miller's granddaughter. If I were a bachelor now, this might be the opening scene of a charming romance. But I should have taken that young lady for something superior to a miller's granddaughter. She has an air of refinement. She belongs by inheritance to the world of art. Her father was a painter." "Chalice! Yes, I remember. I have seen pictures of his. He died young, I think." "He did, and left this young lady an orphan." Mr. Secretan, finding himself able to sit up in bed and hold a glass or a cup, during the next 2 or 3 days, shows great anxiety to be taken back to the Grange. He is anxious to resume the business of life, to see his horses, his gardens, to be within reach of his library. He is quite horrified when Mr. Scalpel informs him that he is likely to be obliged to remain at Dorley Mill for 3 weeks or a month before he will be strong enough to bear the shaking involved in the easiest journey. "You need not be in a hurry to leave," says the surgeon. "You have been well taken care of, I'm sure." "I should be an ungrateful hound if I were to forget that for a moment," replies Alexis, "but I should really like to relieve this house of my presence. I have given so much trouble." "That is all past," says Linda. "Our only trouble was the fear that you would not recover." "Mr. Benfield must consider me an intolerable nuisance." "He does nothing of the kind," says Dick. "He is looking forward to your going downstairs as if it were some grand holiday." Alexis sighs. The comforts and indulgences of a sick room pall upon his active temperament. But he resigns himself to the inevitable, and Linda and Richard do their utmost to make his life happy. Now that bodily strength begins to slowly return, he suffers from extreme mental depression. He feels as if this coming back to life were something of a mistake, that it might have been better to have slipped quietly through the dark portal. He feels that he has nothing to live for, neither wife nor child. No kith nor kin, only the beaten round of a prosperous man's existence. "I who have tasted the bitter cup of poverty ought to find contentment in prosperity," he tells himself. But as the days lengthen slowly to their lingering close, he is not content. "He is dreadfully low-spirited," says Dick to his assistant nurse. "What are we to do to cheer him up a little?" Linda sighs and looks doubtful. But in the course of the afternoon she brings up some of her favourite books, Shakespeare, Tennyson, Dickens, and offers to read to the invalid. He is delighted. Any relief is welcome that will take him away from his own thoughts. He chooses the Midsummer Night's Dream, and Linda reads at his bidding. We'll have one of the tragedies when I'm stronger, he says. I couldn't stand Hamlet or Lear yet a while. From this time forward, the reading becomes an institution. Linda is a good reader, her voice round and full, her emphasis always intelligent. Alexis makes a closer acquaintance with Tennyson than he has ever made before now, and renews his boyish delight in Dickens. In about a week after that first reading, he is well enough to go downstairs to the cheerful parlour, but not without support from Richard's sustaining arms. There is no longer any talk of his going back to the Grange yet a while. He knows his own weakness now and is resigned to the tedium of a slow recovery. "You are all so good to me," he says with tears in his eyes. "I should be a fool to wish myself away from you." It is a sunny afternoon in early May when he goes downstairs for the first time. Linda has done her uttermost to make the room bright and cheerful. There are flowers, sweet spring flowers on the chimney-piece, table, and chiffonier, violets, primroses, hyacinths, narcissus, pale monthly roses from the southern wall. A fire burns gaily in the old-fashioned grate, for the invalid is chilly, and May sunshine uncertain. The invalid's couch has been arranged in the cosiest corner by the fire. Snow-white pillows, Berlin wool coverlet knitted by Linda's own hands as a Christmas present for her grandfather. The brown wainscot walls are brightened with watercolour landscapes in a higher style of art than Alexis would have expected to find at Dorley Mill. But he learns by and by that they are all the work of Linda's pencil. "What a pretty room," cries Alexis when he is established on his sofa, "and what a pretty picture that watermill makes against the blue sky. I feel ever so much better for the change." He enjoys the novelty of the apartment as much as if he had come into a new country, and his spirits begin to rise immediately. "Now I feel that I am really getting well," he says. It is 3:00 in the afternoon. Mr. Benfield is to come in at 5 to tea, and there is to be quite a grand tea drinking in honour of Mr. Secretan's convalescence. The simple-hearted old man is almost as delighted at his guest's recovery as if the Squire of Treshold were his son. Linda seats herself in her favourite chair by the open window. Dick places himself by the foot of the couch. The invalid lies in a lazy silence, looking out at the windows and the mill stream and the green hills beyond. How lovely nature seems to him after his nights of pain and darkness. Presently he hears a small voice calling, "Mammy," and a small hand makes ineffectual attempts to turn the handle of the door. Linda runs to the door, and the prettiest child Alexis ever remembers to have seen runs into the room. He has soft golden curls all over his small head, rosy cheeks, bold brown eyes, and the open, confiding look of a child that has been reared in love's tender keeping. He clings to Linda's dress. "Mammy, mammy dear," he cries, "Trot wants oo. Trot's nenner see oo now. Oo visty gentleman?" "The gentleman has been very ill, darling, and he wanted me more than Trot does." "Oh, tell Tory. Trot want oo all vis." "You had Elizabeth to take care of you, pet. Elizabeth is very kind." "She isn't. Me hate Elizabeth." "Oh, you naughty boy. Look, Trot, this is the sick gentleman. Go and shake hands." "Me won't. Me hate the gentleman." "Oh, Trot." "'Cause he keeps oo away from Trot." "But he won't do that any more, Trot," says Alexis, delighted with this infantile grumbler. "Come to me, my little man, and let's make friends. See what I've got here." And Alexis produces his watch, that unfailing resource of a man who wants to amuse a child. At the sight of the watch and jingling bunch of lockets and seals, the little one's eyes open their widest, and he creeps a little nearer the enemy. "I don't like he says, "but I'll look at watch." With this protest he goes up close to Alexis and allows himself to be entertained. "What a darling little fellow," says Alexis. "A nephew of yours, I suppose, Miss Challice?" "No, he is no relation. He is a little boy my grandfather adopted." "How good of him. The son of an old friend, I conclude." "No, we adopted him to save him from the workhouse." "Oh, that is like you. Just as you took me in to save me from death." Alexis does not like to ask any further questions, yet he would be glad to know more about this fascinating little fellow, who soon grows friendly and familiar, and nestles his golden head in the invalid's waistcoat, and plays with the seals and lockets. Presently the miller comes in to tea, and the table is spread with a simple feast: new-laid eggs, cream, cakes of Linda's manufacture, and strawberry jam, which Elizabeth, the maid of all work, secretly believes to be the best strawberry jam in Hampshire. Trot sits up in his high chair at the table and behaves very prettily, though he disposes of more bread and jam, and follows it up with more cake, than Alexis can suppose beneficial to his eternal economy. But then Mr. Secretan has seen very little of children and their ways. Henceforth, Trot is a wonderful favourite with him. He allows the little fellow to come into his room at all times and seasons. He sends Dick to Winchester for a cargo of picture books, and Trot sits upon the invalid's bed for hours together, looking at the pictures and demanding explanations thereof. When the pictures have been explained to Trot by Alexis, Trot insists on explaining them over again to the explainer, and lays down the law about them and philosophizes upon them in a delightful way. Never before has Alexis had any dealings with a child. It is a new experience to him. The little fellow amuses him for hours together. The thought that his own son might have grown into just such a boy as this seems a bond of union between him and Trot. The boy grows wondrous fond of him, and places him second only to Mammy in his measures of love. "Have you had Trot long?" Alexis asked one day of Linda. "Ever since he was a fortnight old." "What a charge for you!" "His parents are dead, of course." "I know nothing about his parents." "Indeed? Poor little waif and stray. If you were not so very fond of him, I should beg him of you and make him my son and heir." "I couldn't bear to part with him. You are not in earnest, of course, but even if you were, and offered him the greatest advantages, I don't think I could bring myself to part with him. I've suffered so much for his sake. Perhaps that is why I love him so dearly." "Suffered? But how?" "Pray do not ask me. I cannot possibly tell you. It is all past and gone now, and I try to forget it, but it was very bitter." This sets Alexis thinking, and the thoughts that come of it trouble him. He sees but one solution of the enigma, and that is one which casts the shadow of disgrace on Linda Challice. Can she, this gentle, lovable girl, with her fair, innocent face, be something less pure and perfect than he has believed her? The suspicion pains him as keenly as if she were his sister or his plighted wife. He lies awake for many a weary hour pondering over this painful question. For a little while even his heart turns from poor Trot, who is distressed at finding his new friend less kind, but Trot soon makes himself beloved again. Whatever misery this little brown-eyed boy may have Chapter 35 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 35. Bitter Almonds. From January to May is rather a lengthy period for a friendly visit, but although the hawthorns are flowering in Redcastle Woods and May is nearly ended, Joel Pilgrim is still at Lancaster Lodge. He has taken up his abode there as if he meant to stay for the rest of his life, Sybil thinks. She has grown tired of waiting to hear of his approaching departure. He talks about going sometimes, but never definitely. He must go back to India before very long, he says, and Sybil languishes for him to fix the date. He goes up to London on business now and then, but returns in a few days, and makes himself more insufferable than ever. Sybil has never hated anyone as she detests this man. His presence makes life a burden to her. The luxurious tranquility of her existence, the reposeful days, the pleasures of wealth are all poisoned by Mr. Pilgrim's company, and yet he treats her with the utmost politeness, with deference even, and obviously admires her to enthusiasm. This admiration is the most painful part of the business. If he only hated me as I hate him, we might get on very well together, thinks Sybil. But as it is, the creature gives me the sensation of living in a glass case with a boa constrictor. Mr. Pilgrim does not enter Redcastle society, though the elite are quite ready to take him by the hand in the fullness of their love for Stephen Trenchard. Mr. Pilgrim is of a reserved temper, and prefers the tranquillity of Lancaster Lodge to the dwellings of strangers. He dines well, and drinks deeply after dinner, but the wine makes no more impression upon him than upon the decanters. Mr. Trenchard and he are often closeted together in business conference, but they never talk business before Sybil. She has a vague idea that Mr. Pilgrim is a merchant, and that his house of business is in Calcutta, but she has no knowledge of his merchandise. One day Mr. Trenchard complains to her, and with some bitterness, of her coolness to Joel Pilgrim. I think I have been kind enough to you to deserve that you should be civil to any friend of mine, Sybil, he says, and yet you are positively rude to Mr. Pilgrim. Well, I am not intentionally so, Uncle Trenchard. Then your notion of good manners must be a very curious one. Nonsense, Sybil. You can be winning enough, fascinating enough, when you please. Yet to this young man— Young, echoes Sybil. He must be 35 if he's a day. No matter, child. He is a young man to me. For him, I say, the son of my oldest friend, you have nothing but cold looks and insulting speeches. It is very hard upon me, Sybil. My dear uncle, I did not know you were so fond of this Mr. Pilgrim. I have fancied sometimes that his visit was rather a trouble to you. I have been worried about his affairs now and then. The man himself is very dear to me. Then I will try to be more polite to him, my dear uncle, for your sake. I want you to try something more than that, Sybil. You discouraged Sir Wilford Cardinal's attention for some inscrutable reason of your own. Don't deny it, girl. You must have discouraged him, for I know he was over head and ears in love with you, and now he only makes a formal call once in 6 weeks. You might have had the first position in this part of the world if you had chosen, but you did not so choose. I saw you fling away your chance, and I did not reproach you. But now I come to something that touches me closer. Joel, the only son of my—" he pauses with a curious smile. "Only friend, Joel Pilgrim, a man of strong brain and strong feelings, has fallen in love with you. Not a butterfly passion like Sir Wilford's, mind you, to be blown aside by a breath of yours, but an enduring love. Now I have set my heart on seeing Joel and you man and wife." "Why should you be so anxious to see me married, Uncle Trenchard? You wanted me to marry Sir Wilford, and now you want me to marry this Mr. Pilgrim with Indian blood in his veins?" "I wanted you to marry Sir Wilford because he could give you a great position. I want you to marry Joel because Joel is dear to me, and to see you two united would be to secure the happiness of the only two people I love." "Don't be angry with me, Uncle Trenchard, but I had as soon you told me a serpent loved me as this Mr. Pilgrim." She feels that in speaking thus frankly she runs the risk of offending her uncle. For once in her life she is truthful. Her uncle is less angry than she had expected. "Nonsense, child," he says carelessly. "You are full of prejudice. You must learn to think better of my friend's son." "Is he the son of that friend whose death distressed you so much, uncle?" asked Sibyl. "What death? When?" "One evening last summer, when you read the announcement in the paper." Mr. Trenchard looks at her curiously for a moment. Yes, he says, that was the man." From this time Joel Pilgrim is more open in his attentions. He follows Sibyl like her shadow, rides with her, drives with her, walks in the garden, plays billiards with her, stands beside the piano when she plays or sings, reads the books she reads, associates himself with every hour of her day and every pursuit of her life. She knows not what it is to be alone. She takes the utmost pains, in a quiet way, to let Mr. Pilgrim see that his attentions are odious to her. She never favours him with an encouraging look or word, yet he pursues his course doggedly, like a man who comes from a land where women's opinions and inclinations go for nothing. People in Redcastle are not slow to talk of Mr. Pilgrim, just as they talked of Sir Wilford Cardonnel. It is now evident to the mind of Redcastle that Sir Wilford has cooled and fallen off in his attentions, and that this Anglo-Indian with his dark face and sleek hair, a real Hindu perhaps, some people suggest, is to be Miss Faunthorpe's husband. "They wouldn't go out riding together if it wasn't a settled thing," says Mrs. Groshen to Mrs. Stormont, "and in my day it was not considered correct for a young lady to go out alone with her engaged husband. But young ladies are changed." "It's money, I suppose," remarks Mrs. Stormont, thinking of the main question and not of details. "I have no doubt this Calcutta merchant is immensely rich, and Mr. Trenchard wishes to unite the two fortunes. I thought Sibyl looked very unhappy the last time I called. If she had been allowed to follow her own inclinations, things would have taken a different turn. I don't think she ever had such a genuine liking for anyone as for my Fred." "She didn't show it much in her manner," says Mrs. Groshen, smiling amiably. "She's not a girl to let everyone read her feelings," retorts Mrs. Stormont. "What is that someone says in a play about wearing one's heart outside one's dress? She's not that sort of girl, but I know she liked Fred. I sincerely pity her, poor child." The Stormonts see less of Mr. Trenchard and his niece after Joel Pilgrim's advent. This strange guest of the old man's, who will not go out visiting even to the best people in Redcastle, seems a stumbling block to social intercourse. Mr. Trenchard has also taken to refusing invitations, And Sybil is dull and spiritless, and is even losing her beauty, Mrs. Ghoston remarks, with a touch of satisfaction. These brilliant complexions go off so soon, she says. I'll tell you what it is, my dear. You may depend upon it that things are not quite right at Lancaster Lodge. There's something underhanded going on there. But what? Inquires Mrs. Stormont, bursting with curiosity, for the solemnity of her friend's countenance implies a spirit that has penetrated Mr. Trenchard's secrets. I don't know what, replies Mrs. Groshen, in the most disappointing way, but I have an instinct that tells me there is something wrong. There is an atmosphere of gloom in the house, I admit. I feel sure that the girl is being forced into a distasteful engagement. So gossips Redcastle, and not altogether without foundation, for the gloom deepens in Stephen Trenchard's house, a gloom which is not to be enlivened by upholsterer's work in the way of gilding and crimson tabouret, or by luxurious dinners served on porcelain and silver, or by fine raiment, or any of the things that Stephen Trenchard's money or credit can buy. If it were not for one wicked hope, Sybil would assuredly fly the hateful abode that holds Joel Pilgrim, but that evil hope nerves her to remain. Mr. Trenchard has been showing signs of rapid decay. The east winds of March and April have withered him. Dr. Mitsand talks less confidently of his patient's fine constitution, and urges extreme care. He expatiates on the perils of our treacherous climate, and suggests that Mr. Trenchard shall spend next winter in the south of France. Stephen Trenchard has grown nervous and fretful. He complains of sleepless nights, and his failing appetite is obvious to all his household. Do not these signs betoken the beginning of the end? I will stay, Sybil says to herself, and she fancies there is something almost heroic in the resolution. However loathsome that man makes himself, I will wait for the end. Perhaps his passion for me is only a pretense after all. A trap to catch me. If he can prove me disobedient or force me to run away, he may induce my uncle to alter his will and leave him everything. That may be his plan, a deep-laid plot to ruin me. Robert Faunthorpe dines with his rich brother-in-law about once in 6 months, a purely ceremonial visit, which is irksome to both men, though Uncle Stephen is very civil, and Uncle Robert enjoys the unwonted gratification of an excellent dinner and rare old wine. On the occasion of his last visit, near the end of April, Dr. Faunthorpe sees so marked a change in his brother-in-law that he goes home full of it and tells Marion that he does not think her uncle is long for this world. What a shame, says Marion, meaning Sybil's conduct, and not her uncle's decline. And here have I been estranged from him all the days of his life. It's a hard thing to be plotted out of one's expectations by a designing sister. My love, we have no reason to suppose that Mr. Trenchard will act unjustly in the matter of his will, remonstrates the mild little doctor. Oh, dear, no, he has acted so very justly all along. Never put Sybil over my head, never dropped me after taking me up. Oh, of course not. To satire so subtle as this, Dr. Faunthorpe finds no reply. He only sighs gently and comforts himself with a pinch of snuff. Sybil spends more time at the parish doctor's house just now than she has been used to do. It is the only place where Joel Pilgrim does not accompany her, and on this account it seems to her a haven of refuge. She is more amiable to Marion than of old, more friendly to Hester, more affectionate to Jenny. She feels happier, or at least more at peace, in the shabby old parlour or the shabbier surgery than anywhere else. Jenny, enlightened by Alexis, knows her sister's secret, and is therefore a person to be conciliated. She has sworn eternal fidelity, however, and has never given so much as a hint of the truth to Marion. It is a comfort to Sibyl in this time of trouble to lay her weary head on Jenny's substantial shoulder and talk hopefully of the days to come, when she and Alexis are to be reunited. "He threatened never to forgive me," says Sibyl, "but I don't think he will keep his word." "I am sure he won't if you do your hair the new way," answers Jenny with conviction. "It makes you look lovely." On Sibyl's next visit, Marion is full of Mr. Trenchard's declining health, and talks about his death as if it were a settled business, appointed to come off within a given time. "You will be grand, Sibyl. Shall you keep Lancaster Lodge and the carriages? If I were you, I should let the house furnished and go on the continent. Travelling is so delightful. And if you wanted a companion, you might take one of your sisters." "How can you talk so horribly, Marion?" exclaims Sibyl. "Who says Uncle Trenchard is going to die?" "Uncle Robert says he is not going to live long, and I suppose that's pretty much the same thing, only a nicer way of putting it. Uncle Robert ought to know, as a doctor. He generally knows about the parish patients. When he says they're going to get better, they don't always do it. But when he says they're going to die, they always bear him out. He's very lucky in that." "You are the most dreadful girl, Marion." "Well, you needn't colour up and look pleased. That's quite as bad as talking horribly. I've a franker disposition than you, and I say things straight out. I suppose he'll leave Jenny and me something for mourning, out of respect to himself. I shall have a corded black silk, thick enough to stand alone. I always look my best in black." "Did Uncle Robert think that Uncle Stephen looked very ill when he dined with us the other day?" asked Sibyl thoughtfully. "Of course he did, or he wouldn't have said it. We say what we mean at this end of the town. They're more polite above bar, and the more they say a thing, the less they mean it. Mrs. Stormont told me she had taken a tremendous fancy to me when she thought I was Uncle Stephen's favourite." "Don't be so bitter, Marion." "If you had to have your boots soled and heeled twice over by a clumsy country cobbler, you'd be bitter," replies the injured Marion. Finding this young lady's temper inclining to acidity, Sibyl slips away to Jenny's favourite retreat, the surgery, where she finds the damsel seated on the hearth-rug, busy at needlework, and performing wonders in the way of stocking darning. Sibyl flings herself into Dr. Faunthorpe's easy-chair in a despondent attitude, and sits there in moody silence, much to Jenny's discomfiture. "You might say how do you do to one," she remonstrates. "I beg your pardon, Jenny, it was mere absence of mind." "Oh, that's what you call absence of mind above bar? Hereabouts we call it rudeness." "Don't be cross, Jenny. I'm very unhappy." "I thought so," replied Jane astutely. "You've come to see us so much oftener than you used to do, a sure sign that you are miserable. Are you unhappy about him?" "About whom?" "Oh, you know, my brother-in-law." "Partly about him, and partly for other reasons. I'm worried to death." "But Uncle Trenchard will die soon," says Jenny cheerily, "and then all will come right. We shall go into mourning and be great swells." "Jenny, you really mustn't talk so." "What's the harm?" "You mustn't talk of poor Uncle Stephen's death, as if it were an event we were all looking forward to." "But we are," replies Jenny. "I'm sure Marion does nothing but talk about her mourning, and how she'll have it made. I'm sick of hearing of corded silks and what's his name? And bugled fringe. I shan't have bugled fringe. It catches in everything, and one can't help scrunching the bugles. It's too great a temptation. Uncle Trenchard is weak and ailing, but he may live for years. No, he mayn't. Not if Uncle Robert knows his business. He says he doesn't think Uncle Trenchard will last the summer out. And then we shall come in for anything he has left us. Won't that be jolly? I'd rather he didn't die till the end of summer. The dusty roads would so spoil our mourning. Jane, you are a perfect ghoul. Oh, it's all very well for you to be grand and indifferent. You've had the use of his money all along. We are looking forward to coming into a small slice of it. If I'm not made a ward in Chancery and my money all tied up, we'll have hot suppers every night. Do stop that senseless chatter. Where does Uncle Robert keep the laudanum? I've a racking toothache. Oh, that's why you look so miserable, I suppose. All the poisons are on that top shelf, and Jenny points to the topmost shelf in the darkest corner of the surgery, on which the quick eye of Alexis espied the blue bottle labelled prussic acid. If Jenny were not so deeply engaged with the complicated dilapidations of her stockings, she would clamber upon the doctor's step-ladder and bring down the laudanum, but she goes on with her darning, and leaves Sybil to get the bottle from its dusty repository. Sybil ascends the step-ladder, and descends again, with the bottle in her hand, takes an empty phial from the drawer, and pours some of the liquid from the larger bottle into it, dexterously and quickly. "What a smell of bitter almonds," cries Jenny. "You've got the wrong bottle. That's prussic acid." Quickly, as she starts to her feet, Sybil has reascended the ladder and replaced the blue bottle in its corner before she can reach her. "It's all right, Jenny. I know laudanum from prussic acid. What a fidgety, officious child you are." "I never knew laudanum to smell like bitter almonds," remonstrates Jenny, unconvinced. "Show me the bottle you put in your pocket." "I shall do nothing of the kind. Go on with your work, and don't be ridiculous." Jenny mounts the ladder and examines the shelf that holds Dr. Faunthorpe's small collection of poisons. The laudanum and the prussic acid are in bottles of the same colour, but the prussic acid is inverted in a gallipot. Each is in its usual place, but Jane's quick eye perceives that while the laudanum bottle has its coating of dust undisturbed, the dust has been rubbed off the prussic acid bottle. "I hope you're not doing anything dreadful, Sybil," she remarks solemnly. "Tampering with poison is a dangerous thing." "I have only taken a few drops of laudanum for my toothache." "Well, I suppose I ought to believe you, as you're my older sister, but I can't understand that smell of bitter almonds." "All your fancy, I assure you, Jenny. And now let's be good friends and have a nice talk. Don't try to mend those holes. I will buy you some new stockings the next time I go to Carmichael." "You're a dear," exclaims the volatile Jenny, forgetting all about that odour of bitter almonds. The sisters seat themselves side by side in the window seat and talk of the future, Sybil's future, which means reunion with Alexis. They will be rich, happy. Jenny is to live with them and have a pony to ride. "And shall we have hot suppers?" inquires Jenny. "What a vulgar child you are. Of course not. We shall dine at 8. Chapter 36 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 36. Village Slander. The days glide by at Dorley Mill. Oh, how gently, oh, how sweetly, in one innocent rustic delights in simple childlike pleasures, shared and sanctified by the perpetual presence of a child. The willows have unfolded their tender young leaves. The white blossoms of the orchards have come and gone, like all earth's fairest things, too brief, too transitory. The lazy cattle revel in golden pastures. The pine trees on the hilltops put forth pale green shoots at the end of their dark old boughs. It is the time of buttercups and young lambs, trout fishing, and all delights of early summer, and it has brought along with it fair nights and days, healing and strength to Alexis Secretan. Yet, strange to say, now that he is so much better and nearly well enough to bear the journey to the Grange, he is no longer impatient to return thither. "My life would be so dull without Trot," he says. "I'm afraid I have fallen in love with Trot." And then he sighs deeply and lapses into one of those despondent moods which come upon him sometimes. Linda bends very low over her work, and she too sighs, but so softly that the sigh reaches no ear but Richard Plowden's, who sits close beside her work-table. Alexis is well enough to go out of doors and walk a little way, assisted by his cane on one side and on the other by Linda or Richard. They take it in turns to accompany him in these brief walks, and Linda shows him all the beauties of nature to be seen within a few 100 yards of the mill. They all sit out of doors a good deal in the balmy June weather, and Linda takes her work and books to the rustic bench under the willows, and Alexis has many an afternoon nap, lulled by the bubble of the mill stream. But the day comes at last, when Mr. Scalpel, who, if he has erred at all, has erred on the side of caution, pronounces that his patient is quite well enough to bear the journey home. "And I do not say you could not have borne it a fortnight ago," adds the surgeon, "but I knew you to be particularly well off here, and one cannot be too careful." "Yes, I am very well off here," says Alexis with a smothered sigh. "However, since you are well enough to walk the length of the village, you certainly are well enough to bear a 3-mile drive, and we have no excuse for keeping you here any longer." "No, I have no excuse for remaining," says Alexis thoughtfully. 6 weeks ago you were in a great hurry to go home. I could hardly persuade you to be patient." 6 weeks ago I was ill and fretful. Since then I have domesticated myself here, and now I feel as if Dorley Mill were home. Mr. Benfield and his granddaughter are so good to me. And this little fellow," adds Alexis, laying his hand on the golden head of Trot, who lies at his feet with an open picture book spread out before him, "this little one and I have grown such friends that I don't know what I shall do without him." "Ah," says Mr. Scalpel, waxing grave, "poor little boy." "You speak as if he were no favourite of yours." "He is not," replies the surgeon. "He has caused too much scandal to be a favourite of mine." "What do you mean by scandal?" "Well, Mr. Secretan, country people are censorious. It's a very unworthy feeling on their part, but you'll find that country people are censorious." "I have discovered the same failing in London people occasionally," remarks Alexis, "and if anything happens which is not quite open and on the surface, country people are apt to take a narrow view of it. Now Mr. Benfield's adoption of this boy has given rise to some very unpleasant reports." "Why should it do so? Is it not an act of charity, a most praiseworthy act?" Possibly, my dear Mr. Secretan. That is the way in which I have always endeavoured to see it, but one can't get other people to look at the thing with the same largesse of view. There's my wife now, an admirable woman. Miss Challis was a great favourite of hers before the appearance of this child. She would have done anything for her. But since this baby came on the scene, my wife has turned quite against the poor girl, will hardly allow her name to be mentioned in her presence." "Well, that seems rather hard." "It is hard, but it is human nature. There are some sharp angles in human nature. It isn't all Hogarth's line of beauty. You see, this child made his appearance in a most mysterious way. If he had dropped from the moon, it couldn't have been more sudden, and we know no more about his origin than we do of a moonstone." "Then people have talked unpleasantly about Miss Challis, I infer." "They have, Mr. Secretan. There have been hard things said in the village with reference to that child. The village mind is coarse, and the village vocabulary is limited. Spades are called spades." "And your villagers can hatch a lie out of their foul imaginations," says Alexis, in a tone that quite startles the placable doctor. "I've always stood up for Miss Challis," he says. "I have always defended her." "I am sorry there should be any need for defence," replies Alexis sternly. "I am sorry the people of Dorley and its neighbourhood should be such savages and idiots as not to recognise purity when they see it. I've lived nearly 6 months under the roof that shelters Miss Challis, and if she is not pure and perfect among women, I have no power to recognise womanly purity and goodness." "Well, I'm entirely with you there, Mr. Secretan, yet I cannot help regretting that this child should ever have been brought here to occasion a scandal. There's a secret of some kind about his origin, and wherever there is a secret there is always food for slander. I am sorry because I know Miss Challis has suffered." "What? The slanders have reached her ears?" "Yes, on some occasions, and they have made her very unhappy." "Poor girl! Yet when I offered to adopt Trot, she would not hear of such a thing." "I dare say not. The little fellow has wound himself about her heart, no doubt. They were always a soft-hearted race, these Benfields. The old man has been an encourager of tramps and beggars. Too easy by half. It doesn't do, Mr. Secretan." "Benevolence? No, it seems a failure in this life." This conversation with the surgeon makes a strong impression upon Alexis. Instead of going downstairs to the sitting-room where Richard and Linda are expecting him, he remains in his own room all the afternoon, keeping the child for his companion. The little fellow will amuse himself for an hour together, playing about the room in his quiet little way, and perfectly happy. Alexis looks at him with infinite compassion. "Poor little waif! What is to be your fate in the years to come?" he asks himself. "You cannot always have the calm shelter of Dorley Mill. The day will come when you will have to go out into the world to fight the battle of life, nameless, perhaps friendless, unless I am living to befriend you. Poor child, I would give much to know your history, and yet there are questions I dare not ask. There's always the horrible doubt, the lurking fear that this village scandal may contain some grain of truth." He is disinclined for Linda's society that evening, and goes out at sunset for a solitary stroll, with no support but his cane. It is the first time he has walked without the help of Linda or Richard. He goes down to the willow-shaded path, contemplates the simple pastoral landscape in a thoughtful mood, scarcely seeing the objects he gazes at, and then strolls past that brief row of old-fashioned cottages which constitutes the village of Dorley. Some men are standing before the little public-house, and one of them seems considerably amused in a quiet way at the appearance of Alexis, pale and wan still, and leaning heavily on his cane. "He don't look up to much yet, do he?" says one of those village worthies when Alexis has passed, but before he is out of hearing. "No," says the man who grinned. "He looks a rare sight. Yon's the rich gentleman at the mill, Miss Chalice's new lovyer." "Who says he's her sweetheart?" asked the other. "Well, folks don't say it, maybe, but they knows it's pretty well, I should think." "That's the young woman that's got the 'dopted child," says the facetious man's friend. The humorist is a drunkard and ne'er-do-well who has been refused employment at the mill and is bitter against Mr. Benfield and his household. "'Dopted child," he says with his coarse laugh, raising his voice on purpose that Alexis may hear him. "There's many sech 'dopted children in these parts, but we calls 'em by another name. We calls 'em—" He has just time to utter a blasphemous adjective, but not the substantive that is to follow it, for the adjective is thrust back between his teeth, as it were, by a blow which strikes him on the mouth and seems to loosen every tooth in his head. It is astonishing how hard a weak man can hit when his arm is impelled by such passion as moves Alexis to-night. He staggers from the recoil of his own blow, and might fall were it not for a bystander's friendly arm stretched out to support him. "Sarve him right," says one of the sufferer's companions as he stands before them, a piteous object, pouring blood upon the dusty road, as in a libation to the Great Mother. "He didn't ought to have gone and said anything agin Miss Chalice. She be a good friend of the poor folks." The injured man growls out some threat about summonsing and the beak. "Summon me before whom you please," replies Alexis. "I shall think this evening's work cheap at £5. Alexis goes back to the mill, curiously moved by what has happened. "Why do I feel insult to her so keenly?" he asks himself. "Is it that she is more to me than I dare avow, even to my own heart? Is there peril for my future peace in this quiet home that has sheltered my sickness and pain? Your fault, Sybil, your fault. You have left your place to be occupied by another. Whatever evil befalls me is your work. Let it be my care that I bring no evil upon the good Samaritans who have succoured me in my weakness. Mr. Scalpel is right. I have no excuse for remaining at Dorley another day. But before I go, I would give much to learn the secret of that child's adoption. He is not a little enfeebled by his act of violence and the passion that accompanied it. His heart beats violently, and he is barely strong enough to get back to the mill, where he arrives in a state of extreme exhaustion, and so pale as to frighten Linda and Richard almost as much as if his ghost had returned instead of himself. "How ill you are looking, Mr. Secretan," says Linda anxiously, when she has arranged the pillows on his sofa and brought him a tumbler of claret and water. "You've been walking too fast, and alone." "I am sorry I look so ill," replies Alexis, "for Mr. Scalpel tells me I am quite well, and I am to go home tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "Yes, there's no excuse for my being a burden to you any longer." "You've never been a burden," answers Linda in a very low voice. Her face is hidden from Alexis, but not from Richard Plowden, who in their daily companionship has learned the meaning of that thoughtful countenance all too well. Chapter 37 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 37. Trot's History. Alexis wakes next morning with a throbbing head and a vague sense of trouble and regret. But upon the one question of his immediate return to the Grange, his mind is fixed. There shall be no further delay. He has been long enough at Dorley, perhaps too long for his peace. If anyone had told me last Christmas that my heart could ever beat one throb in the minute faster for any woman living except my wife, I should have given him the lie boldly enough. Is it gratitude, respect, affection that makes me think so much of my fair young nurse, and think it so hard a thing to part from her? Or is it a feeling that I am bound to stifle? I hardly know how to answer that question, even to myself. At worst, the sentiment is a mild one. Passion has no part in my love, if love it be. It is pure and reverent, and I will say no word that shall sully it. Yet I can but feel what new brightness might glorify my life if I were free to love this girl. He rises later than usual, and not before Trot has come to knock at his door and announce the hour. "Breakfast is ready for oo," says Trot. "Oo eggs is boiled. Trot found 'em in the hen house, Cotentina ones." Dear little Trot, how I shall miss that baby voice and those pretty baby ways, thinks Alexis. "Coming presently, Trot," he cries cheerily, and Trot makes his way downstairs rather noisily as he alights upon every stair with a jump. It is noon when Alexis goes down to breakfast, a radiant summer noon, and the first strawberries from the garden are upon the table, nestling among their aristocratic leaves. Linda is seated in her accustomed place by the window, her inexhaustible work-basket by her side. When she is not working for her grandfather or Trot, she's making clothes for the poorest among her neighbours. "You accused me of looking ill last night, Miss Challis," says Alexis as they shake hands, "and this morning I find you as pale as your lilies out yonder. What has happened to disturb you?" "I've been told what you did yesterday evening," answers Linda gravely. "What? My little escapade with one of your amiable neighbours?" cries Alexis lightly. "You don't mean to say that people have been talking of such a trifle as that? I think I taught the gentleman that it's bad manners to laugh at a sick man." "Was it for laughing at you that you struck him, Mr. Secretan?" asks Linda. "Certainly. My cadaverous looks provoked his mirth, and if I do resemble the knight of the rueful countenance, I don't choose to be laughed at before my face." "Oh, Mr. Secretan, I know all that was said by that man. Elizabeth has been in the village this morning, and people have told her all that happened. It was the slander against me which you resented. The old cruel slander which has pursued me ever since I took pity upon that desolate child." The tears roll slowly down her cheeks, but she wipes them hastily away and regains composure. She is not one of those women who wash out their grief in tears. "No one shall slander you in my presence, Miss Challis, and go unpunished. I'm sorry I let that foul-mouthed ruffian off so easily. And you do not believe you—" Her voice fails her, and again the unbidden tears start to her eyes. "I believe anything against you? No, Linda. But if you would trust me with your secret—" "I have no secret," replies Linda, with a frank, steady look, more convincing than a world of protestation. "I have shrunk from talking to you of that dear little fellow's history, only because it is a very sad one, and because the scandal which he has brought upon us has made the subject particularly painful to me. I should have been weak and cowardly if I had consented to part with my little darling, just because people are wicked enough to speak evil of me. But I am not so brave as to endure their slander without pain. I have suffered deeply. Tell me all, I entreat you. I think I love that child almost as well as you do. He's about the age my own son would have been had he lived, the son I never saw. That sounds curious, does it not? But the history of my marriage is a very painful one, Miss Challis, though I thank God it has no element of disgrace, and Here he falters a little, as if the words he has to speak were somewhat difficult to say. I still have the hope of reunion with my wife. He may have some motive for speaking of Sybil today, though she's been very little in his thoughts of late. Tell me all about Trot's birth. Let me see you begin your breakfast first. It's rather a long story. I am all attention. It was about the end of March 3 years ago when I first saw Trot. It was a bleak afternoon, windy and cold. I had gone out to the front garden to look for the first wallflowers, when I saw a woman leaning against the railings for support. I did not see at first that she had a baby in her arms. It was so hidden by an old sealskin jacket. I asked her if she was ill, and she said yes, she was ill and tired. She had walked all the way from Winchester. I asked her to come in the porch and rest. She came in and had hardly seated herself when she fainted and would have fallen if I had not managed to support her in my arms. Then the baby began to cry, and I saw him for the first time. Such a tiny thing. Fortunately, I was accustomed to young babies from having visited a good deal among our cottagers. And you took them in, mother and child, and sheltered and nourished them? What else could I do? Elizabeth and I soon discovered that the poor creature was starving. She'd been living on penny rolls for the last fortnight, ever since she had left the workhouse where her baby was born. Yes, that sounds dreadful, doesn't it? Our darling Trot was born in Winchester Union. Dreadful indeed from a society's point of view. What kind of person was the mother? I can hardly tell you. She was very ill when we took her in, worn and wasted to a mere shadow. She must have been very pretty when she was happy and well, but her beauty was all gone. She was very reserved, and though I tried to win her confidence, she would tell me nothing about herself, what she had been in the past, or what she hoped to be in the future. She seemed very unhappy, and though she was evidently fond of her baby, he seemed rather to add to her unhappiness. I felt that her story must be a very sorrowful one. And you pitied her? With all my heart. One day, when she had been with us about a week and was beginning to get a little better and stronger, I asked her if she had any home to go to. She'd been talking about leaving us in a day or two. Yes, she said she had a home, and she was going to it, but she did not know what to do with her baby. There were reasons why she could not take the baby home. And then she asked me if I knew any honest woman in the village who would take care of the child for a year or two, and trust her to sending payment for its maintenance regularly after her return home. I told her that I was afraid none of our own villagers would take the responsibility of a stranger's child. They would want to know who and what she was before they trusted her. Of course, I said this as kindly as I could. "As if you could be anything but kind," exclaims Alexis. After this, I could see she was very much disturbed in her mind. She sat with the baby in her lap, crying over it in a fretful way, and she was evidently in great trouble, and chiefly about the baby. I don't know how it was, but just then there came into my mind the thought of all I had ever heard about wretched women killing their children. I thought of this poor creature wandering about the country, penniless, friendless, with a wailing infant in her arms, and how in some dreadful hour, wandering by the side of a river, the temptation might come to her to drown this sweet, innocent little thing, which, even in its unconsciousness, seemed to cling to me and to be happier in my arms than in its mother's. Doubtless infants, like the lower animals, have an instinct that tells them when they are beloved, remarks Alexis. If my grandfather would only let me keep your child, I said, at which she burst into tears again and threw her arms round my neck and entreated me to take care of the little one and promised me all kinds of rewards by and by, when fortune smiled upon her. I told her I wanted no reward except the delight of making the little fellow happy and teaching him to love me. I thought very little of the responsibility I was assuming, I'm afraid. It seemed scarcely more to me than if I was offering to take care of another kitten to add to our family of pets. What did your grandfather say to the idea? Bless his kind heart, he never refused me anything in his life. He was rather against the notion at first, and he asked me if I had considered what a burden we should be taking upon ourselves, and what we were to do with the baby when it grew up. A baby's easy to keep, he said. A quart of new milk, more or less, won't hurt us, but what shall we do when he's a big fellow and wants schooling? He can go to the mill and work for his living, I said. Not if you bring him up as a pet and plaything, said grandfather. He'll be too good for the mill. And you had your way? Yes, I couldn't get that idea about the river out of my mind, and I was determined the unhappy mother shouldn't take the baby away. So I talked to my 2-year-old grandfather into giving his consent, and he promised to adopt the child. The poor creature went down on her knees to me when I told her I would take care of her baby, but she was not any more inclined to confide in me than she had been at the very first, and 2 days afterwards she insisted upon leaving us, though I begged her to stay till she was stronger and better able to travel. She was resolute, so I gave her a couple of sovereigns, all the money I had of my own, and patched up her clothes a little. She was dreadfully shabby, poor thing, and at daybreak one morning she left us to walk to Winchester, where she was to take the parliamentary train to London. You're sure she was going to London? That's what she told me, and she was anxious to get to Winchester in time for the London train. She did not even tell you her name? No. I might give you a false name, she said, but what would be the use of that? If I live, and things prosper with me, you shall know all about me some day. Well, that was vague, says Alexis. Did she wear a wedding ring? Yes, but she told me that it was one she had bought for a penny. I sold the real one to buy bread, she said. And she left her child without showing any grief? No, just at the last she broke down, clasped him to her breast, and cried over him bitterly. Have you heard nothing of her since that time? I've had no actual communication, but I have received 3 £10 notes at intervals, each in a bank envelope posted in London. I put the money into the savings bank for my darling. And the envelopes, you kept them, I suppose? No. They were directed in a cramped, unformed hand, like that of a very common person. I cannot think it was the writing of Trot's mother, yet I feel sure the money must have come from her. There was nothing written inside the envelope? Not a word. The banknote was wrapped in a blank sheet of paper. Provoking, exclaims Alexis. I would give a great deal to know more about Trot's origin. His name of Trot, by the way, how did he come by that? It's only a pet name which my grandfather gave him when he first began to walk and was always trotting about the house. He was christened William after my grandfather, who stood for him. We had him christened the week after his mother left us. Poor little Trot. But for you he might have been left outside the fold. Poor little Trot, born in a workhouse, abandoned by his mother, fatherless, nameless. Well, Miss Challis, his schooling shall never trouble you or your grandfather. We'll send him to Winchester when he's old enough, and to Oxford after, and make a man of him. That shall be my duty, and it may be some small return for all the care you and your worthy grandfather have bestowed upon me. You are too good. Believe me, we need no recompense. No more did the Good Samaritan. How long is it, by the way, since you received the last banknote? Not more than 2 months ago. It came while you were very ill. I thank you most sincerely for having told me this story. I am deeply interested in Trot, deeply moved by your goodness to him. It is a hard thing that such an act of divine charity should have brought sorrow upon you. It makes me detest your innocent rustics. Don't blame them. It arises out of their ignorance. No, cries Alexis sternly. Chapter 38 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 38. Gaining Time. Not long does Mr. Pilgrim content himself with undeclared and silent homage. The day comes, too soon for Sybil, when he opens the floodgates of his passion. He's a very different wooer from the honest-minded English gentleman, Sir Wilfrid Cardinal, and Sybil finds her position more painful than it has ever been yet. He follows her into the garden one June evening after dinner, when twilight is creeping over Redcastle, purpling the foliage in Sir John Boldero's park, and spreading a faint grey shadow over the brilliant flower beds on Mr. Trenchard's lawn. "Why always avoid me?" asks Joel tenderly, as Sybil quickens her pace at his coming. "I think the reason is obvious," she says. She has constrained herself to be civil to him since that remonstrance of her uncle's, but tonight the tenderness of his tone, its oily smoothness, its hypocritical sweetness, irritates her beyond all bearing. "You mean that my presence is disagreeable to you?" "You may construe my remark in that way if you please. I may respect you as my uncle's friend, but you really give me a little too much of your society for me to value you on your own account." "But it is on my own account that I seek to be valued, Sybil. A fig for the respect you pay your uncle's friends. Give me love for love, truth for truth." "Love?" she echoes scornfully. "Yes, love. Am I so revolting a person that the word sounds obnoxious from my lips? Yes, Sybil, love. You know that I can love you devotedly, passionately, with the kind of love that can conquer obstacles and win its wish in spite of all opposing influences. There is nothing to oppose me but your own obdurate heart. Your uncle's most ardent desire is that you should be my wife." "You've worried him into expressing such a desire," replies Sybil, "but I do not believe that it is really his wish. His ardent desire before you came here was that I should marry Sir Wilfrid Cardinal." "Sir Wilfrid Cardinal has no claim upon your uncle's affection, can never be to him what I am." "Whatever you may be to my uncle, I only know that the effect of your presence has been to alter him strangely for the worse. There's been no happiness in this house since you have lived in it." Happily for Sybil, she does not see the vindictive look, a look of wrath that is almost deadly, which Joel Pilgrim turns upon her after this speech. Her eyes are fixed on the shadowy line of woodland which shuts out the world beyond Sir John Boldero's park. Joel takes time before replying to these uncomplimentary remarks, and his voice, when he does reply, has all its familiar blandness, that oily smoothness which is so hateful to Sybil. "Why do you say these hard things to me, Sybil?" he asks. "Is it to prove my love, to test my forbearance, and gauge the depth of my devotion by my power to endure your insults?" "I have no wish to insult you," replies Sybil, feeling that she has gone a little too far, and that this scene may be used to her disadvantage with her uncle. "We might be good friends if you would only leave me alone. I do not interfere with you. I am not jealous of your influence with my uncle. Why do you follow me about and persecute me with attentions which, as I have candidly told you, are disagreeable to me? Why does the sunflower turn to the sun? I follow you because I love you, and because I have sworn to win love for love." "That you will never do." "Yes, Sybil, love will come by and by with time and custom, when you are my wife." "That day will never dawn." "Yes, it will, Sybil. You've played your cards too well to throw up the game just at the last, when you are close upon winning. Come, we will abandon poetical similes and lovers' talk, and settle the subject like a man and woman of the world. With all your sweetness, there is a touch of worldly wisdom about you, Sybil. We will speak plainly. You have set your heart upon inheriting your uncle's fortune, a prize worth winning, I grant, a diamond not to be found in every mine. You've wound yourself about the old man's heart, and have made yourself dear to him. You stand a good chance of being heiress to that incalculable wealth. But I come upon the scene, an adventurer, you think perhaps, and one who seeks to deprive you of that vast inheritance. You are wrong, Sybil. I have never schemed to inherit Stephen Trenchard's fortune, but he and I have certain business relations, and he is necessary to me. He is fond of me, too, after his own fashion, just as he is fond of you. And he has made up his mind that we two shall be one. If you thwart that desire, you hazard his favour. Nay, I will go so far as to say that I know your refusal to gratify this wish would lead him to alter his will." "And you know that he's made a will in my favour?" cries Sybil, betrayed into a question which, after a moment's reflection, she feels ashamed at having asked of this man most of all. "Yes," replies Mr. Pilgrim deliberately. "I know that Stephen Trenchard has bequeathed the bulk of his fortune to you. Nay, I may go so far as to say his entire fortune. Your sisters will be disappointed, I fear, but you have made yourself the favourite, you see." "And he is soon to die," reflects Sybil. "If I offend him now by absolutely refusing to marry this man, I shall lose all. If I can gain time, a very little time perhaps, all will be mine." "Give me your answer, Sybil," pleads Joel. "I'm ready to forgive all the cruel things you've said. A woman's hard words signify but little. Tell me that you will be my own sweet wife, and that I may go back to India by and by with a fair princess from the West, fairer than a dream to Indian eyes. Give me hope, Sybil." "Give me time," replies Sybil. "I have told you that I do not understand you, that the idea of your affection is at present most painful to me. Give me time to overcome what is perhaps an unworthy prejudice on my part. I would make any possible sacrifice to please my uncle, who's been very good to me. With time, perhaps, so be it," says Joel, offering her his hand. that small, cold hand, whose touch she so much dislikes. Shake hands upon that, my princess. I will wait. You have no idea how patient I can be if I see my way clear to the end. Let fortune say to me such or such a prize is there for you to win, and I will win it. I will win you, my love, if conquest lies within the limits of the possible. And you will not torment me with attentions which only increase your prejudice against me. No, Sybil, I will sink the lover and be only the man of the world. I will say to myself, my love knows that it is in her interest to overcome her distaste for me, that to refuse my hand is to throw away fortune. I have only to be patient. All good things come to him who can wait, like yonder moon, which pierces that summer cloud and shines upon some belated traveller just when the way seemed darkest. Come, Sybil, let us go back to our dear uncle, my uncle as well as yours, by and by. The dew is falling, and your English compounds, or gardens as you call them, are so damp. They go back to the drawing-room, where Stephen Trenchard sits reading by a brilliant Carcel lamp, and the look which Sybil turns upon him is perhaps the most awful look that has ever scrutinized his face, for it is the gaze of one who watches for the tokens of death. Is that true which they all say? She wondered despairingly. Is the forecast shadow of the dark end upon his face already? Does that greyish tinge which overspreads the sallower tint beneath mean only the slow advance of age, or is it the awful hue of swift approaching death? She cannot tell. He is so fitful in his health and spirits, feeble to helplessness today, full of restless activity tomorrow. He looks up from his newspaper as they enter the garden. Well, young people, have you been enjoying the moonlight? Yes, we've had a pleasant stroll, the pleasantest I have had since I came to England. I never saw a moonrise that shone upon such content as I feel tonight, answers Joel. Sybil tries not to shudder too obviously. Shall I read to you, uncle? She asks, feeling that even the money article will be better than love-like speeches from the lips of Joel Pilgrim. No, my dear. I have finished my Times. You and Joel can play chess. It is a game of skill in which Joel excels and which Sybil utterly detests. He has taught her to play just tolerably, and she would rather play chess with him, the game engaging all his faculties and exercising all his cunning, than hear him talk. So she takes her place at the board submissively, and Joel's tawny hands arrange the stately carven images, castles on elephants, Indian potentates for kings, Indian warriors for pawns, and Brahmins for bishops. For a little while, after this interview in the garden, Sybil's life is more endurable, for Mr. Pilgrim's attentions are less marked. He does not follow her from room to room so persistently as he did before his declaration. He allows her to ride alone, horsemanship being an exercise which he cordially dislikes. She has leisure in which to brood upon the difficulties that hem her in, and calculate upon the hour which will bring her release. But this period of repose does not last long. One morning her uncle sends Podmore to summon her to his study. She finds him seated at his table, which is littered with papers and letters, and before him lies that oblong volume which she saw on the night after the races through the glass door, and which she supposes to be a ledger. Joel Pilgrim stands by the window, very serious of aspect, his tawny countenance a shade paler than usual. I have sent for you to discuss a very important subject, Sybil, begins Mr. Trenchard, one that is vital to you and Joel. Yes, Uncle Stephen, she answers falteringly, feeling as if she were expected to reply in some wise. Sit down, my dear. We may have much to say to each other." And Sybil sinks into the nearest chair, dreading to hear the rest. The last mail has brought Joel some unpleasant, I should say rather unexpected, news about his business in Calcutta. He'll have to return to India almost immediately. Joel gnaws his nether lip and turns his face away from the speaker, perhaps to hide that vindictive look in eye and lip. Sybil's heart beats furiously, but her agitation is full of joy. Heaven has sent her a reprieve. Her tormentor is obliged to depart. There will be an end of that hateful question about marriage. "Yes, my dear, our poor Joel has to return to Calcutta by the next steamer, or the first steamer that he can be ready for, and he does not want to go back alone. You understand, Sybil." Very ghastly is the change in Sybil's face as she looks at her uncle, struck speechless by this sudden revulsion from gladness to despair. "You understand, my dear?" repeats Stephen Trenchard. "No, indeed, uncle." "You've promised to be Joel's wife." "No, uncle, I gave no promise," she falters with white lips. "I only said that I would try to like him better, that—" "Bah! That's a girl's vague way of putting it. You women always beat about the bush. Joel looks upon it as a promise, and so do I. It is a settled thing. You and Joel are to be man and wife, thus fulfilling the dearest wish of my heart as Joel's oldest friend and your nearest kinsman. By this means you will mutually enjoy all I have to bequeath. In a word, I've set my heart upon this marriage, Sybil, and it cannot take place too soon. Joel's recall to India is the reason why it should take place immediately. Joel will lose no time in obtaining the license. Let me see, this is Tuesday. When does the next Peninsular and Oriental leave Southampton, Joel? On Monday. Good. You can be married on Saturday. You can go to York for the license this afternoon, Joel. But Uncle Stephen, so soon. In a few days, it's impossible. Nonsense, child. Nothing is impossible to men of business like Joel and me. We have managed more difficult things than this in our time, haven't we, Joel? A sardonic laugh is Joel's only answer. Persistent as he has been in his wooing, his air this morning is not exactly suggestive of delight or of that entrancement which should belong to triumphant love. But you are so ill, uncle, I could not leave you. I am flattered by the affectionate thought, but I am not so ill as you suppose, and the idea that I have made you and Joel happy will be better than medicine. My trousseau, uncle, my outfit, to go to India at a few days' notice, I assure you that anyone would tell you it is impossible. Anyone might tell me any absurdity, but I should not be obliged to believe them. Do not let us have any more young lady-like objections, Sybil. The matter is settled. Joel will go to York by the 2:00 train, and I will write to Mr. Casabel to give notice of the wedding on Saturday. As to trousseau, as you call it, you must have finery enough to last your lifetime, I should think, judging from the length of your bill at Carmichael's. And now go, my dear. Joel and I have business matters to discuss for the next half hour. Joel, salute your bride. Mr. Pilgrim intercepts Sybil at the door and takes her hand. He draws her towards him as if about to kiss her on the lips, but there is something in her look so repellent, nay, so abhorrent, that even his audacity is checked. He falls back a little and raises her hand to his lips, and with this ceremonious salutation lets her go. You are not a very warm lover, Joel, says Stephen Trenchard with a sneer when the door is closed upon his niece. The sun of the tropics doesn't seem to have fused much of its fire into your veins. You see me at a disadvantage, replies the other, seating himself at the table. and examining one of those numerous documents with a moody attentiveness that suggests trouble. "The girl hates me." "And you hate the girl, is that it?" "No, I think her one of the loveliest women I ever saw, a prize worth winning at some cost of self-abasement. But her detestation for me is a little too obvious, and I must confess that I'm somewhat less eager to win her than I was a few weeks ago." "Before I made certain confidences, Joel?" "Never mind. I told you I would make her marry you, and you see I mean to keep my word. Loving or loathing will make very little difference to you, I take it. You will know how to make her obey you. You will have a pretty wife to uphold your position in Calcutta, a good card to play always where fools abound as they do in the city of palaces, and you will have the handling of my fortune." "I ought to be grateful," replies Joel, coldly, with his eyes still bent upon a column of figures. "And now, Joel, let us be businesslike. I think you will confess that I have gone into your affairs thoroughly this morning. There's been no impatience. I have not been betrayed into one angry word. But I have arrived at a conclusion, and I shall abide by it." "And that is?" "I must have £10,000 from you between this and Saturday at 9 a.m, just 2 hours before your wedding, or else what?" "The house of Pilgrim and Company will go down like a vessel that breaks her back, straight to the bottom, Joel." "It's quite impossible. Not to a man of business, Joel. To great generals and clear-headed commercial men there is nothing impossible. We only print the word in our dictionaries for the weak and brainless portion of humanity." "It is not to be done." "It is to be done, and it must be done," retorts Stephen Trenchard, bringing down his clenched fist upon the open ledger. £10,000 in hard cash, Joel, a drop out of the ocean, a brand from the burning. Borrow it, raise it how or where you can, among your English connections, but understand I must have it on Saturday morning, or before Saturday afternoon I shall have telegraphed to my solicitors in Calcutta, and the house of Pilgrim will be doomed." "After all the money I have earned for you in the past?" "That past is long gone by, Joel. It is the pluperfect. You have been sucking my blood like a vampire for the last 3 years, and you have left me Chapter 39 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 39. At Bay. It is evening. Stephen Trenchard has retired to his room immediately after dinner, looking wan and wearied, worn out perhaps by that interview with Joel Pilgrim in the study. Sybil has offered to go to his room and read to him, and has had her offer refused. "I'm tired, my dear, and want sleep if I can get it. But that seems harder for me to obtain now than for a pauper to get gold. One would think the voice of doom had cried out to me as it cried to Macbeth, 'Sleep no more.'" "Macbeth was a murderer, uncle. You should not compare yourself to him." "No, I've never dipped my hands in blood. I've used the world pretty much as it has used me, I believe. Give and take." Sybil is alone in a small sitting-room adjoining her bedroom. A pretty little room, which Mr. Trenchard has allowed her to appropriate to herself, and which she has adorned with various elegant trifles from the Redcastle shops. books, engravings, statuettes, the things that women love. Here she sits tonight, a prey to something very near despair. She is now completely hemmed in. Only 2 modes of escape lie before her. The first, and more obvious, is flight. She can leave Lancaster Lodge. There is no constraint upon her. She's free to go away, penniless as when she came, leaving fortune behind her. The second, and more hazardous alternative, is to prevail upon Joel Pilgrim to abandon his design, to induce him, of his own accord, to give up the idea of marriage until he is able to return from Calcutta. 10 o'clock strikes, and soon afterwards she hears the bell at the lodge entrance, and then wheels grinding over the gravel, and she knows that Mr. Pilgrim has returned with the license. She has breathed more freely during his absence, and his return seems to bring an atmosphere of trouble and perplexity into the house. Will he come to her, or send for her to tell her that his hateful errand has been successfully accomplished? She sits listening for his detested footstep. The ears of hate are as keen as those of love, and she knows that footfall only too well. Yes, there it comes along the carpeted corridor, slow and stealthy. The jungle tigers walk like that, I dare say, thinks Sybil. Joel opens the door softly and comes in. The dull yellow of his complexion is relieved by a crimson flush on the smooth cheeks. His black eyes glitter with an unaccustomed light. Mr. Pilgrim has dined more generously than usual at York, and has refreshed himself with soda and brandy more than once during the homeward journey. He is altogether a different man from that Joel Pilgrim who recoiled from Sybil this morning, abashed by her coldness. "I saw the light in your window, my pretty one," he says, seating himself at the table where Sybil is reading, and drawing his chair close to hers, "and I knew where to find you." "Hadn't you better go downstairs and order some supper, Mr. Pilgrim? It's nearly 11 o'clock, and the house will be going to bed almost immediately." "Let the house go to Gehenna," exclaims Joel. "I want nothing it can give me. I want only to see your lovely eyes, Sybil, to hear your sweet voice, and to claim the kiss you denied me this morning. Look here," taking a paper from his breast pocket. "The Archbishop of York has given me permission to make you my wife. The knot is to be tied next Saturday. In 4 days, Sybil. Only 4 days. You who have been so cruel, you who have held me aloof so long, will be all my own. Yes, Sybil. You who have pretended to hate me—" "Pretended!" cries Sybil, with an angry flash from her dark eyes. "My hatred has been very real." "Well, I'm glad of that. They say extremes meet. It will be an easy transition from hatred to love. Both are fiery passions. It is your lukewarm indifference that can never be kindled into affection." "Now is the time," thinks Sybil. "If I am to make an appeal to his forbearance, his pity, his self-interest, I can but try him." "Mr. Pilgrim," she begins falteringly. "What a formal mode of addressing your affianced lover, the man who has his marriage license in his pocket." "I can call you by no other name," she answers. "I'm going to be more candid tonight than I have ever been. You may betray my confidence, perhaps ruin me with my uncle. I cannot help it. Between you, you have driven me to bay." "Very cruel of us," murmurs Joel, leaning back in his chair, looking at her with an admiring smile. She's very lovely in her agitation. Cheeks faintly flushed, eyes brilliant, parted lips of carnation. Her suffering moves him not a jot. You've seen how I've striven to avoid you. You've put my avoidance down to hatred, and this perhaps has galled your pride. You've felt a natural anger against me, and you've resolved to win me in order to revenge yourself upon my insolence. A very subtle way of putting the case. No, Sybil, I resolved to win you because you are lovely and I love you. I need no stronger reasons than those two. You could not be determined to make me miserable unless I had provoked your anger. Forgive me for my seeming hatred to you. It was not really hatred of you, but love for another. My heart has long been given to another. I pledged myself to be faithful to him to the end of my life, no matter what obstacles might intervene to keep us asunder. There are reasons why I can never tell my uncle of this engagement, reasons why I must keep it faithfully in spite of the world. No reason can stand against the Archbishop's license and the fact that you and I are to be married on Saturday, replies Joel with the same insolent smile, the smile of a schemer who has brought his plot to a triumphant issue. Sybil has one argument still to offer, the strongest. You tell me that my uncle has made a will in my favour, that he will leave me all his fortune, she says. Yes, that is a settled thing. You heard him say that we were to have his wealth. You and I. I did. And we can share it. Share it honourably and equally, without the hateful tie which would bring us nothing but misery. Release me from this entanglement, Mr. Pilgrim. Tell my uncle that you would rather defer our marriage until you return from Calcutta. He is not likely to see that day. Do this, and I will pledge myself in any way that you may consider most binding. I will sign any document you choose to put before me, engaging myself to deliver over to you half my uncle's fortune, whatever it may be, the day I become possessed of it. A very liberal and businesslike offer, exclaims Joel with a quiet sneer, which freezes all hope. It is so pitiless, but I would rather have the pretty wife and the whole of the fortune, as by the existing arrangement I shall. Of course, I shall knock off a handsome sum for pin money. Your uncle hints that your tastes are somewhat extravagant, and Calcutta is not a place to teach economy. I shall not be a severe husband, and I shall like to see my wife the queen of taste and fashion. Sybil sits with her hands clasped on the table before her, unhearing, unheeding. She has made her last appeal, and she might as usefully have made it to stone. There is nothing for her now but flight. Yes, one alternative. She may confess all to Stephen Trenchard. Tell him that she has been an impostor, that she has duped him into giving her his affection, that the wealth he has bequeathed to her will be shared by the son of his unforgiven foe. No hope lies that way. She has played her desperate game to the last, and she must throw up the cards. Once resolved, courage and calmness return together. She glances at the Swiss toy clock on the chimney-piece. 11 o'clock, Mr. Pilgrim, and I am very tired. I really must wish you good night. She rises, gathers together her dainty fancy work, closes her book, and holds out her hand to Joel Pilgrim. But there is more of his native sunshine in Mr. Pilgrim's veins tonight than there was at noon today, and he is not to be satisfied with so cold a salutation from his affianced bride. You refused me my kiss this morning, Sybil. I must exercise my privilege tonight. His arm is round her. He tries to draw her towards him, but that slim form recoils from him as from something more hateful than death. "Do not touch me," exclaims Sybil in a voice that is scarcely above a whisper. You cannot guess how much I would dare to escape such pollution. Look at this," taking a small glass phial from her pocket and holding it up before him. "Do you know what this is? Sure and instant death. I would rather this should pass my lips than that your lips should touch them." "I did not know you were a member of the Borgia family, or that such delightful customs prevailed among young ladies in England," says Mr. Pilgrim, letting her go, and contemplating her excited countenance with a gloomy look. "But perhaps you are only playing with me, and that bottle of yours contains one of those homeopathic preparations so fashionable nowadays, a globule of poison diluted with a gallon of water." "It contains prussic acid, which I took from my uncle's surgery a few days ago, so that I might have one resource against all evils, even the horror of your touch." "Not very complimentary to the man who is to be your husband next Saturday." "Don't be foolish, Sibyl. Give me that bottle and let me throw it under the grate." "No, you shall not take it from me," exclaimed Sibyl, clenching her hand upon the phial so tightly that it would need some exercise of Mr. Pilgrim's brute force to take it from her. "Keep it, then," he cries savagely. "Keep it, and reconcile yourself to all the evil it may do you. You are a heartless and unreasonable woman, and deserve to suffer for your folly. Keep your deadly poison, but remember your English proverb, which tells you that it is dangerous to play with edged tools. And so good night, Miss Faunthorpe. I'm afraid I shall have a vixen for a wife, and get the worst of it in our domestic quarrels." Thus, with a sneer, he leaves her. "No resource," murmurs Sibyl, "none but flight, or—" She looks at the little bottle, full of a colour. Chapter 40 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 40. On the Threshold of a Discovery. Alexis goes back to Treshold Grange, and resumes the even tenor of his life, a prosperous country gentleman, with very little to occupy him, and plenty of leisure in which to muse upon destiny, and dream of the things that might have been. The hunting season has long been over. It is the time of roses, and he has no temptation to endanger his neck upon Bayard again just yet awhile. He rides his steady little brown mare in the shady roads and lanes around Treshold, while Bayard stretches his noble limbs in the home paddock and gathers strength for the crisp, clear days of October and the chill mists of November. It is a pleasant life, but an idle one, and a thought too lonely. True that there is plenty of society in the neighbourhood, and Mr. Secretan of Treshold is popular, but life cannot be a succession of dinner parties, and Alexis has little inclination for croquet and garden parties, archery, fancy fairs, and any of those small amusements which beguile the long days of a country summer. The two young men have scarcely returned to the Grange when Richard Plowden declares that he must go home. "I've been with you nearly a year, Alexis," he says. "I'm sure you must be sick of my society." "When I'm sure, be sure I'll let you know about it, Dick," answers the other, laughing. "You're the best company in the world to me, for you're a kind of second self. I can talk to you as I talk to no one else. You know all my secrets." "All of them?" asks Dick, gravely. "Yes, Dick, all. Or if there is a vague, undeveloped thought or dream I've not shared with you, it has not been for want of confidence in your fidelity." "I believe that," replies Dick, deeply moved, "but I must go home all the same. This kind of life is all very well for a short time, but it can't go on. It would spoil me for the rough workaday world." "Let it spoil you, Dick. Why should you ever go back to the workaday world? You are my adopted brother, as dear to me as if we had slept in the same cradle, or lain in the same mother's arms. My home is yours, my income yours, and if fate cuts me off untimely, you will not find yourself unprovided for. Your mother is happy with her lodgers and her housekeeping, to say nothing of the fernery, which she tells you has flourished under her care. Why talk of leaving me, Dick?" "You are too good, and I am more grateful than any words of mine can tell, but I must go all the same." "You're not happy with me, Dick?" "I've been most happy with you." "Have been. That means you're not happy now. It is you who are tired of my company. That long illness of mine wore you out. You had too much of me at Dorley Mill." At the name of Dorley Mill, spasm of pain passes across Richard Plowden's face, so faint that it might have escaped a less watchful observer than Alexis. But Alexis is sorely puzzled by Dick's desire to leave him, and is watchful of his friend's countenance. "Too much of your company? No, Alexis. You know that your company is like the wine of life for me. And yet you persist in leaving me. There must be some reason." "There is a reason, one that I can never tell you. A foolish reason, but strong enough to send me away from Treshold. And the roses, and the ferns, and all those bright things of summer you love so well. You, to whom the hills and woods and wandering streams are new. You would exchange all the pleasures of the country for the Brompton Road and the ever-flowing stream of many-coloured omnibuses, the cry of the hawker, the reek of the ham and beef shop, the glare of the gin palace. The reason must be a strong one, Dick. It is as strong as fate. And you will not trust me with it? I cannot tell you my reasons. You would laugh at me, despise me. Try me, Dick. Suppose I can guess your secret." "Oh, no, cries Dick with alarm. "Those days at Dorley Mill, when my broken ribs were slowly knitting themselves together again, peaceful, happy days, were they not, Dick? That quaint Elizabethan homestead seems more like home to both of us than this good old house of mine. It had the atmosphere of home, which this has not. There's no such thing as a home without the presence of a woman. We were very happy in a tranquil, sleepy fashion at Dorley, weren't we, Dick?" "Very happy," answers Dick, looking down at an open book, the leaves of which he turns over recklessly as if looking for one particular passage. "And now I begin to fear that Dorley Mill was an unlucky ace for both of us. Neither of us came away heart whole." "Alex," cries Dick, looking up. "No, have confidences, old friend. You see, I am not afraid to trust you. Such a confession comes amiss from me, you think? From me, who am bound fast by an old tie, which, if the marriage could be broken by a wife's unkindness, might well have been cancelled for me last December, when I stood before that mercenary wife of mine and pleaded the cause of love against money. Do not be alarmed, Dick. I am not going to sophisticate. The old tie is binding, and the old bond shall be honoured, though it should keep me a lonely man for the rest of my days. But I may be forgiven if I have had my dream of what might have been, if I have thought how fair and perfect my life might be made in this good old home of mine, were I but free to seek Linda Challis for my wife." "Yes," murmurs Dick, "I thought so." "You thought that I was human, Dick, and that it was not easy for me to feel all the sweetness of Linda's society, to be sheltered and cherished by her kindness, to know that I owed my life to her patient tenderness, and withhold my heart from her altogether. My heart went out to her, Dick, unawares, but By not so much as a word or look did I ever betray my secret. I woke one day to a full knowledge of my peril, and the next day I left Dorley Mill." "You acted nobly," cries Dick, clasping his friend's hand. "Yes, I suspected the truth, and it made my own thoughts all the more bitter. How could she think of me? What a worm I must seem to her beside you." "She shall think of you, Dick. She shall learn to know your noble heart, your talents, your love of all that is lofty and lovely in life. She shall learn to understand you and appreciate you as I do. Trust to time, Dick, and me. It shall be my task to win her for you." "Impossible," sighs Dick. "She's won already, and not by me." "Silence, Dick. There is treason against her in such an insinuation. She knew that I was married. She must have known it at the last, but I am not quite sure that she knew it at first, unless anything you said when you woke from your delirium may have enlightened her. I don't think, somehow, that she did know it. Remember, you were a perfect stranger to her. You came to Dorley Mill as if you had dropped from the clouds. How could she know anything of your domestic history, which has only been whispered amongst your neighbours?" "Well, you might have told her my painful story, Dick." "It was not my business. It would have been an impertinence in me to gabble about your affairs. I felt assured that you would tell her." "Why should I do so, Dick? I am not a coxcomb. I foresaw no peril to myself in my association with that sweet girl. Still less did I imagine danger to her. I accepted all her bounties as if she had been verily a ministering angel, lent to this lower world for a little while to be my comfort. Upon my word, Dick, I think there is a spice of folly or unconscious jealousy perhaps in your notion that I am any more to Miss Challish than the traveller who fell by the wayside." "I can read her face," answers Dick sorrowfully, "and it has told me her secret." Alexis is moved by this conviction of Richard Plowden's, for so little he could be glad. He sees the fair young face, the bended brow, the soft eyes which have so often avoided his own. Dare he interpret those signs, those little looks which he remembers so well, as the tokens of a hidden passion? Dare he suffer himself to believe that while Linda Challice ministered to him, pity grew to love in her heart, as gratitude widened into love in his? The thought that it is so can bring him nothing but sorrow. Yet he finds himself encouraging the fancy notwithstanding. "I am a weak fool, Dick," he cries at last, after pacing the firelit library for some time. "And you ought not to say these things to me. Linda Challice does know that I have a wife. She learnt it directly from my own lips, but only on the morning before I left Dorley. But she shall know all my wretched story. She shall know that I deserve her pity, though I dare not ask for her love. I am bound to pay one more visit to Dorley Mill, if it is only to repeat my thanks for all her goodness to me. I will go to-morrow. I have ordered a little present for her from London, which I think she will like." "She is not a girl to care for presents," says Dick. "You sulky old bear. Women love souvenirs and keepsakes." "Yes, when they love the giver." "You know that shabby silver watch she wears?" "It was her father's," growls Dick. "He wore it to the day of his death, or had it under his pillow on his deathbed. He died in Rome, you know, in something like impoverished circumstances. I dare say he had a fine gold hunter when his pictures were the fashion." "Poor fellow! It was his watch, was it? Then I'm afraid Miss Challice won't care for the one I've bought her." Alexis takes a neat little morocco case out of a drawer in the library table, a dainty case lined with white velvet, on which reposes the most fascinating of watches, about the size of a florin. The case is dark purple enamel, with Linda's monogram in pearls, and round the watch is coiled a slender gold chain set with pearls. "Rather too pretty for a miller's granddaughter," says Dick. but I've no doubt she'll be pleased. Did you buy anything for Mr. Benfield?" "Yes, Dick, I didn't forget the miller." And from another drawer Alexis produces a splendid meerschaum pipe. The old gentleman can smoke his tobacco in that when he sits by the fire after supper. "I don't suppose it will draw as well as its clay," murmurs Dick. The drawing-room at the Grange seems more than usually empty that evening when the two young men leave the dining-table. It is a wet night, and they lack the amusement which the gardens and stable-yard afford them in fine weather. Alexis has read all the magazines and newspapers, and is hardly in the humour for serious literature, although all his favourite authors, newly bound and newly arranged upon the shelves in the library, invite him to study. His mind is disturbed, he knows not why. He takes up a volume of Tennyson from the table and turns the leaves idly till he comes to that exquisite poem called Love and Duty. This he reads aloud, Richard Plowden listening intently. "That was written by a man, Dick," he says when he has finished. "Byron worshipper as I am, I confess that there is more stamina in that than in all Childe Harold's wailing against destiny. But then Byron died in the flower of his manhood. We know not what noble fruit the tree might have borne had it grown to maturity. Byron never came to the age at which Scott began to be a poet, or at which Goethe wrote his masterpiece." After this, Alexis and his friend talk of their favourite poets, and both brighten a little as their thoughts drift away from their own individual sorrows. Soon after breakfast next morning, Alexis mounts Titmouse and rides down to Dorley through the perfumed lanes where the dog roses and woodbine make a tangle of flowers among the young oak saplings and the sturdy hawthorn bushes. Dorley Mill is looking its prettiest as he rides along the winding track that leads to it. Trot is sitting in the porch, playing with a very fat black and white puppy, with a round, stupid-looking head, and a puppy that has not long been added to the population of Dorley. At the sight of Alexis, Trot lets fall his pinafore, and gives the puppy a sudden drop in the world. It is the youthful animal's first experience of the uncertainty of friendship, and he yelps out his remonstrance against life's delusions. "Mammy," yells Trot, "Mammy, come out, it's a gentleman." In spite of their familiarity, Trot has never learnt to call Alexis anything but the gentleman. Linda is not forthcoming, and Trot remembers presently that Mammy has gone down to the village. "She not be long," says Trot. "I show oo my new puppy," and he introduces that animal, held firmly by the tail. "Daddy says he grow big, ever so big, bigger than Trot," says the boy, opening his eyes tremendously wide. They are hazel eyes with lashes of gold, which time will darken to brown. "I'll come in and wait, Trot," says Alexis, dismounting and tying Titmouse to the gate-post. She's a lazy animal, and has no objection to stand there nibbling the grass by the wayside. He goes in at the familiar porch beneath which he was carried unconscious on the day of his accident, and seats himself by Linda's work-table. How pleasant the room is to his sight! How homelike! There are the books Linda read to him, the books that seemed to breathe a deeper pathos and holier tenderness when she read. There's her drawing-board with an unfinished landscape, a wind of the river overshadowed by willows. There are the flowers her hand has arranged. There the sofa on which he passed so many reposeful hours of unthinking happiness. "Why did I permit myself to be so happy?" he thinks, in self-reproach. "It was a pleasant dream, but the return to life's dull reality is a little hard to bear." He rouses himself from his musing mood, and begins to talk to Trot, taking Trot and the puppy on his knee together. Trot stops tolerably quiet, but the puppy begins a perambulation, a voyage of discovery up and down Mr. Secretan's coat sleeves and collar, and even onto his head. which is more familiar than agreeable. "Well, Trot, you haven't forgotten me, I hope?" "I not forgotten oo, but I don't love oo no more," replies Trot decisively. "Not love me any more? Oh, Trot, that is cruel. Why not?" "Why oo go away and make Mammy cry?" demands Trot, facing the accused with magisterial severity. Alexis crimsons at the interrogation. "I never made Mammy cry," he falters. "That's a Tory. Oo did. She cried the day oo went. She cried a little every day. She said it was a headache. Trot knows better. She not such a coward as to cry for a headache. Trot doesn't cry when his head aches. He's a man." "Yes, but Mammy's only a woman, Trot, and a headache might make her cry if it was a very bad one. Mammy wouldn't tell a story." "She says I mustn't," responds Trot, "but I think she did. Grown-up people may do anything. Mayn't they tell stories?" "No, Trot, not good people. Only wicked people tell stories." A shadow flits across the threshold, and the subject of their conversation enters. Trot scrambles off Mr. Secretan's knee and runs to his adopted mother. "I told him he was naughty to go away and make oo cry," says Trot, "and he says he didn't." "Foolish Trot, what silly notions you get into your head," says Linda, bending over the child and blushing deeply. Alexis sees the blush, and he sees something more than that. He sees that Linda has changed within the 10 days that have gone by since he left Dorley Mill. A settled pallor succeeds that fleeting red. Her eyes are sunken, and there is a dark line beneath them which deepens their colour and gives a pathetic expression that touches him to the heart. She has cared for him. She has been sorry for him, and he, poor fettered wretch, dare say no word of his care or his sorrow for her. She must drink the cup of humiliation to the dregs, and know that the man to whom her innocent heart has gone forth is the property of another. "I have been anxious to come and tell you once more how gratefully I shall ever remember your goodness to me," says Alexis, after they have talked about Trot and Trot's puppy for a few minutes. The puppy is to grow up into a Newfoundland if it realizes the expectations of its friends, but there is an element of uncertainty in these things, and Alexis has a lurking conviction that this puppy will develop into the most mongrel of mongrels. "Believe me, neither my grandfather nor I consider our care of you a matter for gratitude, Mr. Secretan," replies Linda. "Providence brought you to our door. We should have been very unchristian-like if we had not cared for you. I think you must know that if you had been the poorest tramp that ever dropped down on the roadside, we should have done the same." "I'm quite sure of that," replies Alexis, "and that is why I have never ventured to speak about the expense that my illness must have entailed upon you." "Pray relieve your mind upon that score. Your housekeeper sent all the broths and jellies, hothouse fruits, poultry, game, and wines from the Grange. I think you only cost us a few new laid eggs and a little milk. Mrs. Bodlow kept our larder almost too well supplied in her anxiety that you should have a nourishing diet." "Mrs. Bodlow only did her duty. But lightly as you regard the obligation, Miss Challice, it is one which I shall carry to my dying day. If ever I am inclined to make a bad use of this life of mine, I will remember how hard you strove to win it back from the grave. I venture to bring you something, a little gold watch, with your initials on the back, which I hope you will wear sometimes in remembrance of the many weary hours you spent by the stranger's sick bed." "I will wear it always," replies Linda, with tears in her eyes. "Oo can't wear two watches," exclaims Trot. where our father's watch. I shall keep that among my treasures, Trot, but it is nearly worn out, poor old watch, and I'm sure this will keep better time. "Oo like this best 'cause the gentleman give it oo," cries far-seeing Trot. Alexis pretends not to hear this last observation, and produces the meerschaum pipe, which Linda admires amazingly, and which Trot wants to have in his mouth, and to make believe to smoke, as he does sometimes with Daddy's homelier clay. "Dear little Trot," exclaims Alexis, "how your small voice would enliven us at Treshold Grange. You cannot imagine how dull it is there, Miss Challice, in the long summer evenings." "No, and yet I think I know how long the summer evenings can be, but Trot would not do much to enliven them. He is worn out by 7 o'clock. Oh, by the way, talking of Trot, I've made one little discovery since you left us." "What is that?" cries Alexis eagerly. "Don't let me raise false expectations. It is such a trifle, scarcely worth mentioning, but you seemed anxious to find out our little darling's parentage, and this seems a clue, however small. What is it? Pray tell me. I am most anxious, more anxious than I can explain." "Pray do not excite yourself, Mr. Secretan. I was looking over some papers in my desk the other day, when I came upon the blank sheet of notepaper which contained that last remittance for Trot. I remember it on account of the peculiar way in which it was folded, and I noticed for the first time that there was a name stamped upon it in the corner, the name of the stationer who supplied it, no doubt." "Yes, of course. I have saved the sheet of paper to show you. The name is Morgan Redcastle." Alexis starts from his chair and seizes Trot as if he would take possession of him on the instant. He is speechless with surprise. "You know the name of that place?" "Know it?" "Yes, I have reason, bitter reason, to know it. A small town in Yorkshire. And that money, obviously sent by the child's mother, was sent from Redcastle?" "One would suppose so." "There can be no doubt of it. Tell me, Miss Challice, if I were to show you a photograph of the woman you sheltered, the mother of this boy, would you recognize her?" "The picture I shall show you was taken in the bloom of her beauty. You saw her, should it indeed be the same woman, faded, worn by care and deprivation. Should you know the face under such altered conditions?" "I should know it anywhere, but why should you be so agitated? Why should the mere name of this place excite you so much?" "Ask me no questions till I come back to you with the photograph," says Alexis. "I shall go and return as fast as my horse will carry me." "Pray be careful. Remember that I have been thrown. Trust me, dear Miss Challice, I will run no risks. I'm too anxious to settle the question of Trot's parentage." He takes the child in his arms, kisses him as he has never kissed him yet in all their friendly companionship, gives him back to Linda, and runs out at the gate. He has mounted Titmouse and is out of sight before Linda has recovered from her astonishment at his agitation. Chapter 41 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 42. A Father's Claim. Alexis scarcely knows what he is doing during that scamper back to Treshold Grange. Titmouse, inspired by the knowledge that she is going home to her stable and 2 o'clock feed, throws her shoulders forward and sends out her feet, trotting as if for a wager. "Take off her bridle and give her some corn," says Alexis to the groom who receives him. "I shall want her again in 10 minutes." He goes to the library, unlocks a despatch box, and takes out an oblong velvet case containing his wife's portrait, a picture taken by a famous photographer during their bright Parisian honeymoon, the portrait of a girl bride, lovely, elegantly dressed, smiling at the unknown future, and unconscious that these happy, idle honeymoon hours were eating up the capital that should have served to start husband and wife in the business of life. It is a photograph of Sybil at her best, before secret cares and hypocrisies had wrought their lines on her fair young face. Alexis contemplates the picture regretfully for a few moments before he puts it back in his pocket. Yes, she was very lovely then, he tells himself, and there is nothing in this face that bespeaks a heart capable of treachery or deceit. It was poverty's bitter school that spoiled her. Some noble spirits grow strong by treading the rough ways of life. Hers was too weak to survive the ordeal of misfortune. Poor child, she must have suffered. He is on Titmouse again, and returning to Dorley in a few minutes, very much against the mare's inclination, she indulges in a stubborn crawl, or, being touched up with the whip, jogs and jolts her rider in an irregular trot, expressive of supreme ill-temper. Urged out of this, she sets off in a furious canter, as if to inform him that she has some go left in her yet, in spite of ill usage, and may contrive to pitch him over her head if he is too aggravating. These devices finally bring Alexis to Dorley, where he finds Linda and Trot in the front garden, evidently on the watch for him. "I'm so glad you've returned," cries Linda. "You've made me quite miserable." "Forgive me, dear Miss Challice, but if you knew what hopes that one little word Redcastle has raised in my mind. See here." He takes the case from his pocket and shows her Sybil's photograph. "Does that face remind you of any face you have ever seen before?" "Yes," she answers, pale to the lips, but without an instant's hesitation. "It is the portrait of Trot's mother. She was not so beautiful as that. She was thin and worn and haggard, but I should recognize the eyes and mouth anywhere. It is she." "This is the portrait of my wife, Linda. And Trot, the helpless baby you adopted in order to save him from the hazard of his mother's distraction or despair, is my son." "You told me your son was dead." "I was taught to believe so. My wife, for some mysterious reason, told me that cruel lie. She was ashamed, perhaps, of having abandoned our child to the care of another, and feared to tell me the truth." "Are you sure," falters Linda, "you're not deceiving yourself and me?" "If you are sure that picture is the portrait of Trot's mother, there can be no doubt that Trot is my son." "And you will take him away from me," says Linda piteously, "just when he has grown most dear? After all I have suffered, all I have borne patiently for his sake, I am to lose him? That is hard." "If you knew how I have pined for a son, Linda, what daydreams I have woven about my little one's image, how bitter a grief I felt when I was told that wicked lie about his death, you'd understand my rapture at finding him, my eagerness to claim him for my own. My darling, my hope, my precious care, heir to the fortune that Providence has dropped into my lap. Poorly deserved on my part, heaven knows. He shall be better worthy of it." "Yes," murmurs Linda faintly, "I can understand. It's only natural. He's your son. Your rights are sacred. And you have suffered for his sake, Linda. Your generosity has been rewarded by the world's injustice. But I can set all right. I shall claim him for my own, and every one round about Treshold and Dorley shall know all his story. Yes, I'll not blush to tell the whole bitter truth, how my wife left me in poverty, and how my son was born in a working house." They are standing in the parlour, Trot watching their excited countenances, with wonder depicted upon his own. "You have a right to take him away," says Linda sadly, "but I think you will take all the sunshine out of our lives with him. My grandfather is almost as fond of him as I am." "I am not going to dissever old links, Linda. He shall come often to see you. He shall be taught to know you as the guardian angel of his infancy. He shall always remember his first home." "Yes, but it will be his home no longer," replies Linda with a sigh. Alexis is silent. He feels that he must seem a wretch, a destroyer, entering this happy household only to ruin its joy. But how can he forego his claim? How can he relinquish the delight of watching his son's infancy develop into boyhood, guiding the baby mind, making the boy at once pupil and plaything, source of all his pleasures in the present and all his hopes in the future? At this juncture, Trot, who has listened intently, arrives at the comprehension that he has a personal interest in the conversation. He catches at the idea that he is to be taken away, transferred from Mammy to the gentleman, and he suddenly bursts in upon the conversation with a dismal howl. "Me won't be took away, me stay with Mammy," cries the boy, and he clambers up into Linda's arms and clings there as if resolved to resist any attempt at dislodging him. "What, Trot!" cries Alexis, smiling at the little one's excitement. "Won't you come and live with me, and have a dear little Shetland pony to ride, and a big garden to play in, and a rocking horse, and lots of plum cakes and picture books?" Here Alexis's knowledge of juvenile weaknesses fails him, and he knows not what further temptation to offer. "Me won't have pony, me not want her garden, me got nice big garden, me want Mammy," cries Trot, and he clings still tighter to Linda. "Trot, shall I tell you a secret?" "Es," says Trot, who thinks that a secret must needs be something worth hearing. "You must come and live with me, Trot, my darling. God meant you and me to live together. I'm your father." "No, you are not," screams the boy. "You're the gentleman with the broken arm. Me never have no father." "And you won't come to live at the Grange? Such a large garden, 6 times as big as the garden here, and a Shetland pony with a long tail." "Me won't," cries Trot emphatically. "Bozzer de pony." "Trot has decided, Miss Challice," says Alexis gravely. "If I were ungrateful enough, selfish enough to wish to take him from you, his childish heart is true and fast. He shall stay with you, since you wish it, for the next few years at any rate. This shall be his home, and he shall come to Treshold only as a visitor. You will let me have him sometimes?" "Let you have him? Oh, Mr. Secretan, are you not too generous in consenting to leave him with me?" "I should be an ungrateful hound if I could refuse. You've made my son's infancy bright and happy. You've saved him from the evils of poverty, from his mother's selfishness. How can I be grateful enough to you?" "Only let me keep my darling a little longer, and I am more than recompensed. I must be proud and happy, too, when I have recovered a little from this surprise, to know that he is your son, that his future will be bright and prosperous, his worldly position honourable. To think that my little waif and stray should be the future squire of Treshold. My grandfather will be so pleased. It is a triumph for me over him, dear old man, for he said that I was very foolish to adopt a nameless child, and now my dearest has name and fortune, home and father." "We will make a good man of him between us, Miss Challis," says Alexis, more elated by this discovery than he was by the inheritance of Miss Secretan's estate. He has no doubt as to Trot's identity. There seems to him no room for doubt, yet he is anxious to make things as certain as possible, to secure independent evidence in case his claim to his son should ever be disputed. He goes back to the Grange only to get a fresh horse, and then rides into the quiet old cathedral town to talk the matter over with Mr. Scrodgers. He does not consider the provincial solicitor a Mansfield or a Cockburn, but Mr. Scrodgers is the best legal intellect available on the spot, and to Mr. Scrodgers he goes. The family solicitor listens to all Alexis has to tell with the gravity of a learned owl that has lived a century or so in the same ivy bush. He contracts his eyebrows, he purses up his lips, and looks as if he had known the whole story before, but for some wise reason he had kept his knowledge to himself. "A curious case, Mr. Secretan," he says at last. "A very curious case. It's lucky your estate is not entailed." "Why so?" "Oh, there might be difficulties in the way of succession. It might not be easy to identify this infant, born in such a very irregular manner, as your son and heir. There might be suspicions. The heir at law might file a bill in Chancery. I should consider it a very hazardous business were your estate entailed. But you, as an independent man, fettered by no entail, may leave your real property to Tom, Dick, or Harry. I should recommend you to take this infant into your house at once. Let him bear your name. Let him be recognized by all your acquaintances as your son." "Yes, I shall take care of that. I shall tell everybody. But there's a difficulty about bringing him into my house. The lady who brought him up, who rescued him from I know not what misery, has a claim upon his affection, the strongest, and as strong a claim on my gratitude. To take him away from her would be almost to break her heart." "Almost. Not quite. There's a long distance between the two adverbs," replies the cynical Scrodgers. "Most women have their hearts almost broken once in their lives. Give her a new bonnet." "You do not know the lady, sir. She is not a woman to be solaced by a new bonnet." "Hasn't she a head?" asked Mr. Scrodgers. "I never knew a woman with a head that a bonnet wouldn't pacify. Half the cases at the assizes in which the female is a plaintiff might be settled out of court if the defendant knew when and how to offer the solatium of a bonnet." "I see, Mr. Scrodgers, you are a bachelor and a misogynist," says Alexis smilingly. "No, sir," replies the lawyer. "I am a misogynist and a married man." "Well, the first thing I have to do is alter my will," says Alexis, returning to the business question. "Decidedly, if you are convinced that this infant, hereinbefore named, is your son, you had better make a will in his favour. Prepare one as fast as you can, Mr. Scrodgers, leaving the bequest to my good friend Plowden just as it stands. You must have trustees in case of your dying before the child attains his majority. Make Plowden trustee. You should have a second in the event of Mr. Plowden's death. How you lawyers remind us of our mortality. Well, make Miss Challis the second trustee and guardian of the boy in case of my death. Nobody will ever love him better than she does. And in the event of her marriage? Marriage would make no difference to her. She would always love my boy." Mr. Scrodgers relieves his doubtful mind by a faint smile. His idea of marriage is that it makes a very great difference. To his legal mind, marriage transforms a man. Even the will he made as a bachelor is no longer valid, proving that in the eye of the law the married man and the bachelor are two distinct personages. "Then you would recommend me to get together all the evidence I can, bearing upon my boy's birth," says Alexander. "I think it would be wise to do so. The fact of your parentage may never be disputed. You can dispose of the Treshold estate as you choose, but still it might be well to have all the necessary documents, an attested copy of your marriage certificate, and so on. Yes, I was a reckless fellow when I married. Heaven knows what became of the certificate. My wife may have kept it. Certainly I didn't take any care of it. The parson had made her my wife. That was all I thought about on that bewildering day. Then you had better get a copy of the register without delay. Yes, and I will go to the woman with whom my wife and I lodged. She will remember that my wife was expecting to become a mother when she left me. If that woman is to be found, I will get from her a written declaration of that fact. It would be as well to do so, says Mr. Scrodgers approvingly, and Alexis leaves him to prepare the new will, which he is to bring to the Grange early the next morning. "Stay," says the lawyer on the threshold, "you haven't told me the infant's Christian name." "He was christened William." "No other name?" "I believe not, but you can fill in the names tomorrow. I will ask that question in the meantime." Alexis goes back to Treshold, pondering on the lawyer's advice about his son. Mr. Scrodgers has distinctly said that it is for the child's welfare, for the security of his future position, that he should be domiciled with his father, and Alexis longs to have the little one under the same roof with him, to see him daily, hourly, to watch over him sleeping and waking, to make him his plaything and companion. Against this natural desire there is the promise he has made to Linda Challis, the debt of gratitude he owes her. Chapter 42 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 42. A Wedding Eve. The days pass with a frightful rapidity, as it seems to Sybil, after that Tuesday night on which Joel Pilgrim came back from York with the marriage license. Stephen Trenchard is ailing, and keeps his room for the greater part of the time. But Dr. Mitsand, a most careful man in all critical cases, comes to Lancaster Lodge only once a day, and there is no hint of danger. The doctor's manner has that pleasant vivacity which suits a trifling derangement of the patient's system. He sits by the bedside and discourses upon local topics, the water company, sewage, and other agreeable subjects. On Thursday morning, Sybil lies in wait for him on the landing outside Mr. Trenchard's room. "You do not think my uncle very ill, do you, Dr. Mitsand?" she asks, with evident anxiety, a solicitude which the kindly old doctor thinks highly creditable to her, and which he remembers afterwards, to her disadvantage. "Certainly not, my dear Miss Faunthorpe," he replies cheerily. "There is a little prostration. Our dear patient is very feeble. That is only to be expected at his time of life. There is a wonderful reserve of vigor about his constitution, exceptional recuperative power. He is all muscle and sinew, no superfluous flesh, and this, taken in conjunction with his temperate habits, would lead one to anticipate a long life. I fear his mind has been a little troubled lately. Very foolish. A man in his position should worry himself about nothing. But, no doubt, wealth has its responsibilities." "Then there is no reason for alarm?" "Not the slightest. If there were, I should call in my friend Dr. Wilmot of Crampston for a consultation. Your uncle's is not a life to be trifled with, adds Dr. Mitsum solemnly, as if the life of a millionaire were a much bigger thing in creation than the existences of the vulgar herd. Pray don't be uneasy, my dear young lady. And now I look at you, I fear you've been fretting. You are looking pale and fatigued. And this little hand, as he shakes hands with her, is very feverish. He lays his finger on her wrist. Good gracious, what a pulse! This won't do, my dear Miss Faunthorpe. Mental disturbance has been going on here. I'll send you a composing draught. You must keep yourself quiet for the next day or two, especially as you are so soon to start upon a long voyage. Your dear uncle has told me of the interesting event which is to take place next Saturday. Very sudden. On account of Mr. Pilgrim's recall to Calcutta? Yes, I understand. And a very quiet wedding, your uncle's health not allowing. Of course. I shall take the liberty to be present in the church, in order to have the pleasure of congratulating you. I used to think our young friend Stormont was to be the happy man, and then there was some talk of your becoming mistress of the How. But you have managed to deceive us all, you see. Yes, falters Sybil with a sickly smile. Don't forget to take the composing draught. Goodbye. Distinctly does Dr. Mitsum remember the anxious look she turns upon him as he leaves her. That's not a happy marriage, he tells his daughters at luncheon. It's a case of hands, not hearts, my dears. All money. With these self-made men, that question swallows up every other consideration. It is long since Redcastle has had such a delightful subject for gossip as this suddenly arranged wedding. Mrs. Chasuble has made a round of morning calls in order to tell her dear friends the startling news. And the marriage has been discussed from every point of view, the general idea being that Mr. Trenchard is a tyrant, and Sybil the victim of his mercenary views. Mrs. Stormont's particular idea, which she parts in confidence to everybody, is that Sybil was devotedly attached to her dear Frederick, and that it is to prevent her eloping with Fred that Mr. Trenchard has hurried on her espousals with Joel Pilgrim. Inexorable time, like death, advances with measured tread. It is Friday, the eve of that ill-omened bridal, and Sybil sits alone in her pretty morning room, the room in which Joel found her on his return from York. She has made all her arrangements for her journey, packed her trunks, and labelled them for the steamer Ganges. Her own firm hand has just written those labels, Mrs. Pilgrim, passenger to Calcutta, Joel looking on all the time with that ugly smile of his. One small leather bag is unlabelled, and in that Sybil has put her little stock of trinkets, a small supply of underlinen, and the marble paper-covered book containing the diary she kept at Mrs. Hazelton's. She has kept no diary at Lancaster Lodge. She is alone now, exhausted by a long morning devoted to the task of packing. Marion has been with her, pretending to help, full of exclamations and congratulations, wonderment and curiosity. It doesn't seem so much of a match after all, Marion has observed candidly. But I suppose Mr. Pilgrim is awfully rich, and money is what you'd like, Sybil. However, I must say if I had been you, I should have tried to lead Sir Wilford Cardonnel on a little further. He did seem very much taken with you, and everyone was surprised that it only ended in a flirtation. But men are such deceivers, as someone says in an old song, one foot on somewhere and one on somewhere else, to one thing constant never. Sybil has contrived to get rid of her sister a little before dinner time. Marion is to be at the wedding and is to officiate as sole bridesmaid, but there has not been time for her to get a new dress made, a fact which she does not omit to bewail with much lamentation. "It's the worst apology for a wedding I ever heard of," she remarks, "but I suppose you'll recompense yourself for all this with balls and parties when you get to Calcutta." "Yes," answers Sybil with a faint smile, "I shall enjoy myself immensely in Calcutta." It is 7 o'clock, a lovely summer evening, and Sybil sits by the disordered table, scattered with books and papers. She is very pale, and there is a look of apathy in her face and attitude, as if she had abandoned all effort and surrendered herself to fate. She is startled from this blank listlessness by the announcement of Sir Wilfrid Cardonnel. No visit could surprise her more than this at such a time. "Sir Wilfrid told me to say that he wishes most particularly to see you alone, ma'am," says the servant. "He will not detain you long." "You better bring him up here. Mr. Pilgrim is in the drawing-room, I suppose?" "Yes, ma'am." "There's not much to attract him now in this white, wretched face," thinks Sybil, with a hurried look at the glass, which reflects the shadow of a vanished beauty. Sir Wilfrid enters breathless and evidently strongly agitated. "My dear Miss Faunthorpe," he says hurriedly, "I only came home from the north this afternoon, and heard of this intended marriage. I rode over at once. Can I be of any use? You honoured me with your confidence, and I told you that if ever the hour should come when you would need a friend, you might command me. Let me be your friend today. Let me stand between you and the tyranny that is being practiced. Let me save you from—" "A crime? You are all that is good and generous, Sir Wilfrid, and if I needed help I would ask for yours, but I need none." "What do you mean? Your marriage is appointed for tomorrow morning. You, the wife of another man, are to be married to this Mr. Pilgrim." "The marriage is appointed for tomorrow, but no such marriage will take place." "How will you prevent it?" "In a very simple manner. The bride will be missing." "You are going away?" "Yes. I am left with but one resource, flight. I shall be far away from Redcastle at 11 o'clock tomorrow." "You are sure of being able to escape? Sure that no coercion will be used?" "I think not. I have acted my part carefully during the last few days, and Mr. Pilgrim believes that I am resigned to the inevitable. My trunks are all packed for India. I have labelled them with my own hands." "And you have made every arrangement for going away?" asks Sir Wilfrid anxiously. "You have friends to whom you can go?" "Yes, I've made all arrangements. I've decided where to go," replies Sybil after a pause. "Pray trust me," pleads Sir Wilfrid earnestly. "Think of me no longer as your lover, but your friend only. You must need friendly counsel. Do not take any step unadvisedly. You've played a desperate game for your uncle's fortune, and, as it now turns out, a losing game. Would it not be wiser, better in every way, even at this last moment, to confess the truth to your uncle? He might forgive you. You might even retain your hold upon his affection." "Impossible. You do not know my uncle Trenchard as I do." "I thank you for your friendship, Sir Wilfrid, but this is a case in which advice is useless. There is but one course open to me. It is one that I ought to have taken long ago, perhaps the straight and womanly course. But I have stubbornly pursued my own plan, and the end is failure. If you would only confide in me, if you would only tell me where you're going, to whom?" "I am going to my husband." "Then I can say no more. I feel you are taking the right course. If Sir Wilfrid hesitates and blushes. If you should be in want of ready money for your traveling expenses or for any emergency which you may not now foresee, pray suffer me to be your banker. I cashed a cheque at the bank as I came up the town, taking out a well-filled pocketbook. Let me lend you 50 or 100 in small notes. You are too good, exclaimed Sybil, touched by this thoughtfulness. But I have money, and money's worth which will serve me abundantly. I promise that if ever I'm in desperate need of help, in such need as my husband and I have known in the past, I will apply to you. I will not be too proud to be a petitioner. Thanks for that promise, and now goodbye. I will not intrude upon you any longer, but if anything should happen within the next few hours, if there should be any attempt at constraint on the part of your uncle or Mr. Pilgrim, send a messenger to me, and I will be at your side as soon as my horse can carry me. Or I will stay in Redcastle tonight, if you like, at the Coach and Horses, so as to be nearer at hand in case I'm wanted. Believe me, there is no occasion. If the worst comes, I have but to declare my marriage. Then goodbye. I will not wish that we may meet under happier circumstances, for it will be happier for me not to see you. But I do most heartily wish you every happiness Providence can bestow. I'm not very hopeful, answers Sybil with a sigh. I begin to think that I flung away my chance of happiness when I tried to win fortune. And thus they part, Sir Wilfrid honestly anxious for the welfare of the woman he has loved, Sybil touched by his devotion. She goes down to the drawing-room presently, and finds Joel Pilgrim walking up and down in the twilight, with by no means a radiant brow. "You have had a visitor," he says, frowning upon her as she enters. "Only Sir Wilfrid Cardonnel, to offer me his congratulations," she answers lightly. "Only your former admirer," sneers Joel. "I should hardly have thought he would have considered your marriage a subject for his congratulations." "He is more generous than you give him credit for being." "So it seems. I don't, as a rule, credit my acquaintance with an unlimited amount of generosity." They dine together tete-a-tete, and Sybil seems at her brightest throughout the meal, which is conducted with the strictest ceremony, and lasts a long time. Gladly would she have escaped the weariness of Mr. Pilgrim's detested society for these last few hours, but she wishes to disarm suspicion by every means in her power, so as to leave herself free and unfettered at the last. Her fascinations, which have stood her in such good stead with the rest of the world, seem to be wasted on Joel Pilgrim. He is gloomy and absent-minded all dinner-time, eats little but drinks a good deal, and when Sybil leaves him to return to the drawing-room, he does not follow her with lover-like haste, but sits brooding over his wine for half an hour, then goes straight upstairs to Stephen Trenchard's room. Mr. Trenchard is lying on the sofa, wrapped in his dressing-gown, with all the apparatus of invalidism around him. Medicine bottles, hothouse grapes, soda water on the table by his side, a fire burning on the hearth, though it is nearly midsummer, for ill health has made the Anglo-Indian inclined to chilliness and shiverings. He looks up with a frown as Joel enters. "I thought you were never coming near me any more," he said fretfully. "I've been devoting myself to my intended bride. Such affection as she lavishes upon me deserves some return." "Spare that poor child your sneers. She is much too good for you. Have you succeeded?" "Entirely. The bank consents to discount my bills for the required amount. I have told them that I am buying an estate in this neighbourhood and have to complete the purchase tomorrow." "Have they sent you the money?" asked Mr. Trenchard eagerly. "No, but I shall have it tomorrow morning. I have telegraphed them that the purchase is to be completed tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And so it is, only it is another kind of purchase, the purchase of a lovely wife. which is to be concluded at that hour. I shall have the money, 10 notes for 1,000 each, by the first post tomorrow morning. I'm glad of that. You are drawing the lifeblood out of the concern. Remember, there is very little hope of the business surviving with such a withdrawal of capital. Then, my dear Joel, it must go. If it were a question of capital, you might have some occasion to look unhappy about it. But as I am only absorbing your superfluous credit— Superfluous, echoes Joel derisively. Yes, my dear Joel, a man of your ability should be able to extend his credit to an almost illimitable measure. The more he owes, the more reason his creditors have for upholding his credit. Debt is the most solid foundation a commercial house can be planted upon, for its pillars have their bases in other people's pockets. You're sure the bank will send the money? As sure as one can be of anything in this world. Remember, no money, no marriage. And a telegram to my Calcutta lawyer to make short work of Pilgrim and Company. I understand. No quarter. Don't be uneasy. Your demands shall be met and fully satisfied. It is midnight, and Lancaster Lodge is at rest. A light still burns, as it burns all night in Mr. Trenchard's room, brighter than the ordinary lamps of a sick chamber, a light by which the invalid can read if he pleases, for Mr. Trenchard's slumbers are often disturbed, and in every night he has some wakeful hours. Podmore, the butler, who sleeps in the room over his master's, comes down at stated intervals to give the invalid his medicine. A secondary door near the head of the bed in Mr. Trenchard's room opens onto a small landing on the back staircase leading to the servants' quarters. By this servants' staircase Podmore descends and ascends. Through this door, almost hidden by the ample draperies of the tall Arabian bed, he enters and departs, noiseless as a ghost in the silent watches of the night. Mr. Trenchard has protested more than once that he is quite well enough to look after his own medicine, and wakeful enough to take it at the appointed hours, but Dr. Mitsand has laid a stress upon the matter, and has insisted upon Podmore being responsible for the regular administration of those gentle tonics, not strong enough to hurt a baby, and too mild to take effect upon the constitution of a healthy rabbit, whereby Podmore's nights are made a burden to him from the necessity of arousing himself at certain intervals, and the ticking of his big silver watch under his pillow is as the stroke of doom. Sybil spends the quiet hour between midnight and 1 o'clock in writing to her Uncle Stephen. That which she dares not tell him she finds courage to write, knowing that her letter can only reach his hands after she has left Redcastle, in all probability forever. If he is desperately angry, as she believes he will be, she will not see his anger. If it is in his nature to forgive her, severance may help to soften his feelings and touch his heart. After all, it is just possible that the hold she has obtained upon his affections is too strong to be loosened, and that love may extinguish wrath. She would have been more ready to hope this before the coming of Joel Pilgrim, but she fancies that his presence under that roof has changed her uncle's feelings toward her, that as Joel's influence has increased, hers has grown less. In that letter she tells Stephen Trenchard the true story of her marriage, tells how from utter destitution, with starvation staring her in the face, she fled to him for shelter and comfort. Of her hope of inheriting his fortune she says nothing, but her story in all other respects is fully and truthfully told. When I first came beneath your roof, she writes, I hoped to be able some day to tell you of my marriage, to win your pity and regard for my husband. But when I discovered your rooted hatred of his name and race, when I found how deeply the old wound still rankled, I lost courage and kept my secret, at the hazard of seeming the worst of deceivers, should you ever discover the truth. The hour has come when I can keep my secret no longer. I go out into the world and seek my husband to share his home, however humble or however wretched. If you can bring yourself to forgive me, if you can believe that I have been grateful for all your goodness, as heaven knows I have been, if you can take the more generous view of all past wrongs, and extend your kindness to the guiltless son of your enemy, it shall need but one word to bring me back to you. Your grateful and dutiful niece, Sybil Secretan. She feels a thrill of joy and pride as she signs her own rightful name for the first time since she left her husband. Even in this hour of uncertainty, the wide world, so cruel to unprotected poverty, all before her, she is glad that the mask has been thrown aside and that she is her honest self once more. She addresses the letter to Stephen Trenchard in a bold, firm hand and places it conspicuously on the mantelpiece of her little sitting room, where it must be seen by the first person who enters the room next morning. I have played my game and lost, she thinks as she lies down for a few hours, if possible to rest. Sleep she knows to be impossible. If I had won, I wonder whether success would ever have recompensed me for all I have suffered from the bitterness of an acted lie, for the many hours in which I have pretended to be. Chapter 43 of Dead Man's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 43. The Passing Bell. About 9:30 on that Saturday morning, which has been talked of as Sybil Faunthorpe's wedding day, Redcastle is disturbed by a sound of ill omen. No blithe marriage peal rings out on the soft summered air, but the slow and solemn passing bell tolls dismally from the minster tower, and strikes on every heart with its grim reminder of mortality. Let that bell sound as often as it will, it carries always the same message, and something less or more than mortal must be the ear which can hear its direful note with indifference. Before the day is old, Redcastle has subject matter for the talk of a year. Wonder, curiosity, and an atmosphere of excitement pervade the town. Business, if not suspended, is performed in an absent-minded, perfunctory manner. People group themselves in doorways, hang over counters, lounge in public-house bars, gather at the street corners, and there is but one name in every mouth, and that name is Trenchard. A name worn no more upon earth, a name that is a name and nothing more henceforward. It is no longer the docket of humanity, but a mere collection of letters to be engraven on a tombstone. Stephen Trenchard is dead. He was found dead in his bed at 9:00 this morning by the expectant bridegroom, who went to his room at that hour to wake him, and found him locked in a slumber for which earth has no key. "Very sudden," exclaims Redcastle. "We knew that the dear old gentleman was ailing, but we did not expect this. At his age, though, of course, life is precarious, the thread worn to attenuation, easily snapped. How about the old gentleman's will? And is Miss Faunthorpe sole heiress?" "That will not be known till after the funeral," says Redcastle, "and we must languish for some days in suspense." "How does Miss Faunthorpe take it?" asks Redcastle. "And Mr. Pilgrim? The match between those two will be off now, most likely." A sad loss for the gentleman, a happy escape for the lady. She will marry Sir Wilfrid Cardinal after all, perhaps, and take a leading position in the county. How uncertain is life! How wonderful are the ways of Providence! Mrs. Stormont and Mrs. Groshen send out their pages for black-edged notepaper of superfine quality and rather deeper than the usual complimentary mourning, and pen elaborate letters of condolence, interlarded with appropriate quotations from the Scriptures. The silver cord and the golden bowl are brought out, with various other similes, which, by much use or misuse, have been, as it were, dragged in the gutter of commonplace composition. "I will venture to call to-morrow, my sweet friend," concludes Mrs. Stormont, "to mingle my tears with yours. I hope you will feel equal to seeing me. Poor Fred is broken with grief at the thought of what you must suffer." Inside Lancaster Lodge there is confusion worse than death. Dr. Mitsand has been summoned to the death chamber, not at Joel Pilgrim's bidding. What can a doctor do for the dead? Mr. Pilgrim has asked contemptuously. The best of them can do little enough for the living. It is Mrs. Skinner, the housekeeper, who has sent for Dr. Mitsand. Podmore is helpless and useless on this awful morning. He sits in his pantry stricken, as if the blow had stupefied him. The blinds are down in Stephen Trenchard's room, as they are throughout the darkened house. But Joel, who has wandered in and out of the room while the last offices have been performed for the dead, has flung the windows wide open to the warm June morning, and the scent of the roses floats in from the garden below, mingled with the more subtle perfume of blossoming limes. Dr. Mitsand had started on his morning rounds when the messenger was sent for him, and it is noon when he calls at Lancaster Lodge. Joel receives him in the study, grave, sorrowful of countenance, but tranquil. "This is a sad event, Dr. Mitsand," he says. "Not more sad than it is unintelligible, Mr. Pilgrim," answers the doctor. "There was not the slightest indication of a fatal termination to Mr. Trenchard's illness when I saw him yesterday. Nothing to alarm the most anxious of medical men." "Something wrong about the heart, I suppose," suggests Joel. "We shall see if it was that." "You mean?" "I mean that this is a case which calls for an inquest. You would have no objection, I suppose? As Mr. Trenchard's son-in-law, I naturally regard you as in some manner a member of his family." "Why should I object? But it is rather out of the usual course, is it not, to hold an inquest upon a man who has been in failing health for a long time, and whose death, although sudden, may be taken as a natural termination of his illness?" "I beg your pardon. Death comes too soon and too suddenly to be taken as a natural termination here. I am as much surprised at Mr. Trenchard's death as if I had left him yesterday in robust health. I gave Miss Faunthorpe my positive assurance that there was no danger or likelihood of danger in her uncle's condition. Poor young lady, the blow will be a terrible one for her. How does she bear it?" "That is a question I cannot answer, for I have not seen her yet today. She went out this morning before breakfast, indeed before any of the servants were up, and has not come in yet." "That is very strange. This was to have been her wedding day." "It was." "And she leaves the house before the servants are up, and does not appear again? It is now between 12 and 1. It is strange, but true." Dr. Mitsand is evidently disturbed by this intelligence. "Pardon me, Mr. Pilgrim, if I say something not quite agreeable to you," he says after a pause, "but was there no coercion used on the subject of this marriage? It was arranged rather suddenly, and we in Redcastle had an idea that Miss Faunthorpe's affections were engaged in another direction. When I spoke to this poor young lady the day before yesterday, I certainly perceived indications of mental disturbance. She was feverish, unduly excited, her appearance haggard, her eyes sunken. Did she freely consent to this marriage, Mr. Pilgrim? Were you and she on good terms? On the best possible terms. Ask Podmore, who waited upon us at dinner yesterday, when we dined tete-a-tete. Then you can imagine no reason for what I may call Miss Faunthorpe's disappearance? None whatsoever. Her trunks are packed for our Indian journey. She directed them with her own hands. I do not say that the alliance was a love match on her part, as it was on mine, but she knew that I was devoted to her, that her uncle had set his heart upon our marriage, and she was quite reconciled to the idea. I'm glad to hear that, for I was inclined to fear that her wandering away at such an early hour this morning might be the result of mental disturbance, the mind thrown off its balance by extreme distress. She left the house before anyone knew of her uncle's death, you say? Well, she certainly left the house before I knew of it, answers Joel gravely. And before it was known to any of the household? Yes. She was gone when the servants went downstairs to open the house. They found the chain and bolts of the front door unfastened. The lodgekeeper must have let her out. No, she must have gone out by a door in the garden wall, which opens onto the lane that divides Sir John Bodero's grounds from these. The door is locked on the inside, and the key hangs on a nail beside the door. This door was to be found unlocked, and the key left in the lock. Very deliberate, says Dr. Mitson, but lunatics and sleepwalkers are wonderfully deliberate in their actions. The mind travels in a certain groove, but it goes steadily enough in that groove. The doctor's impression is that Sybil, urged into an uncongenial marriage, has been goaded into a state of temporary derangement. That is the theory by which he explains her extraordinary absence. This poor girl may be wandering about the country, he exclaims, and may come to harm. Have you made no attempt to find her? No, I've had enough to think about in the awful event of this morning. Until an hour or so ago I thought it possible that Miss Faunthorpe had gone to her Uncle Robert's. She might have something to say to her sisters, I thought, on so eventful a morning. It was only when Marion came here at 10 o'clock, expecting to find Sybil, that I began to take alarm, and even then my mind was too much occupied to realize— I understand. I sympathize with you, my dear sir, cries the good-natured doctor. But I feel really concerned for this poor girl. For the dead, we can do but little. Science will enable us to establish the cause of death. But beyond that last duty there is, alas, nothing. But for the living, we must be active. I should recommend you to send in every direction you could think of to search for Miss Faunthorpe and to communicate with the police. With a mind thrown off its balance, one knows not what may happen. There is always the fear of a suicidal tendency. True, says Joel Pilgrim with a gloomy look which may mean fear, love, anxiety, or anything else, but which certainly indicates a mind ill at ease. I will go down to the police office at once. I will send some of the servants to look for her. One word before you go. Tell me how and when you discovered our poor friend's decease. At 9 o'clock in the morning. Podmore had gone to him at 4 to give him his medicine and had left him sleeping tranquilly. I came down to breakfast at 8, breakfasted alone, and at 9 went upstairs to take my friend his letters and to ask his advice about a business letter which the post had brought me. I knocked at his door. No answer. Knocked again, and louder, the same result. This alarmed me at once, for I knew him to be a light sleeper. I ran downstairs to the hall, called Podmore, and went up the back stairs with him to the other door of Mr. Trenchard's room, a door always left unlocked to admit Podmore, who, as you know, has valeted his master of late. We went in and found Mr. Trenchard lying to all appearance in a quiet sleep, but it was the sleep of death. No signs of a struggle, no disturbance of the features? None. Very mysterious. There was nothing amiss with the heart, no organic disease of any kind. I've used the stethoscope frequently since the bronchial tubes have been a little irritated. There never was a sounder organization. "You'd like to see him?" says Joel, interrogatively. "Immediately." The doctor goes upstairs to that darkened room where the master of Lancaster Lodge takes his last rest amidst the warm breath of roses and lime blossoms. Every chair and table has been set in its place, every fold of drapery straightened by methodical hands, every species of litter, newspapers, medicine bottles, forgotten flowers left to wither in their vases, all the familiar rubbish of everyday existence has been cleared away. The chamber is funereal as death itself, mathematically exact as the tomb. Dr. Mitsand goes in alone and remains there for about 10 minutes. He comes out again, looking very grave, nay, even troubled, like a man who has something on his mind, something heavier than that professional burden of a patient's death, which a family doctor is called upon to carry so often that he acquires the knack of supporting his load easily. He finds Joel Pilgrim waiting for him on the broad landing outside, landing glorified by the bust of somebody with a sunken nose and no pupils to his eyes, staring steadily into space. "He looks very peaceful, doesn't he?" asked Joel in a subdued voice. "Very." "His end must have been painless, I should think." "It must have been instantaneous, Mr. Pilgrim, I am sure of that." "The heart," suggests Joel. "No, sir. The heart was as sound as mine, or sounder. It is not a case of heart disease." "Of what then?" "The inquest will tell us that." "You still hold to the necessity of an inquest?" "More than ever." "Will you tell me why?" Joel inquires thoughtfully, smoothing down his silky mustache with a plump, tawny hand. "Yes, when the inquest is over." Joel looks searchingly at the doctor's face, but it tells him nothing. The Greek philosopher, Truth's first martyr, on the landing, does not present a more complete blankness of expression than Dr. Mitsand offers to Joel's observation. "Oh, by the way," says Dr. Mitsand, "that is the door of Miss Faunthorpe's sitting room, is it not?" "Yes, that is the room she generally uses of a morning." "I should like to look around before we go downstairs. There might be something which would suggest the motive of her absence. A letter, perhaps. You've not been in that room this morning?" "No." "Nor the servants?" "Yes, someone must have been in to draw down the blinds." "True, unless the blinds were down last night. They would be, most likely, but I suppose the housemaid would arrange the room this morning in the common course of things?" "Naturally." Dr. Mitsand opens the door and goes in, followed by Joel. The room has been dusted and arranged by the housemaid, but the table near the window, covered with books, work-boxes, and feminine trifles of various kinds, remains just as Sybil left it the night before. It is one of Sybil's laws that this table shall not be touched. There is to be no tidying or arranging of the trifles she values, her books, her writing materials, her fancy work. The doctor's eye surveys the pretty little room. The sunshine is shut out by the lurid Venetians, but there is light enough for him to see everything. "I thought she might have left a letter somewhere," says Dr. Mitsand. "That is what young ladies generally do when they run away from home." "We have no right to suppose that she has run away," observes Joel. "True, yet it rather looks like it." He has looked at the mantelpiece, at the cabinet with its upholsterer's collection of pink and blue Sèvres teacups, the inevitable Marie Antoinette, the eternal de Maintenon, the everlasting Pompadour, smirking behind plate-glass panels. No, there is no letter on cabinet or mantelpiece. He goes to the table, glances at the books, the dainty basket lined with rose-colored satin, the shreds of lace and ivory needle cases and filigree thimble boxes. Still no letter. How intently he examines all these trifles, peers into the basket, raises the lid of the workbox, always looking for that letter. He comes upon something presently that engages his particular attention, but it is not a letter, only a glass phial, corked and empty, nestling in the satin-lined basket among the needle cases and reels of cotton. "Dilute prussic acid," he says, sniffing at the cork cautiously. "That's curious." Joel watches him closely. "Very curious," echoes Joel. "But I believe young women sometimes use it for their complexions, don't they?" "No. I've heard of their using arsenic, never prussic acid in any form. Miss Faunthorpe may have been taking the dilute acid as a sedative. I'll take care of the bottle. She ought not to leave such things about." "But an empty bottle can do no harm," says Joel. "Perhaps not, but I may as well keep it. You'll remember where we found this bottle, Mr. Pilgrim," says Dr. Mitsand, as he draws the empty phial into his pocket. "Perhaps you will kindly call at the registrar's office and certify my poor friend's death," says Mr. Pilgrim. "Podmore tells me there is some kind of certificate necessary in these cases." "It is just that certificate which I do not feel myself at liberty to give until after the inquest," replies the doctor. "Why not?" "Because I do not know the cause of death." "But the arrangements for the funeral?" "Must remain in abeyance until after the inquest." "Very unpleasant," says Joel. "Yes, death is apt to be unpleasant for the survivors, especially under certain circumstances," replies Dr. Mitsand gravely. He leaves Joel and goes straight to the coroner, his old friend and ally, a medical man who has retired from practice, and the two talk together gravely of the event that has darkened the windows of Lancaster Lodge. It is decided between them that the post-mortem examination shall take place immediately, and that, if possible, Mr. Pollintory of Crampston shall be ready to give evidence tomorrow at the inquest. The coroner gives an order for the post-mortem examination, and Dr. Mitsand writes a telegram to Mr. Pollintory, one of the medical staff of the Crampston Infirmary, Chapter 44 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 44. Dark Surmises. In the old house at the lower end of the town, there is surprise and agitation and a flutter of excitement which throws all the machinery of life out of gear. Hester leaves her dishes unwashed and sits down in her disorderly kitchen to talk over Mr. Trenchard's death with the charwoman. They talk immensely, though they hardly know anything about the dread event, save such jetsam and flotsam of intelligence, chiefly false, as has been cast up on the shore of the High Street. But they evolve a great deal out of their inner consciousness. They speculate upon that ever-interesting subject, the will, and argue for and against Sibyl's appointment as sole heiress. "It will be an unjust will if he's left everything to her," says Hester vindictively. "Ah, but she was the favourite, you see," pleads the charwoman, tilting her bonnet onto her eyebrows in her animation. "And so pretty, and such winning ways with her. I shouldn't wonder if all the money was left to her." "Then I hope she'll remember my poor old master and all he's done for her and her sisters," says Hester. "They might all have gone to the workhouse if it hadn't been for him. Mr. Trenchard was across the seas and couldn't help 'em, and many a good meal Dr. Faunthorpe's gone without to bring up 3 hearty-eating girls. I dare say Miss Faunthorpe will take her uncle to live with her at Lancaster Lodge, says the charwoman. Such a lovely place. I went in one evening that there was a dinner party to help the kitchen maid wash up. Why, the very sculleries equal to some people's drawing rooms. Dr. Faunthorpe ain't going to live there, you may depend, replies Hester decisively. He don't want none of your finery. He likes his own house and his independence, and his water cake and bit of smoked bacon for breakfast. It's odd Miss Faunthorpe being out this morning when her sister went up, speculates the charwoman. Yes, that's odd. It's my belief she was always against this Mr. Pilgrim, and her uncle had forced the marriage upon her, and she went off this morning to some of her fine friends to get out of the way. Them Cardinals, perhaps, that she and Miss Marion was visiting at Christmas. Ah, they do say she might have married Sir Wilfrid Cardinal if she'd liked, says the charwoman. Of course she could, answers Hester, glad to exalt the family she has served so faithfully. Only she's as full of fancies as an egg's full of meat, and she wouldn't have him. While this discussion goes on in the kitchen, Marion and Jenny sit in the parlour, occupied by all-absorbing thoughts of the dead man's will and their own mourning. They've not liked Stephen Trenchard well enough to feel any regret for his loss. Nay, his death is an event to which they have looked forward as a turning point, the beginning of brighter days in their own lives. He is dead, and a painful interval of suspense must be endured before they can know what he has done for them. They are hopeful meanwhile, and wildly speculative, especially Jenny, whose ideas ramble among thousands and tens of thousands as they have never rambled before, save in the agreeable mazes of an arithmetic book. You see, he had such oceans of money, argued Jenny. He could afford to make Sybil a great heiress, and to leave us 20,000 apiece quite easily. And the interest of £20,000 is 1,000 a year. Uncle Robert told me so. Fancy you and me with 1,000 a year each. No stocking darning, no turning and twisting our winter dresses to make them do for spring. I shall go into long skirts immediately. That will be a boon to the rest of humanity, for they'll hide your legs, replies Marion. Shall you have crepe tucks or flounces on your black silk, inquires Jenny, recurring to that inexhaustible topic, the mourning. Whichever is the last fashion. Miss Eyelet shall make our mourning, and she always has the newest style. But we ought to have dresses ready for the day of the funeral, says Jenny. And how can we get them before the will is read? We don't know whether we're heiresses or beggars. Carmichael's people will let us have anything we want, replies Marion. Depend upon it, they'll give us any amount of credit now Uncle Trenchard is dead. They know we must come in for some of his money. As the day goes on, the fever of curiosity and wonder which has seized upon Redcastle is intensified, for the flame is fed by new revelations of a startling character. First, there is the news of Sybil's disappearance, and then it becomes known, somehow, that there's to be a post-mortem examination, followed by a coroner's inquest. This is really interesting, and would distinguish the deceased from the common ruck, even if he had not been a millionaire. The 2 local papers are in a flutter of excitement, and rival reporters hang about Lancaster Lodge and question the respectable Podmore, whose large pale face, in shape and expression somewhat resembling the station clock, assumes a troubled and bewildered look. From the coroner's house, Dr. Mixon goes on to his brother practitioner, Dr. Faunthorpe. That meek little man has just returned from a long round in his dilapidated chaise, and has run in, as he calls it, to get a bit of dinner. Regularly to dine is a luxury unknown to the parish doctor. The cloth is laid in the homely parlour, the remains of joint or stew are kept in the oven, with a potato or 2 simmering in greasy gravy, and the doctor takes his repast hurriedly and alone, an hour or 2 after the appointed dinner hour. He's just seated himself at his savoury mess when Hester enters mysteriously and announces Dr. Mitsand. "I've shown him into the best parlour," she says, whereupon Dr. Faunthorpe, faint with hunger, reluctantly lays down his knife and fork and goes to receive his guest. What can he want with me, he thinks. Dr. Mitsand explains himself briefly. "The coroner has ordered me to make a post-mortem examination, assisted by Mr. Pollentory. You know Pollentory, of course, and I thought you ought to be present as a near connection of the deceased," he concludes. "I'm surprised that a post-mortem should be thought necessary," says Dr. Faunthorpe, fluttered by this intelligence. "There was nothing mysterious in my brother-in-law's death, I hope. He'd been ailing for some time." "He had, but his death was not the less expected. It is always best to err on the side of caution. By the way, may I ask if you use much prussic acid in your practice?" The question startles the meek little doctor, and he looks at the inquirer with a perplexed expression of countenance. "I've used it occasionally, but not often." "You keep some in your surgery, no doubt?" "Yes, I have a little of the diluted acid." "You're careful to keep it out of harm's way, I suppose. It is not within anyone's reach?" inquired Dr. Mitsand. "I keep that and all the poisons on a top shelf in blue bottles. They could not possibly be used in mistake for anything else, if that is what you mean." "I'm glad of that. But what has this to do with Mr. Trenchard's death?" asked Dr. Faunthorpe with a troubled look. "Only this much. From the indications presented by the body after death, a livid hue, the nails purple, the hands so firmly clenched that the woman who laid out the dead have not been able to place him in a peaceful attitude, and from the odour of the room where he lies, I have too much reason to fear that Mr. Trenchard died poisoned by prussic acid. This calls for immediate investigation." "Great heavens, yes!" cried Dr. Faunthorpe, white with horror. "But how do you imagine the poison administered? Whom can you suspect?" "I suspect no one as yet. The least painful supposition is that he took the poison himself." "Why should he do that? What motive had he for committing suicide, or what motive could anyone have had for murdering him?" "Hard to imagine a motive in either case, unless it were possible that someone who had expected to profit by his death was tempted to hasten that death by poison." "Dr. Mitsand," exclaimed Robert Faunthorpe, tremulous with indignant horror, "are you aware that my eldest niece is the person who had most expectation to be gained by her uncle Trenchard's death?" "I know that." "And you come to ask me whether I keep any form of prussic acid in my surgery. You suspect that the poison from which Mr. Trenchard died, or by which you suppose him to have died, was taken from this house?" "I tell you that I suspect nothing, Dr. Faunthorpe. But until the law has taken this painful business into its own hands, it is my duty to act in the interests of law and right. Mr. Trenchard was in my care. He dies, as I believe, foully murdered. Your niece disappears on the day after his death. She runs away to escape a marriage which we may fairly suppose had been forced upon her by Mr. Trenchard." "That is one view of the case, and, I hope, the right one. Yet her absence cannot fail to prejudice the minds of those who have to investigate this matter. If you have any idea where she is, I should recommend you to communicate with her and urge her immediate return." "I have no idea. She had no friends before she was adopted by her rich uncle. She may have gone to some of her new friends, but they are unknown to me. I don't know where to look for her or how to communicate with her." "It is a most unhappy case, Dr. Faunthorpe, but you and I must do our duty." "Oh, my poor Sibyl, my poor unhappy girl, to be the subject of such horrible suspicion," cries Dr. Faunthorpe helplessly. He sits alone for some time after Dr. Mitsand had left him, sits hopeless and stricken. It is not that he believes his niece guilty of this hideous crime. This is almost impossible wickedness. but that the mere suspicion should have fallen upon her is a calamity that bows him to the dust. At 4:00 that bright summer afternoon, the three medical men meet at Lancaster Lodge for their dismal work. Podmore, with his large round face, still white and horror-stricken, admits them into the dusky silence of the hall. Joel Pilgrim comes out of the study to receive them, very calm and businesslike in manner, and leads the way to the room where the dead man lies. At the door he leaves them and goes quietly downstairs to his retreat in the study, where he sits reading the paper, or making believe to read it. In the room upstairs the dismal work is performed in silence. To Mr. Pollintory, the skilful analyst, it is no more than an everyday matter of business. A jar is sealed in the presence of the three medical men, and this vessel Mr. Pollintory is to take back to Cramston with him, there to perform his analysis and apply tests scientific and physiological in the retirement of his own laboratory. But in the minds of those three men, analysis is hardly needed to establish the one fatal fact that Stephen Trenchard has been poisoned by prussic acid. In the appearances which add to the awfulness of death, in the odour which exhales from that lifeless form, there is evidence enough of a technical kind to convince a whole college of physicians. The doctors go quietly downstairs when their work is done, and again Mr. Pilgrim appears at the study door. "Well, gentlemen?" he exclaims interrogatively. "What is your verdict? Did you find the cause of death in the heart or brain?" "In neither," replies Dr. Mitsand. "What then?" "I had rather not state my opinion till I am called upon at the inquest tomorrow." "Humph," mutters Joel. "You doctors like to be mysterious. It is a trick of the trade. But pray walk in, gentlemen. You will take some refreshment after your painful task, I hope." Dr. Mitsand and his colleagues decline this proffered entertainment. "I should like to ask a few questions of the butler before we go," says Dr. Mitsand. "I believe it was he who last saw Mr. Trenchard alive." "To the best of my knowledge it was so," answered Joel, scraping his smooth chin thoughtfully. "But Podmore is a very stupid fellow, and this sad event seems to have thrown him quite off his balance. The man has no self-possession whatever. You'll not get a succinct account from him." "I don't want an account. I only want an answer to a question or two," replies Dr. Mitsand. "Be kind enough to ring for him, Mr. Pilgrim." Joel obeys. Poor little Dr. Faunthorpe sits in a corner meanwhile, pale as a sheet of letter paper, and full of vague apprehensions. That Stephen Trenchard has either destroyed himself or been foully murdered there can be no doubt. Which is it? And why is Sybil absent? Podmore appears in answer to the bell, and by his aspect fully justifies Joel's account of him. He looks from one of the doctors to the other with a countenance full of apprehension. "You gave Mr. Trenchard his medicine at 4:00 this morning?" inquires Dr. Mitsand. "Yes, sir." "Did you find him in his usual health?" "Yes, sir." "You noticed nothing particular in his manner?" "No, sir, unless—" "Speak out, pray." "He might have been a little more irritable than usual, perhaps. He had been rather irritable for some time past. Mr. Pilgrim may have noticed it." Joel nods his acquiescence. "As if he had something on his mind?" suggests Dr. Mitsand. "Well, yes, sir, you might take it that way." "Who removed the glasses and bottles from Mr. Trenchard's room this morning? Was it one of the women servants?" "No, sir. Mr. Pilgrim told me to see to clearing the room. The women servants were timid about going in." "What did you do with the glass in which your master was in the habit of taking potash water?" "I took it down to the pantry with the rest of the things, sir, and washed it with my other glasses." "You are sure you washed it?" "Yes, sir." "Do you think you could find me that particular glass?" I might, perhaps, sir. It was a large soda-water glass. There's a dozen of the same pattern in the pantry. They're kept on the same shelf, but I think I should know the one Mr. Trenchard used last from the position of it. Bring it, then, says Joel authoritatively. Podmore shuffles out and returns presently with the glass. Dr. Mitson takes it to the window and examines it with his back to Joel and the rest. You wash your glasses in very hot water, I think, he says to Podmore. Pretty hot, sir, and I use a bit of soda to keep them bright. I see. Was there a table with glasses and bottles on it within reach of your master's hand as he lay in bed? No, sir. Nonsense, Podmore, cries Joel quickly. You forget the little table which Mr. Trenchard had placed close to his bed a few days ago, in order that he might help himself to a bottle of potash water if he wanted it, without ringing for you. I beg your pardon, sir, stammers Podmore. Yes, I forgot the little table. My master had it put handy to his hand, as you may say, but it didn't used to be there, and it slipped my memory. And was it from that table you took this soda-water glass? Yes, sir. That'll do, says Dr. Mitson, and Podmore shuffles out again, escaping gladly as a soul released from torment. If I could understand any motive for such an act, says Dr. Mitson, as he and his colleagues go along the shrubbery drive between Lancaster Lodge and its gates, I should be inclined to believe that that man poisoned his master. I never saw a more craven hound. Chapter 45 of Dead Man's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 45. In the Surgery. That speech of Dr. Mitson's about Podmore awakens hope in Robert Faunthorpe's breast. If there has been murder done, if Stephen Trenchard has not been in some distracted hour his own destroyer, this man is surely more likely to have been the murderer than anyone else under that roof. He has had access to his master at all hours of the night, in those silent hours when the rest of the household has been locked in sleep. He may have stolen the plate, made away with the valuables committed to his charge, and may have been tempted to make away with his master in order to escape the punishment of his dishonesty. Or he may have known himself to be a legacy under his master's will, and may have done this foul deed to expedite fortune. So Dr. Faunthorpe reasons with himself during his dismal homeward walk. Marion and Jenny are sitting in the parlor at work when he goes in. The tea tray still adorns the table. "How white and tired you look, Uncle," exclaims Marion. "You'd like some tea, wouldn't you? I've saved the teapot." "Thank you, my dear. I'll take a cup of tea," says the doctor faintly. He sinks into a chair with a weary sigh. His parish patients have been neglected today, and conscience pricks him. They will be coming presently, poor things, with their burns and scalds and boils and whitlows and festers and all that variety of thorns in the flesh to which poverty is subject, and he will have to brace his nerves and attend to them. But for the moment he feels prostrate. Marion shakes the teapot vigorously and pours out a liquid not very unlike that infusion of senna which the parish patients consume by the pailful. "There, Uncle, that'll do you good, but run to the kitchen, Jenny, and get the hot cake we saved for Uncle Robert." And Jenny rushes off and returns swiftly with a crisp and greasy bannock, which the doctor is wont to enjoy above all other delicacies. "Any news of Sybil?" asks Marion. "No, my dear," sighs the doctor. "Strange, isn't it?" exclaims Marion. "Very strange, my dear. I begin to feel very uneasy about your poor sister." What could have induced her to take such a step, and at such a time, too? Just at the time when she ought to have been thinking about her mourning, says Marion. I hope she hasn't committed suicide, cries Jenny with a strangled sob. Jane, exclaims the doctor severely, I'm shocked at your suggesting anything so dreadful. Your sister is a Christian, I hope. Of course, but she might have been unhappy, poor thing. I dare say she detested that horrid Mr. Pilgrim, and Uncle Trenchard tried to force her into marrying him. And then perhaps she got frightened and miserable, and was driven to poison herself, concludes Jenny with a burst of sobs. The little doctor starts in his chair as if he had been shot, and puts down his cup and saucer with a trembling hand. How dare you say such things, Jane? He demands severely. He's very angry when he calls his youngest niece Jane. How dare you mention such a thing as poison in connection with your sister's name? Where should she get poison, I should like to know? How should she get it? If she wanted it very badly, she might get it in the surgery, whimpers Jenny. Not without my knowledge. I've forbidden everyone in this house to touch a single bottle in my surgery. Yes, uncle, falters Jenny, recalling the many half-hours in which she has diverted herself with those very bottles. But if Sybil wanted anything very badly, some laudanum for the toothache, for instance, and you happened to be out at the time, she might not stand upon... What's his name? What is the girl driving at? Cries Marion in a disgusted tone. What do you mean, Jenny? Says Dr. Faunthorpe nervously. If there's anything in your knowledge that I ought to be told, speak out. And for God's sake, speak only the truth to me, and hold your tongue to all the rest of the world about it, and you too, Marion. This is more serious than either of you can imagine. Sybil had the toothache one afternoon when she was here, about a fortnight or 3 weeks ago, perhaps, or she had been having the toothache very badly, she said, and couldn't get any sleep, and she wanted some laudanum. Laudanum? Cries Dr. Faunthorpe, relieved. Is that all? Yes, but laudanum's poison, isn't it, Uncle Robert, if you take enough of it? I told her where the laudanum was kept, and she got up on the step-ladder and took some in a little bottle out of one of your drawers. But there was one thing that struck me as very mysterious. What was that? Does laudanum ever smell of bitter almonds? No, child, cries the doctor with a start. Well, then, this did, ever so strong. Smell of it made me feel quite queer, but Sybil declared it was laudanum, and that my smell must be all wrong. But you would know opium, surely, a dark brown liquid? Yes, but I didn't see this. Sybil had her back towards me when she was filling the little bottle. I only smelt it. When I asked her to show me the bottle, she refused and called me stupid. But I'm positive it smelt of bitter almonds, and Sybil looked quite pale and faint afterwards, as if the smell had upset her. Can this be true? Cries the doctor, profoundly agitated. Pray don't push yourself out of the way about it, uncle, exclaims Marion soothingly. Sybil might have taken all the poisons in the surgery, and no harm need come of it. She's a great deal too fond of herself and her pretty looks to commit suicide. I dare say she's with her grand friends at the How, flirting with Sir Wilfrid Cardinal and enjoying herself ever so. But if she were at the How, she would have heard of Mr. Trenchard's death by this time. Well, I don't know about that. I must send to the How. I must send to every place where there is a chance of finding her. It is most vital that she should return without delay. Yes, says Marion, she ought to see about her mourning. And if she's to be Uncle Trenchard's chief heiress, it certainly looks queer for her to be out of the way at such a time. Dr. Faunthorpe sighs and says no more. The bell rings at this moment, and he goes to his surgery to see a parish patient who has brought the latest variety in scalds for his inspection. A whitlow drops in 5 minutes afterwards, followed by an interesting case of enlarged glands wrapped in flannel, after which comes a promising whooping cough, and on the heels of that, a very fair specimen of incipient measles. These occupy Dr. Faunthorpe till 9 o'clock, and he has but just dismissed the measles with a comforting dose of senna when a bell rings sharply, not the surgery bell this time. He's standing in the passage when it rings, and he opens the door himself and admits a respectable-looking stranger of business-like aspect and middle age. "Dr. Faunthorpe, I believe?" "Yes, I'm Dr. Faunthorpe. Can I have a few words with you in your surgery?" A patient, thinks the doctor, as he ushers the visitor into his stuffy den, heated like an oven by the gas and odorous with senna and peppermint. "I may as well come straight to business, Dr. Faunthorpe," says the stranger directly the door is shut. "You were present at the post-mortem this afternoon, and you know that Mr. Trenchard has been poisoned with prussic acid. My name is Judbury, and I belong to the Crampston police force. I'm sent here by our chief to look into this business. My duty is to find out where that prussic acid was bought. Now, before I go to the chemist shops, Dr. Faunthorpe, I want to know if it came out of your surgery, as there is reason to suppose it did." "What reason can there be to suppose any such thing?" "Never you mind that. You'll be summoned to appear at the inquest tomorrow, and you'll be asked certain questions, I dare say. I want to see your bottle of dilute prussic acid." "Suppose I tell you that I keep no such thing in my surgery?" "Then I shall have to look for myself. I've got authority to search your surgery. You'd better let me see the bottle. It'll come to the same thing in the end." Very pale, and with a sinking of his heart, which he has never felt before in all his patient life, Robert Faunthorpe drags the step-ladder to the recess of the fireplace and mounts to look for the dark blue bottle. Mr. Judbury follows him to the steps and eyes him as a cat eyes a mouse during the operation. Poor Dr. Faunthorpe's hand trembles a little as he takes down the fatal bottle, and before he can examine it, Mr. Judbury's firm fingers have taken it from him. "How much acid do you suppose you had in the bottle, sir?" asked Judbury. "I really can't say to a nicety. It's a drug I rarely use. Perhaps a matter of 2 ounces. And there isn't an ounce here." "But I can't be positive," explains the doctor, profoundly agitated. "I tell you it's ever so long since I used any. I can't be called upon to state the quantity. It may have evaporated." "I understand. But your impression is that you had 2 ounces. The bottle doesn't look as if it had been disturbed lately. The dust's pretty thick upon it," says Mr. Judbury, taking it to the gas burner and examining it closely. "Do you see this, Dr. Faunthorpe?" he asks, pointing to the side of the dark blue bottle. "This is the impression of 2 slim fingers on the dust-whitened glass. 2 streaks of blue show where 2 fingers have grasped the bottle." "That's the mark of a hand, sir," says the detective decisively. "A woman's or a child's." "Jenny, my youngest niece, may have tampered with the bottle," stammers the doctor, beside himself with fear and trouble. "She's been forbidden to touch anything, but she's a tiresome child, and may—" "Send for Miss Jenny, sir. Let us ask her all about it," says Mr. Judbury. Robert Faunthorpe could have cut his tongue out for having uttered the girl's name. Jenny will come, and under this horrible man's cross-questioning will say something to implicate Sybil. Horrors are thickening round this miserable house. Is this the hour they have all hoped and waited for? The hour which was to bring Stephen Trenchard's days to an end and be the beginning of his kindred's prosperity? Seeing the doctor hesitate, Mr. Judbury makes bold to ring the bell for himself. It's answered by Hester, looking daggers. She hates to be disturbed at her supper. It may only be bread and cheese, or the scrapings of some bone or pie dish, or the greasy remnants of hashed mutton, washed down with a mug of table beer, but she likes to eat her meal in peace. "What is it, sir?" she asks snappishly. "Send Miss Jane here," falters the doctor. Jane comes and is questioned about the blue bottle. She fences with her questioner at first, and looks as if the rack itself would not twist an admission of any kind out of her. But if subjected to Mr. Judbury's insidious process of interrogation, she finally tells the whole story of Sybil's coming into the surgery to get some laudanum, and the mysterious smell of bitter almonds in the bottle which Sybil filled and would not let her see. "Thank you, miss," says Judbury approvingly. "I think we must get you to appear before the coroner tomorrow." "Jane!" exclaims the doctor, when Mr. Judbury had made his bow and departed. Chapter 46 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 46. Stephen Trenchard surprises his friends. Redcastle is profoundly excited next morning by the inquest, which is held in the large room, a ballroom or a dining hall on festive occasions, at the Coach and Horses Hotel. Whispers of foul play have floated in the air since the post-mortem examination at Lancaster Lodge. Sibyl's disappearance has become known, and people look at one another ominously as they mention her name. Mr. Pilgrim's behaviour in this time of trial is the admiration of everybody, the enthusiasm beginning with the firm of upholsterers and undertakers whom he entrusts with the conduct of Mr. Trenchard's obsequies, and gradually permeating the town till every one is loud in his praise. His coolness, his clearness of head, his decent grief for his departed friend, his thoughtful consideration for Sibyl, in quest of whom he has sent far and wide, all these things entitle him to the admiration of the town, and Redcastle does not stint its praise. Never has the coroner sat in so crowded a court as this which he gravely contemplates today. Mrs. Stormont has borrowed her cook's bonnet and put on her thickest veil, fondly feeling herself disguised by these means, when every turn of her head and every angle of her figure is well known in Redcastle as the town pump. Mrs. Groshen is also present and thickly veiled. The two matrons have been accommodated with chairs in a quiet corner near the reporter's table, and they put their heads together and sigh dismally and talk of the awfulness of life and death and the mysterious depths of wickedness in the human heart, pending the commencement of the proceedings. The first evidence is entirely medical. Dr. Mitson describes those appearances in the corpse which led him to conclude that Stephen Trenchard had been poisoned. Mr. Pollintory deposes to the finding of the poison in his analysis of the contents of the stomach. Dr. Mitson describes the discovery of a phial which has contained the diluted acid in a basket in the room usually occupied by Sibyl Faunthorpe. Joel Pilgrim is examined as to the discovery of the death at 9 o'clock on the previous morning. He is questioned as to those appearances which at once impressed Dr. Mitson, and he owns that in the agitation consequent on the sad event he had overlooked these indications. "You saw nothing particular in the appearance of the corpse?" inquires the coroner. "I was too agitated to observe." "Yet you must have perceived the livid hue which struck Mr. Mitson." "I may have perceived that. My impression was that death had been caused by an apoplectic stroke." "And that, in your mind, would account for the livid tinge?" "It would." "Did you observe the eyes?" "I was too agitated to observe details." "But you must have seen the expression of the eyes. Were they bright and glassy, staring, the pupils dilated?" "I cannot say. I sent for the women to lay out the corpse immediately. The whole thing was too painful, too sudden, to allow of my observing particulars." He is questioned as to Sibyl's disappearance. "Can you give any reason for the young lady being absent at such a time?" "I cannot." "She was to have been married to you yesterday morning." "She was." "Had she given her free consent to the marriage?" "She had." "I beg your pardon," interposes a gentleman sitting at the table. I think these questions are quite irrelevant to the object of the inquest. The jury have only to determine the cause of death. Miss Faunthorpe's conduct is outside the question. Robert Faunthorpe has engaged a Crampston solicitor to watch the proceedings in his niece's interest. He has done his utmost for her in this, having an idea that the genius of Crampston is infinitely superior to that of Redcastle, and that a Crampston lawyer must be a man of much experience and acumen. Podmore, the butler, is examined as to his last visit to his master's room and the state in which he left the deceased. His answers to the coroner's questions closely resemble those he made to Dr. Mitsand yesterday afternoon, but there is a thickness in his speech which offends that functionary. "That will do, sir. This is very shameful, sir. Positively disgusting. You are intoxicated." "I beg your pardon, sir," falters Podmore, dissolving in tears. You bless my character, sir. I haven't touched drop spirits this morning. It's my feelings." "Go away, sir. You are drunk. I won't hear another word." Dr. Faunthorpe is now examined as to the abstraction of a portion of prussic acid contained in the bottle in his surgery, but the coroner can obtain no positive statement from him as to the quantity which ought to have been in the bottle. "Come, Dr. Faunthorpe, you must have some approximate idea as to the quantity of acid in your possession. Your books would show when you last bought any. If your memory is so much at fault, we shall have to ask to see your books." "It is 3 years at least since I bought any. I may not have kept the wholesale chemist's bill. I have no record." "Oh, come, you must remember something about it. If you so rarely employ the acid in your medicines, you must have the quantity you purchased nearly intact. Now, what is the smallest quantity you have ever bought?" "I think about 2 ounces." "You have never bought above 2 ounces?" "I do not think so." "Come, Dr. Faunthorpe, you are too scientific a man to think about a fact. You must know." And finally the coroner wrings from the reluctant witness the admission that he ordered 2 ounces of the diluted acid with other drugs 3 years ago, that he used it once as a sedative in a case of violent sickness, that he cannot remember having used it since. He admits the finding of a bottle in his surgery last night with only 1 ounce or less than 1 ounce of the poison. The bottle is now in the possession of the authorities. The Crampston solicitor objects to these questions as having no bearing on the main issue, which is simply to ascertain the cause of death, but his objections are not entertained. The coroner of Redcastle conducts his inquest with a lofty hand and is as arbitrary as any of his medieval predecessors. Jane Faunthorpe is not called, much to the doctor's relief, yet he feels that even as matters stand, there is a dark cloud hanging over the head of the absent Sibyl. Perhaps it would be better for her never to return, he thinks. He has sent a messenger to the How, and has sent in other directions without avail. He can discover no trace of Sibyl. Yet Mr. Judbury is already in possession of some information upon this subject. He knows the hour at which she left Redcastle, the train by which she went, the clothes she wore, the bag she carried. His next duty will be to discover whither she has gone. The jury go to Lancaster Lodge to view the body. The medical evidence having settled the cause of death, this is little more than a formula, which it is indeed in many cases where investigation should be thorough. After this, although the cause of death is sufficiently clear, the coroner suggests the adjournment of the inquiry until further evidence can be brought forward. There is some little discussion between the coroner and one of the jury as to a convenient date for the adjourned inquiry, and Mr. Judbury, who has been present throughout the proceedings, has a few words to say upon this subject. Finally, the inquest is adjourned to this day week. The funeral arrangements meanwhile may proceed. And the will may be read, thinks Dr. Faunthorpe, and we shall know if Sibyl is the heiress. God grant she may appear without delay, and make her innocence manifest to everyone. He goes back to his daily round of duty, sorely dejected in spirit. There is none of his parish patients, hard as may be their struggle for existence, who carries so heavy a heart this day as he who ministers to their wants. There is no rheumatism or sciatica that grips its victim with a sharper pang than the agony which tears Robert Faunthorpe's breast when he thinks that in the minds of all his townfolk Sybil lies under suspicion of murder. Meanwhile, Messrs. Cabriole, the upholsterers and undertakers, are in their glory. The massive oaken coffin, glittering with brazen furniture, is in hand. Merrily rings the joiner's hammer on the stout oak. The best velvet pall is brought forth from its resting place, aired and brushed. The big Flemish horses have their manes combed and their fetlocks clipped, and receive all the embellishment that skilful grooming can bestow. The sable plumes are shaken out, the inky cloaks unfolded, and there is quite an agreeable excitement in Messrs. Cabriole's back shop. "I shan't be sorry to get our account in," says Cabriole the elder to his son and company. "There's a heavy amount outstanding. Mr. Trenchard was like many of your millionaires, slow in parting with his money." "I should have asked him for it, father, if I was you," suggests the son. "Yes, and have lost a first-rate customer," replies the senior severely. "Gentlemen in that position mustn't be pressed for money. The most one can do is send in one's account at Christmas." "You might have said you had a bill to make up or something." "I does that with my pettifogging customers, Joe, never with a man of Mr. Trenchard's standing. It's too 'ollow." "Well, the money will come handy in a lump," remarks the son. "Of course it will, Joe, and you must bear in mind that I charges 5% interest all along, and the interest gets posted up every quarter and carries interest on the back of it. It's like putting one's money in the bank, and safer." "Well, you're a good un, father. There's no getting the right side of you." "I've got an head for business, Joe," answers the parent complacently. "I was born so." The days go by, but bring no tidings of Sybil. The day of the funeral comes, a quiet funeral, but splendid. All that wealth can do to disguise the awfulness of death, or add to it, with funeral pomp, has been done here. Mr. Cabriole watches the sable train leave the premises with a thrill of pride. Every item of that gorgeous cortege is already entered in his ledger. He feels that the metropolis could hardly beat this display. "Drat your reformed funerals, with their rubbishing open cars, reminding folks of Lord Mayor's Day or Ashley's Theatre," exclaims the upholsterer, who has served his time to a London firm. "Give me the good old style, the legitimate, as your playgoers say of the Dramer." Dr. Faunthorpe, Mr. Pilgrim, Dr. Mitsand, and Colonel Stormont are the only mourners, and occupy 2 mourning coaches. Poor Dr. Faunthorpe weeps silently behind his handkerchief, not for the dead, for whom he cares but little, but for the living, over whom clouds lower so heavily. He feels very much as if he were going in solemn state to his own execution. Except these tears, there is but little show of grief. Dr. Mitsand and Colonel Stormont talk of the mystery of the dead man's end, but do not commit themselves to any opinion on the subject. Joel Pilgrim is silent as death itself. A good many private carriages testify to the respect in which Stephen Trenchard has been held by his fellow townsmen. Sir Wilford Cardonnel's family chariot follows with high-stepping bays, and the coachman and footman in their last new liveries. Solemnly tolls the minster bell as the procession wends its slow and pompous way down the street. Shutters are up before almost all the shop windows. Blinds are down in many places. A respectful crowd gazes in reverential silence at the spectacle. The town of Redcastle bears witness that it has lost a benefactor. However solemnly performed, that service of the church which remits dust to dust is not a long one, nor is Stephen Trenchard's funeral protracted by any desperate burst of grief from the mourners. Decently, reverently, are all ceremonies performed. The mourners linger for a moment or so, looking down at the coffin, rather as if they expected to see the departed spread his wings and soar visibly to a better world. Finding his ashes quiescent, they sigh, shake their heads despondently, and move away, scrape the clay off their boots upon an adjacent plebeian tombstone, and walk slowly back to their carriages. "Now for the will," says Colonel Stormont, cheerily, as they drive away from the churchyard. "There's something of the nature of a lottery in that will. There may be small prizes even for outsiders. Mourning rings, silver tankards, lapis lazuli snuff boxes, carved ivory, or other spoil of India." "Most mysterious disappearance of that girl," exclaims the Colonel after a pause. "What motive could she have for running away, unless she had poisoned her uncle," says Dr. Mitsand, interpreting the Colonel's awful look. "If she were guilty of that crime, I think she would be here today. If she were capable of such an act, she would be capable of holding her ground afterwards." "They can't always stand it, you know," argues Colonel Stormont, speaking of the murderous profession generally. "They lose their heads and bolt after the thing is done. I suppose it looks so much worse to them when it is done than it did from the other side. They are a pluckless set for the most part, I think." "It was not in that girl to commit a murder," says Dr. Mitsand with conviction. "The circumstantial evidence is strong against her, I admit. Her disappearance, the poison taken from her uncle's surgery, her expectation of Mr. Trenchard's fortune. But if she had poisoned him in order to get possession of his money, it stands to reason she would have stayed to receive her inheritance. She would have known that to fly was almost to admit her guilt." "Well, she may have been seized with a panic when the thing was done." "She would have stayed, Colonel," persists the doctor. "She might have been stricken with fear, but she would have held her ground. She is too clever to commit such a blunderous flight if she had been guilty." "Well, how do you account for her absence, then?" "Easily enough. Her uncle was forcing her into a hateful marriage, and she had not moral courage enough to oppose her will to his. So she let matters go on to the very last, and then ran away. A foolish thing to do, no doubt, but human." "But why should she have taken that prussic acid from her uncle's surgery, as it is pretty evident she did take it, though the fact hasn't come out yet?" "Well, she may have armed herself with that as a means of suicide, a last resource if all other modes of escape failed her. We have no evidence that the prussic acid which killed Stephen Trenchard was the poison taken from Dr. Faunthorpe's surgery." "You have the evidence of the empty bottle." "But she may have thrown the stuff away, fearing to keep anything so dangerous in her possession. If she were guilty, she would hardly have left that bottle in her work-basket." Mutters the Colonel. "You take an indulgent view of the case." "I admit that at the first I was staggered by the facts, and inclined to suspect Miss Faunthorpe, but reflection has led me to form another opinion." "Gad, sir, and I should be glad if I could believe her innocent," says the Colonel energetically. "She's eaten my bread and salt. I've liked and admired her, and even, with ineffable condescension, thought of her as a wife for my eldest son. I believe that poor boy adores her. It would be horrid to think her guilty. But these proceedings ought to be looked straight in the face, Dr. Mitsand, if we don't want the whole fabric of society shaken. We mustn't be prussic acided into our graves in a quiet little town like this, and the prisoner go scot-free. No, sir. I wish the good old law for the punishment of prisoners was still in force. We want our chambre ardente, sir, for these scoundrels." They are at the gates of Lancaster Lodge by this time. The morning coaches drive up to the hall door, where stands Podmore, quite sober on this occasion, and fully awake to the dignity of his position. He ushers the mourners to the drawing-room, while the sunlight is subdued by half-closed Venetian shutters, through which shines the sunny vista of lawn and flower-beds. The crimson satin couches and ottomans are ranged in solemn order. A silver tray of decanters and glasses is placed unobtrusively on a side table. There is a small writing table in front of an open window, with a chair set beside it, evidently prepared for the family lawyer, thinks Colonel Stormont, as he takes a glass of old Madeira from the obsequious Podmore. No family lawyer appears, however. The four gentlemen refresh themselves gravely at the side table, assisted by Podmore. Very bitter is the taste of the Amontillado to Dr. Faunthorpe, but his parched lips need to be moistened in some wise. The moment is at hand when the dealings of the dead to the living will be known. Will justice have been done to all his nieces, or will favours be heaped upon that one of them whom in secret he, Robert Faunthorpe, has loved the best? Joel Pilgrim takes a second glass of sherry, clears his throat, and goes to the little table by the window. "I believe, gentlemen," he begins, and the three mourners turn towards him full of eager curiosity, "that in cases where there is a will to be read, this is about the time at which the ceremonial is gone through. Now my good friend Stephen Trenchard has left no will." There is a look of amazement in the countenances of his three hearers. Dr. Faunthorpe feels the room going round bewilderingly, and tries feebly to remember how the law of inheritance stands in the case of nieces whose uncles die intestate. "Do you mean to say that Mr. Trenchard, a man of business, has died intestate?" exclaims Colonel Cormont with indignant incredulity. "He has died intestate for the best of all reasons," answers Joe coolly, as he unlocks a drawer in the writing table. "He has nothing to bequeath." "Come, sir, you are laughing at us," cries the Colonel. He was too sincere to indulge in the mockery of a will, and in that self-restraint was a model to mankind in general, who seem to take delight in disposing of imaginary effects, replies Joel in an easy conversational tone. "He made no will, but during his late illness he entrusted me with a little paper which it was his wish that I should read to any of his friends and relatives who should be present on this sad occasion. With your permission, gentlemen, I shall proceed to do so." "Make haste about it, sir," cries the Colonel. "I can see that we have all been outrageously humbugged." "You are not the first, Colonel, who has taken the appearance for the reality," replies Joel politely. He unfolds a sheet of letter paper covered with Stephen Trenchard's neat penmanship, and reads thus: "Having reason to believe that I may die insolvent, I refrain from the empty formula of a last will and testament. I have nothing to bequeath except those accommodation bills drawn upon Providence, which good men call blessings. The business which I conducted for 30 years in India was on the verge of insolvency when I retired from it, though the house of Trenchard and Company stood high in the opinion of the commercial world, and its paper was as easily negotiated as that of the Bank of England. I had sunk my capital in the business, and I consider that I was guilty of no fraud in withdrawing from it about a third of the amount of that original capital, although I knew that in doing so I must precipitate the ultimate failure. I transferred my speculative trade to a man adroit enough to navigate the leaky vessel for a few more voyages upon the commercial sea, and I was enabled to make my retreat from India with £10,000 and high repute. For, although I was known to have engaged in some doubtful adventures, and to have been somewhat unscrupulous in my traffic, I was believed to be enormously rich. I was 64 years of age when I made up my mind to retire from the excitements and agitations of a hazardous trade, and to enjoy the lotus eater's calm repose for the rest of my days. I calculated that the £10,000 that I was able to draw would, with a judicious use of my credit, last out my life, and enable me to glide in comfort to the grave. It pleased me to return to that native town which I had left as a penniless lad, and which, when I was honest and industrious, refused me daily bread. With a few thousands at my banker's and the reputation of unlimited resources, I was able to command all that the town could give. Redcastle laid its riches at my feet. I had but to pay the rent of my house, the wages of my servants, and to give a check on account now and then to my tradespeople. Every year left me a little deeper in their debt. I fear that I may have excited false hope in the mind of my very dear niece Sybil Faunthorpe. I regret the possibility of this, but I cannot be blamed for any baseless ideas which she may have entertained on the subject of my supposed fortune. I have never made any statement calculated to mislead her. I have neither directly nor indirectly fostered expectations of an inheritance from me. My dear Sybil has been the companion and solace of my retirement, and she has enjoyed all those luxuries and comforts with which I have smoothed the pathway of my declining years. Should there be any balance or residue of the money now in my banker's hands at the time of my death, after the payment of my just debts, I hereby give the same to my friend and successor in commerce, Joel Pilgrim. But as I apprehend that my moneys in hand will hardly suffice to pay my outstanding accounts, I have not taken the trouble to put this bequest in the form of a will. Stephen Trenchard. Chapter 47 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 47. It is not now as it has been of yore. Alexis goes to Dorley Mill a few days after his interview with Mr. Scrodgers the lawyer, and tells Linda Challis all that the man of law has said in relation to Trot and the advisability of that young gentleman's being domiciled at the Grange. "You see, I want to establish the fact of his being my son," says Alexis. "People will hardly believe in my paternity while the little fellow is here. He ought to live with me. He ought to be seen in my company. A few years hence it won't so much matter where he may live. His name and position will be settled." "I understand," says Linda sadly. "Yesterday you gave me a promise which made me very happy. Today you take it back again." "Oh, Linda, forgive me," cries Alexis, deeply distressed. "If you knew how it grieves me to rob you of your darling, but it is for his good. Why cannot we three be happy as we have been together? The sweetest days of my life were those I spent under this dear roof, with him, with you. Why cannot those happy days come again, Linda? My love, my darling, what is the world worth that it should part us?" His arm is round her. He draws her to his breast, looking down into those beseeching, agonized eyes, which meet his in silent reproach that pierces deeper than words. For one passionate moment he has forgotten the fetters that hold him to another, forgotten everything except that this girl has grown inexpressibly dear to him. She releases herself from his arm, and he stands before her with shame-bowed head, conscience-stricken. "Oh, forgive me, Linda," he pleads. "I was thinking of what might have been. No, I will not be such a wretch as to rob you of Trot. Not yet awhile, at any rate. What can I give him to replace his adopted mother's fond care? You shall keep him, Linda." "Not if it is for his interest to be with you," Linda answers gravely. "But you need not be in a hurry to take him from me. A few days, a few weeks even, can make little difference. Give me time to get accustomed to the idea of parting with him." "So be it. And you will let me come here very often and see him, so that he may grow fonder of me and come to look upon me as his father?" "No," she answers, with downcast eyes. "Let me have him quite to myself for this time. He loves you already. You have no need to win his affection. Let me have him all to myself, and when the day comes, claim him from me, and I will give him to you without a tear." Alexis understands the motive of this denial, and feels that he has merited to be thus denied. "You have only to command me, Miss Challice," he says, "and remember that this boy will be no son of mine if his affection for you or his remembrance of your goodness is ever lessened." "He is so young," replies Linda with a sigh. "He'll have so much time in which to forget." And then they part with a friendly shake hands and a little commonplace talk about old Mr. Benfield in the mill, and both try to forget, or seem to forget, that fatal betrayal of feeling on the part of Alexis. And when he is gone, Linda creeps up to her room, the pretty girlish chamber with its white draperies and watercolour sketches, Linda's own work, on the panel walls, and kneels beside the little white bed and sobs as if her heart were broken. Happily, her life of simple duty affords little leisure for the indulgence of grief, and she is obliged to bathe her swollen eyelids presently and to go downstairs to see about Trot's custard pudding, which delicacy, made with a new-laid egg and baked in a saucer, no other hands can be permitted to prepare. Trot's sharp eyes discover the traces of tears in those heavy eyelids. "What you cry for, mammy?" he demands. "You not been naughty, has you?" Tears and naughtiness go together in Trot's mind. "I hope not, love." "And you not tumble downstairs?" "No, darling." "Den you got nothing to cry for," says Trot decisively. It is with the deepest shame that Alexis remembers that unhappy outbreak of his. This is how he pleaded his friend's cause. This is his allegiance to Dick Plowden. He can hardly look that faithful friend in the face without blushing when he gets back to the Grange. "Did you see her?" asked Dick. "Oh, yes, I saw her." "And was she looking well?" "Oh, a little pale and worried, I thought. She doesn't like parting with Trot, you see." "No, of course not." Alexis goes to London that afternoon, and procures a copy of the entry of his marriage in the register at the little Gothic church in the Pimlico district, so memorable to Sibyl and to him. The church they entered so hopefully that bleak March morning 4 years ago, careless of the future, confident of happiness, and knowing little more of life's actualities than if they had been the prince and princess of a fairy tale. In that stony labyrinth of Pimlico, Alexis is within an easy walk of Dixon Street, Chelsea. He goes by ways that were painfully familiar to him in the days of his poverty. He seems to know every shop front in this waterside street, every stone, every housetop and chimney stack and street corner. He leaves the prim dwelling places of middle-class respectability and enters poverty's Bohemia. There flows the river beyond its muddy margin, rosy in the evening sun. How the scene brings back the bygone time, the heart-sinking and despair, the dread of tomorrow, the vain hope, the crushing disappointment. There is little use, perhaps, in this visit to his old quarters. His will is made, his son's heritage is rendered as secure as the law of the land can make it. There is little fear, one would suppose, of the boy's parentage being called into question in the time to come. But Alexis has a fancy for seeing the house which sheltered his poverty and care, which was home in the days when he thought himself secure of his wife's love. Here is the dingy old street, more dingy and dismal in the warm summer twilight than in wintry obscurity. How sorely all the doors and window sashes want painting! What wisps of dirty straw and ragged scraps of paper have drifted to this quiet haven from the busier ways outside! Odd curtains drape the parlour windows, grimy blinds droop hopelessly on their slackened lines, like sails in a dead calm. Here and there a few flower pots testify to the love of the beautiful in some struggling denizen. In one area there is a family of rabbits, in another a collection of poultry. In a third, a cobbler has built his wooden workshop. If it were possible for anything already so debased to sink a little lower, Alexis would think that Dixon Street has gone down since he last beheld it. But the effect lies doubtless rather in his own eye, which is a stranger to the place. Mrs. Bonny has been endowed with an orderly mind, and it has been her constant struggle to raise her dwelling place above the Dixon Street level. She has eschewed rabbits and poultry. Her parlour windows are shaded by clean though faded chintz, and display the healthiest geraniums in the street. Her doorsteps are hearthstoned daily, and it grieveth her to the heart when the ruthless feet of her lodgers or their following sully the purity of the stone. It must be confessed that this aspiration after the beautiful, this struggle to maintain cleanliness in a neighbourhood where blacks fall as the rain from heaven, has exercised a deteriorating influence upon Mrs. Bonny's temper. The native sweetness of that overworked woman's disposition has been turned to sour by the perpetual falling of smuts, the frequent passage of muddy soles across newly hearthstoned steps, the reckless disregard of scrapers and doormats, which is idiosyncratic of the lodger family. When she opens her door to a stranger, Mrs. Bonny looks not at his face, but directs a furtive and angry glance at his boots, and follows his progress into her house with a smothered murmur of dissatisfaction. Her life is an endless warfare, which her constancy of spirit would render absolutely noble, were the enemy wherewith she striveth a trifle more exalted. But to fret and fume about the soiling of a doorstep, to be miserable because a dirty boot sullieth one's stair-carpet, hath in it something of pettishness and folly, and these small and sordid cares have impressed themselves upon Mrs. Bonny's visage. They have drawn down the angles of her mouth and written a network of wrinkles upon her brow. She opens the door to Alexis this evening. The rosy light on the river is deepening to a crimson glow. The sky grows faint and opal-tinted, and a young moon, which has been showing pale all the afternoon, begins to brighten in the eastern grey. Alexis had been prepared to observe some surprise in his landlady's countenance at this sudden reappearance of his, after a lapse of 3 years and a half. But to his astonishment she receives him with perfect tranquillity of countenance, save for an anxious downward glance at his boots, a look which he remembers of old. "I thought as much," she mutters. "You can walk upstairs, Mr. Stanmore." Stanmore was the adopted name of his poverty. "I have called for a little chat with you, Mrs. Bonny, if you can spare time," he begins politely, remembering that his old landlady, like the Fates, was a goddess who needed a good deal of propitiation. "I ain't got the time now," replies Mrs. Bonny snappishly, "for I was cooking my parlour supper when you rang, and I dare say it'll have stuck to the bottom of the frying pan when I get back. You can walk upstairs, can't you? You know your way, I should think." "To the front room?" inquires Alexis. "Yes, of course. It happened to be empty when the young woman called about it. Not as if I'm ever long empty, thank Providence. It ain't much reward to get for slaving from morning till night, gracious knows. Wipe your boots if you please, Mr. Stanmore. There's a mat at the foot of the stairs." The master of Chesel Grange does not quite understand the drift of these remarks, but he obeys as meekly as the penniless waiter upon fortune was wont to do in days gone by. Mrs. Bonny hurries back to her frying pan, and Alexis goes up the well-remembered staircase, with its papered wall representing a bewildering multiplication of Gothic archways of a dingy brown hue, its narrow window with a gaudy painted blind of ecclesiastical design, its heavy old balusters, the remains of better days, when Dixon Street was the abode of polite society, and fine gentlemen and ladies may have roistered and gambled in these old rooms after an evening at Ranelagh. Twilight has thickened, and Mrs. Bonny's staircase is wrapped in shadow, when Alexis opens the door of that one room which was once his home, a single chamber which would then have been deemed all sufficient as a home, could he but have found the wherewithal to pay the rent thereof. How well he remembers that miserable homecoming when, like Byron, he found his hearth deserted and his household gods shattered. The memory saddens him. He forgets his newly found son, forgets the business that has brought him to Dixon Street. The picture of that bitter day comes back and shuts out every other image. The room looks as if not one article of his furniture had been removed or altered since he saw it last. There stands the scarlet tea tray on the table against the wall. There the tea caddy. There the leather-bound family Bible. There are the old chintz-covered armchairs, the tent bedstead, the trumpery crockery images, awkward caricatures of old Chelsea ware on the high, narrow mantelpiece. And yonder, seated on the well-remembered sofa in a despondent attitude, with hands clasped listlessly and drooping head, appears a figure at sight of which Alexis Secretan recoils as if he had seen a ghost. He may well be startled, for this figure is the image of his wife, as he has seen her on many an evening at his homecoming, when she has grown weary of waiting for his return and has sunk into despondency. For a moment his blood freezes, and he feels as if a spirit were there, but in the next instant a cry of surprise breaks from his lips. "Sybil! Can it be you?" She starts up from the sofa, looks at him in bewilderment, and then throws herself upon his breast. "Alex, my best, my dearest, my only protector and comfort," she cries. "How did you know? Who told you that I was here?" He puts her away from him, gently but firmly. The thought of her falsehood about his son's death comes between him and his wife, and it may be that love for her, as he's often told himself, has died out of his heart, murdered by her unkindness. There's something else, too, perhaps, in this moment, that comes between him and the pale face lying on his breast. The image of a sweeter and less selfish woman whose eyes looked up at him full of grief and pain a few hours ago. "Alex, how unkind you are, and how coldly you look at me, but you came here in search of me, did you not? You are not living here?" "No, Sybil, I am not living here, and I did not come here to look for you. How was I to suppose that I should find you here when I left you at Redcastle in the house of Stephen Trenchard? I did not think you would come to such a place as this of your own election." "It was the only place I could think of as a refuge, Alex. I knew that I should be safe with Mrs. Bonny, and I knew of no other lodgings in London. Perhaps, too, I had a fancy for coming back here. It was like returning to the past, to the days when you loved me." She says this shyly, standing before her husband with downcast eyes, like a child who has offended and anticipates reproof. There is all the old innocence of manner, the almost childlike sweetness which has charmed Alexis when he first saw Sybil Faunthorpe in Mrs. Hazelton's drawing-room, but there is a chilled and deadened feeling at his heart, as of love that has fallen asleep and can wake no more, or love that has been stricken dumb and can find its old familiar speech never again. "Say rather the days in which I thought you worthy to be loved," he replies gravely. "You made your election when you left this room. You cannot undo it by returning here, whatever may be the caprice that moves you. When you chose to be your Uncle Trenchard's toady instead of my wife, you cancelled the bond between you and me. I gave you the option of renewing that old bond, but having your sordid aim in view, and fancying yourself on the threshold of success, you refused my offer. That made an end of our union forever. There is no legal process, no decree of the divorce court, which could separate us more utterly than we are parted now." "Alex," she cries piteously, "you did once love me. How can you be so unforgiving?" "I'll tell you how and why. When we last met and parted, I asked you a question. a question that involved the happiness of my manhood and the hope of my age. You answered me with a deliberate lie." "I don't remember," falters Sybil, deeply humiliated. She had thought it so easy a manner to reclaim this faithful heart. In her darkest hour she had always counted upon her husband's love as a certainty, a treasure inalienable, despite her sins against him, thinking of him somewhat after the manner in which man is apt to think of God's mercy and forgiveness, as an inexhaustible fund upon which he can draw as largely as he likes, with no fear of having his bills returned. "You don't remember that when I asked for my son you told me he was dead, looked me calmly in the face and told me black and bitter lie? He had only survived his birth by a few days, you said. All the hopes I had built upon his existence were baseless and delusive. You made me believe this, Sybil." She looks at him intently in the twilight with a look of half terror, half wonder. "Why should you imagine that I was deceiving you when I told you of your son's death?" she asks. "For the best possible reason. I have found my son." "What? You've been to Dorley Mill?" "I have been to the place where you left your child. Left him glad to be released from a tie which most women hold sacred. Left him to play your part at the feet of Stephen Trenchard, to pass for a spinster and captivate country gentlemen and angle for a fortune. You've won your game, I hope, after making such sacrifices, if it can be called a sacrifice, to have abandoned husband and child. Stephen Trenchard is dead, I suppose, and you have inherited his fortune, or you would hardly have deserted your post, even for the sentimental pleasure of revisiting the scene of your married life. My Uncle Stephen is not dead. I have inherited nothing. I stand before you a pauper, Alex, bankrupt in everything, even in hope, since you have ceased to love me." "Your uncle not dead? You have voluntarily abandoned your chance of being his heiress? You must have changed greatly since that night when you and I talked together in Mr. Trenchard's house." "I was surrounded with difficulties, Alexis. I should have held my ground to the very last. Yes, call me mercenary, despise me if you will, I will not shrink from the truth. I would have stopped with my uncle to the day of his death if he had not made that impossible by his tyranny." She tells Alexis the story of the last few months, how she had been urged to marry Joel Pilgrim, and how, when matters grew desperate, she had taken flight. "I wrote to that good girl, Jane Dimond, and asked her to find me a lodging here, if possible. Luckily for me, this room was empty, and I came straight from the railway station here." "A disappointing end to your schemes and hopes," says Alexis, still unpitying. He cannot easily forgive that heartless falsehood about his boy. His wrongs as a husband he might pardon. The injury done him as a father rankles deeper. "It's a sorry end, Alexis, humiliating, shameful. For upwards of 3 years I've been my uncle's patient companion. I have borne all his caprices, devoted myself to the task of making his life pleasant to him. He's been very good to me. I should be wickedly ungrateful if I were to deny or forget that. I think, too, that he loved me in his undemonstrative manner, and if I was deceived in believing that he would make me his heiress, everybody else in Redcastle laboured under the same delusion. But this Mr. Pilgrim's influence upon him is stronger than mine. I do not believe that my uncle really wished me to marry that man, or even that Joel Pilgrim's presence in his house made him happy. But there was an influence of some kind, an influence which I could never understand, exercised by that East Indian upon my Uncle Stephen." "I congratulate you upon having escaped that unholy house," says Alexis. "I'm glad you did not carry your subservience to your uncle so far as to marry the East Indian. I'm very glad you drew the line at that." "Had I been as free as my uncle thought me, I should have done the same," replies Sybil. "And may I ask what plan of existence you've formed to replace your blighted hopes?" says Alexis. "I suppose after this rebellious flight of yours, there is no chance of your inheriting your uncle's fortune." I gave up every idea of that when I left his house. As for a plan of life, I have none. The only hope I had has left me. I have a little money ready, and a few trinkets which I can convert into money. This will carry me on till I can get a situation as a governess, if that is to be done without a friend to speak for my character. I've not neglected my education during the last 3 years, and I can fall back upon the old drudgery. She says all this despondently. Hope has died within her breast. She thought it so easy a thing to cancel the past, and now it seems to her that she and Alexis Secretan are as far apart as if they had never loved each other, never sworn lifelong fidelity, never spent their careless honeymoon together under the young leafage in the Bois de Boulogne, among Saint-Germain's forest walks, and on the lamplit boulevards with all the joyous life of Europe's gayest city drifting by them like a stream of folly. Never suffered poverty's cark and care together, never shared hope and despair, never wandered side by side on the chill borderline of famine. So far, Alexis has shown no sign of relenting. His tone has expressed contempt rather than anger, and has wounded more deeply than the stormiest reproaches could wound. He now grows thoughtful, and walks up and down the room in meditative silence, as he has walked many a time in days gone by when his meditations were of ways and means. Sybil watches him as he moves slowly to and fro with bent head. The twilight hides his face, that summer twilight in which they sat so often when they first became inmates of this room, and when poverty was a new thing to them. "Why did you tell me that lie about our child?" he asks after a long silence. "Shall I tell you why, Alexis? It was because I wanted to have some hold upon you, to have some treasure to give you when the time came for me to come back to you, your true and faithful wife, as I have been from first to last. You would scorn my Uncle Stephen's fortune, you told me, repudiate that as you would repudiate me. But I thought you could not shut your heart against me if I came to you with our son. He must have been a link between us, a tie no unkindness of yours, no sin of mine could break. And you thought to make that link the stronger by telling me that my son, whom you had placidly resigned to the care of a stranger, was dead. If I had told you the truth, you would have claimed him. He would have been yours and not mine. You are an accomplished schemer, Sybil, but fate has a knack of spoiling your plans. Accident brought me in the way of my boy, an accident which put my life in peril for some time, brought me under the same roof with my son, and I loved him before I knew he had any claim to my love." "How did you discover his identity at last?" asked Sybil faintly. "Oh, in a very simple way. I need not trouble you with details." "And he is well? Happy? Well, how good of you to inquire about him. Yes, he has thriven admirably with strangers, so well that he naturally rebels against being transferred to his own flesh and blood." "Alexis," falters his wife piteously, "I know I must seem a heartless mother, a woman without woman's natural feeling, but starvation brings humanity very low. When I came to Dorley Mill I had been keeping fellowship with hunger for a long time. I had known what it was to be houseless and ailing, to lie shivering under the cold, unpitying stars. It was vital to me to find a home for my baby, a home far away from Redcastle. I was obliged to disassociate myself from my child. It was imperative for me to do that if I wanted to win my Uncle Trenchard's fortune. And I did want to be rich, Alex, for your sake, for our child's sake as much as for my own. If it was your duty as a man to try every honest means to conquer fortune, was it a sin in me to try the only means I knew, to snatch the only chance fate ever offered to me? Will you try and think of all this, Alex, and forgive me if you can?" She rises once more from the sofa where she has sat despondingly. She goes to her husband and lays her hand lightly on his shoulder, such a poor little hand, Such a feather's weight, as it seems to him, lying loosely there. That touch, faltering and tremulous, moves him more than her arguments. Forgive you. Yes, poor child, he says gravely. Perhaps, after all, it is foolishness rather than sin that I have to pardon, and God pardons even sin. What am I, weak, offending man, that I should be more unmerciful than heaven? Yes, I forgive you, Sybil, but remember, my dear, that the past is an unalterable quantity. We have to carry the burden of our past deeds down to the grave. No man ever shifts that load from his shoulders. You and I can never be again what we were the day you left this house to go in quest of fortune. You left something behind you then that you can never reclaim. You mean that I lost your love? My affection, my compassion, you shall have to the end of our lives. But the heart that trusted and loved you is dead and gone. I have no right to expect that it should be otherwise, answers Sybil in a voice broken by sobs. I set too much value on money. I was blind to all other loss that might befall me. I thought that when I came to you with my Uncle Trenchard's fortune in my hand, you would forgive me. You would take me back to your heart. It is because you come to me without fortune that I am able to forgive you, Sybil. I thank Providence for the failure of your plans. No good could ever have come of Stephen Trenchard's money to me or my race. And you will let me see my boy, Alex? I know that I have been a heartless mother, but I have suffered many a pang of remorse. You will let me see him before... She breaks down here and sobs upon her husband's shoulder. Before what, Sybil? He asked gently. Don't cry, my dear. There are many days in store for both of us now that we have got rid of our evil genius, Stephen Trenchard. His tone is kinder than it has been yet. He's felt a touch of remorse at remembering that he could have given his erring wife a warmer welcome, had she but returned to him before his experience of womanly tenderness and womanly unselfishness at Dorley Mill. It was only when he learned to draw comparisons between his wife and another woman that love had perished. God bless you for those kind words, Alex, the first you've spoken to me tonight. And you will let me see my child before I die? Before you die? Yes, Sybil, and through many a year to come, if you will be true to the little one and me, and put Stephen Trenchard's money out of your head. Who talks about dying? I have suffered so much, Alex, and it has been so hard a task to hide every pang, to be all smiles and gaiety and thoughtfulness for others, with my own hidden sorrow always gnawing at my heart. It has been a bitter task. I feel as if the burden has been too heavy for me. I feel quite worn out with the long battle, physically as well as mentally. Indeed, Alexis, I do not think that I have long to live. This is a plea for mercy in forma pauperis, and touches Alexis. He's growing very tender-hearted to this wife, for whom he had told himself that his old love was dead and gone. The room in which they had suffered poverty's chilling apprenticeship together seems to bring them closer to each other than any less familiar place of meeting could have done. And presently, when Silver has struck a match and lighted a pair of sallow-looking candles, which but dimly illuminate the scene, Alexis is moved to deeper pity by seeing the change that the last 6 months have wrought in his wife's beauty. That wan white face, those sunken cheeks and hollow eyes, tell of a struggle that has been exhausting alike to mind and body. "My poor girl, how changed you are!" he exclaims, drawing her to him in the dim light and scrutinizing her altered face. "Yes, there's no beauty to be proud of now, Alex. I might sit in my corner at Mrs. Hazelton's drawing-room, and even your eye would not notice me. The faded governess would come and go like a shadow. I've lost my good looks, all the capital fortune gave me to start in life, and I've won nothing, not even Uncle Trenchard's money. We can do without it, Sybil. If you had come to me with that ill-gotten wealth in your hand, I would have had nothing to say to you. I take you back tonight because you come without it." "Back to your heart, Alex?" To my home and my affectionate regard, my dear. Our hearts are not always to be commanded. Oh, don't look so sad, Sybil. Our Hampshire breezes will blow the color back to your cheeks. Hampshire? Oh, that is where our boy lives, but what took you to that part of the country, Alex? I'll answer that question when you've told me what took you there, and how your child came to be born in a Hampshire union. I'll tell you, Alex, I have no need to hide anything now. When I left you with those £10, which I extorted from you so cruelly, my only thought was to hide myself somewhere till after my baby's birth. I went into a little country village in Surrey, a quiet little place near Guildford, and hired a room in a cottage, a tiny whitewashed bedroom, which cost me 3 and 6pence a week. And there I lived for 7 weeks, spending as little as possible, living on bread and butter and tea, till at last my landlady, who was only a farm labourer's wife, would bring me up a little plate of meat, sometimes out of charity. In 7 weeks I spent only £4 on myself, but I had spent 3 more in buying clothes for my baby, and I had spent almost all my time in making them, those long, dull days when I used to sit there for hours together alone in my little room, listening to the ticking of the Dutch clock and the chirping of the crickets downstairs. I think I must have gone mad in those monotonous, desolate days, if it had not been for my needlework. I used to go out into the fields sometimes at dusk and wander about for an hour or so, and I felt as if I belonged to nobody and was quite the loneliest creature in this wide world. A sorry prologue to your dignified existence at Lancaster Lodge. As the time for my baby's birth grew nearer, I began to think with dread of his being born in that poor little room among coarse labouring people. I pined for a friend, any one of my own class who would be kind to me. I took a horror of that stifling little room with its one small window and whitewashed walls and patchwork coverlet, and all the piggy and cabbagey smells that used to creep up from the room below. So I tried to remember any friend who would be likely to be kind to me if I flung myself upon her benevolence. I could think of only one person, Maggie Rawlings, a girl who had been very fond of me at school, almost ridiculously fond, giving me keepsakes and insisting on wearing some of my hair in a locket, and showing her affection in all manner of foolish ways. She was the daughter of a farmer in Hampshire, and as she had huge hampers sent her twice a quarter, and always had plenty of money to spend, I concluded that her people were rich. I knew that she was an impulsive, warm-hearted little creature, and generous as the light of day. So I thought that if I went to her, she would find me a shelter of some sort and be kind to me and my baby. I went to Winchester by rail, and from Winchester I went on foot to find Hillside Farm. "Poor child," murmurs Alexis. "Poor foolish child. Our worst fortunes shared together were not so bad as this." Unfortunately, I had forgotten all but the name of the farm, and that Winchester was the nearest station. But how far that nearest station might be from Maggie's home, I had no idea. The consequence was that I wandered helplessly about from village to village for 3 days, led astray by wrong information, sent first to one farm and then another, and having to sleep at village inns where I paid dear for very poor accommodation. On the 4th day I succeeded in finding Hillside Farm, nearly 30 miles from Winchester, and there a cruel disappointment awaited me. My old schoolfellow was married and had gone to live in Lincolnshire. Mrs. Rawlings was barely civil to me, and gave me her daughter's address with evident reluctance. No doubt she thought me a very questionable character. My shabby clothes denounced me. If I had possessed money enough or strength enough for the journey, I think I should have gone down to Lincolnshire in search of Maggie. But I had neither. I was ill and worn out by the fatigue of the last 3 days, and this disappointment at the end of all completely crushed me. 2 days after, my baby was born in the workhouse. That was the only refuge left open to me at the last. If you have been to Dorley Mill, you must know all the rest. I left the workhouse penniless, and, but for Linda Challice's goodness, I could never have made my way to Redcastle. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me, Alexis, now that you know all the truth? I forgive you, Sybil, and pity you with all my heart. You did yourself a deeper wrong than you did me when you sacrificed all natural feeling to the worship of your golden calf. You paid a heavy price for your mistake. It would be cruel to add my upbraidings to the sum. And now let us begin life afresh, little woman, and be happy if we can. Fortune has been kinder to me, who have wooed her somewhat carelessly, than to you, who have sought her with such mistaken diligence. Poverty need never more afflict us. Your husband is no longer Mr. Secretan, alias Stanmore, a humble waiter upon the tide of luck, but Alexis Secretan, Esquire, of Chesel Grange, in the county of Hants, able to give his wife her carriage and her flower garden, her dairy, poultry yard, and village school, and to leave his son the modest heritage of a small landowner. Alexis, you're laughing at me. No, Sybil. When I stood before you at Lancaster Lodge last December, I was able to take you to as fair a home as you could care to inhabit. But I would not tempt you with the gifts of fortune. I waited for your heart to speak. And you were absolutely rich at that time? You could have given me all I had to hope for from my Uncle Stephen? Well, I cannot presume to measure Mr. Trenchard's possessions. My fortune, I have told you, is a modest one, but it is large enough to buy all the things needful to real happiness. The man of fabulous wealth can only live. He cannot eat 2 dinners in the same day, or ride 2 horses at once, or consume more than a given quantity of fresh air, or get more pleasure out of life than his mental capacity for enjoyment will let him, be he king or kaiser. It seems that I have made a sorry mistake, says Sybil with a sigh. A mistake which we will do our best to mend, poor child, replies Alexis kindly. And now, Sybil, I don't know whether you have dined today, but I'm quite sure I have not. So I think the best thing I can do is to go out to our old haunts and buy a rump steak which our faithful Bonnie will cook for our supper. Unless you would rather come to an hotel and bid the faithful Bonnie good-bye. I'd rather stay where I am for a day or 2, Alex. I don't feel well enough to move. We must call in a medical man, Sybil, if you are so ill as that. Oh, no, I don't think a doctor would be of any use. I'm not so much ill as tired. I shall soon be better, I dare say, now you are so kind to me. And doesn't it cheer you to know that we've done with our old enemy, poverty, that our future is to be bright and prosperous? I'm glad with all my heart, Alex, for your sake and our boys, but I do not feel as if I had any future to look forward to in this world. Nonsense, Sybil. That is all the defect of debility, a hypochondriacal view of life altogether. You'll see things differently after a half-dozen doses of quinine and a daily mutton chop. I shouldn't wonder if Guinness's stout were the best antidote for these dark ideas. And now I'll go see if Mrs. Bonnie can send anyone for that steak, or if I must go out and forage for myself. He goes to the door, opens it, and finds himself face to face with an unknown individual in a grey coat. Mrs. Bonnie stands behind the stranger with a brass candlestick uplifted to show him the way that he should go. "Who the deuce are you, sir?" asks Alexis rather savagely. "This room is not to be let." His nerves have been too completely unstrung by that unexpected meeting of the last hour to allow of his being civil to an intrusive stranger. "I'm not looking for lodgings," answers the grey man coolly. "I have come here to look for a young lady. Ah, there she is, I see. I have a warrant to arrest Miss Sybil Faunthorpe on suspicion of murder." Suspicion of murder? "Yes, on suspicion of having murdered her uncle, Stephen Trenchard, Esquire, of Lancaster Lodge, Redcastle, in the county of York, to be transferred in my charge to Redcastle Jail, there to remain pending the issue of the adjourned inquest held to inquire into the death of the aforesaid Stephen Trenchard, Esquire." "The man must be mad," cries Sibyl, clinging to Alexis. "I left my uncle alive, in no danger." "Anything you say now will be used against you hereafter, miss," says the man in grey, in a warning voice. "Alexis, you don't believe—" "I believe nothing so wildly improbable, my dear. Let me see your warrant, sir." It is shown him. A formal document, issued in Rencastle, Yorkshire, and endorsed by a Middlesex magistrate. Alexis knows just enough of the law to know that the warrant is a genuine instrument, and that resistance is likely to be useless. There is but one loophole. "Your warrant seems right enough," he says, "but it is issued against Sibyl Faunthorpe. This lady is Mrs. Secretan, my wife." "The lady may have a dozen aliases, sir," replies Mr. Judbury, with undisturbed equanimity, "but she's the lady we want, all the same, and with your leave I'm going to take her back to Yorkshire by the mail. There's just about time to do it, I think, Trivett," adds Mr. Judbury across his shoulder to a man in the background. "My wife is not well enough to travel," says Alexis. "Oh, come. She was well enough to travel to London less than a week ago. She must be well enough to go back. I'll take the responsibility of removing her. You've got a cab, Trivett?" "Yes, sir." "Come along, Miss Faunthorpe. If you come quietly, I shall say nothing about the handcuffs, you know, but I've got 'em in my pocket." "What am I to do, Alexis?" Sibyl asks piteously. "If you think you can bear the journey, go, dear. I will go with you. Whatever hideous mistake has arisen out of your uncle's death can be best righted by your presence. Don't be afraid, Sibyl. I will stand by you." "And you do not believe—" "I believe that you are as innocent as a baby of any wrong against Stephen Trenchard," answers Alexis with conviction. "That makes me strong," says Sibyl, quietly putting on her hat and jacket. "I will come back to Redcastle." "Well, I think, miss, under existing circumstances you'd better," answered the officer with suppressed satire. "When did my uncle die?" "The morning you left, miss, strange to say. Found dead in his bed. You left by the 6:20 train. According to the medical evidence, your departure and Mr. Trenchard's death must have been pretty nearly simultaneously." "He died suddenly, then?" "Uncommon." "And why do they suppose that he was murdered?" "Because about an ounce of prussic acid was found in his inside. Please to bear in mind, miss, that any remark of yours will be used against you by and by." This warning is unheeded, nay, unheard by Sibyl. "Prussic acid!" she cries with an awful look. "Oh, Alex, how dreadful! I had some prussic acid in a bottle, enough to put an end to my life if there had been no other way of escape left me from that horrid man, and I left the bottle at Lancaster Lodge." "Yes, miss, and it was found there empty." They go down to the cab, Sibyl leaning on her husband's arm, and drive away from Dixon Street in the summer dusk. Mrs. Bonny watches the departing chariot with uplifted hands and eyes that ask the heavens to witness her astonishment. "This beats all my experience of lodgers," she exclaims, "that I should live to have my first floor took prisoner for murder, and to see my doorsteps spiled by the muddy boots of a defective policeman." Chapter 48 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 48. 'Tis held that sorrow makes us wise. Throughout the tedious journey by the night mail, Alexis supports and comforts Sibyl by his presence. All bitterness of feeling has passed out of his mind. He sees his wife the victim of a false accusation, and he's ready to pity and defend her. "You do not believe these men, Alex?" she repeats many times during that summer night, as she clings closer to her husband with a shiver as of cold, though the midsummer air is mild and balmy. "You do not believe this horrible accusation, dear?" "Not a word, not a breath," he answers cheerily. "These mistakes are common enough, love. It will be easily set right. You only have to keep up your courage and trust in Providence and me." "Oh, Alex, how good you are! How little I deserve your goodness," she answered with a stifled sob. Mr. Judbury, though hardened by much travelling on the stormy path of official life, shows some delicacy of feeling. He sends his follower to a second-class carriage, and takes his seat as far from Mr. and Mrs. Secretan as the limits of a first-class compartment will allow. Nay, he is benevolent enough to refresh himself with occasional comfortable naps, but is always wakeful and alert when speed slackens and the train stops. He apparently considers that an attempt to escape from the train at full speed is an evil not to be apprehended. So the soft summer morning dawns gradually, mysteriously, with a slow lightening of the landscape and a faint breath of chiller air creeping among the woods and across the hilltops, and Aurora sees Mr. Judbury reposing luxuriously in his padded corner, with a red silk handkerchief draped picturesquely about his bald head, and his manly chest in a manner doubled up into his shepherd's plain waistcoat. The newborn day sheds but a sickly light upon Sibyl's worn face, as it leans against her husband's shoulder, and Alexis, scrutinizing it in that clear light, sees how marked and deep is the change that has been wrought there. Care has engraven lines that happiness can never erase. This pallid countenance with sunken eyes ringed with purple shadow is but the ghost of the fair face that shone upon him in Mrs. Hazleton's drawing-room. Deepest pity moves him as he gazes on that altered beauty, lovely still, for the lines have the perfection of the sculptor's marble. A beauty that neither age nor death, sickness nor care can deface, but the glow and brightness of colouring are gone. Sibyl is no longer a beauty for the vulgar eye to admire, no longer the handsomest woman in Redcastle. That melancholy journey comes to an end at last. They arrive at Crampston in the early morning, and after waiting nearly an hour in a labyrinthine terminus, get a train to convey them to Redcastle, which provincial shrine of the genius of quietude they reach at an hour which Mr. Judbury picturesquely describes as breakfast time. From the Redcastle station, naturally half a mile out of the town, they drive to Redcastle Jail, a clean and modern building of Gothic architecture, occupying an important site on the high road above Bar, an edifice which is described in local handbooks as an ornament to the town. Sibyl has ridden and driven past its medieval gateway many a time, and has glanced at the lancet windows with a ladylike indifference to the life going on behind them. It seems a curious thing, a severance from all the outer world and the common round of life, to be driven under that stony arch and along that smooth gravel drive, and to hear the iron gate close behind her with a clang that sounds like the snap of the shears of Atropos. They all go into a stone-flagged hall together, a hall in which cleanliness and order reign supreme, and in which the ticking of a large clock overpowers all the sound of humanity. Here there is a brief consultation held between Mr. Judbury and an official, and after a little humming and hawing, Sibyl is conducted to a small, plainly furnished room which is hardly to be called a cell. There is a bedchamber adjoining, and both rooms are guarded with substantial doors, ponderously locked and bolted, but the place is not so bad as the dungeon she has pictured to herself with a shudder during that long journey. She has fancied herself crouching in a stone cell with a little straw in a corner and a large iron ring against the wall, to which she would perchance be chained, whilst between massive iron bars high up on the wall crept a faint gleam of light. This is the only kind of dungeon with which painters and poets have made her familiar. Alexis has not been allowed to accompany his wife to the room allotted to her, but on his explaining the case to the warder he is treated with considerable civility, and taken straight to the governor of the prison, a young man who has lately exchanged a military career for the guardianship of criminals. From this gentleman Alex receives every assurance of sympathy, and to this gentleman, Captain Heathcote, he gives a brief history of his married life, telling nothing that can throw discredit upon Sibyl, but alleging her attachment to her uncle Stephen Trenchard as the reason of their separation and her concealment of her marriage. It happened, unfortunately, that the Samaritans and Trenchards were, like the Montagues and Capulets, foes to the death, he tells Captain Heathcote. There was an old feud between my poor father and Stephen Trenchard, the circumstances of which I need not enter into. I believe my father was the injured person in that quarrel. My wife naturally believed her uncle in the right. We were quietly married in London, and my wife kept her marriage a secret from her family. When Mr. Trenchard came home from India, he asked her to go and live with him. My circumstances at that time were very low, and I had no home to give my wife. So she came to Redcastle, resumed her maiden name, and lived under her uncle's roof until his attempt to force her into a marriage with an East Indian protege of his compelled her to leave his house. Captain Heathcote listens and is thoughtful. The story sounds credible enough and is in some measure confirmed by the copy of the marriage register, which Alexis shows the captain. Captain Heathcote, upon whose military status Redcastle society looks kindly, though inclined to be somewhat supercilious about his official position, has met Sibyl at Colonel Stormont's, and it goes hard with him to imagine that she has been capable of this hideous crime which is imputed to her. Yet it must be confessed that there was never a more awkward combination of circumstances. Her secret flight, coincident with her uncle's death, her possession of the poison, or the same kind of poison, by which he died, the finding of the empty bottle in her work-basket, and now this revealment of her marriage, so long concealed from those among whom she has lived, her nearest friends and kindred, these things suggest a capacity for deceit, a disposition in which duplicity is second nature. These considerations make Captain Heathcote grave and thoughtful, but he is not the less courteous and obliging. You may be assured I shall do all in my power to lessen the painfulness of Mrs. Secretan's position. We are never very severe in our treatment of persons who are here only under suspicion, and until Mrs. Secretan is committed for trial, which I trust she will not be, we shall contrive to relax our rules as much as possible in her favour. Burton tells me he has given her comfortable rooms. You are very good. Please God, she will not be long under this horrible suspicion. I imagine that directly the matter is investigated, her innocence must appear. But in the meanwhile, I am most grateful for your kindness. My wife is looking very ill. I think she really requires medical attention. Her uncle is a medical man in this town. Perhaps it would be as well for him to see her if it might be allowed? Certainly. Dr. Faunthorpe is not our official surgeon, but he might see Mrs. Secretan. Thanks. And may I be allowed to see her? As often as you like, but not alone. I shall be obliged to place a female warder in Mrs. Secretan's room. I am not likely to have anything to say which the warder may not hear, and I shall be glad to know that my wife is not alone. She is in a very low state of health, and will be all the better for companionship, however humble. You would like to see her, perhaps, before you leave? Very much. Then we'll go to her. Captain Heathcote leads the way to a clean and airy corridor, beckons to a warder to unlock a door, and admits Alexis into the prisoner's room. Sibyl is sitting listlessly by the open window. a closely barred window looking into the stone quadrangle where the prisoners are solemnly tramping signal file in a circle for their regulation hour of air and exercise. A respectable young woman in a white muslin cap has just brought a cup of tea and a plate of bread and butter for the new arrival. There is no question of jail fare yet awhile. Mrs. Secretan could have ortolans or pâté de foie gras if she liked to import those delicacies from the outside world. My dear Sybil, Captain Heathcote has been kind enough to promise that you shall have all possible indulgence, so you must try to keep up your spirits. Yes, Alexis, she answers quietly, I have very little cause for unhappiness when you are so kind to me. How do you do, Captain Heathcote? She says, turning to the governor with a faint smile. It seems strange for us to meet like this, does it not? I feel as if I had come to your house as an uninvited guest. I shall do all in my power to make your visit agreeable, and shall be unhospitable enough to wish that it may be brief, answers the captain. I am very anxious to know all about my uncle's death, says Sybil. It was a great shock to me to hear he was dead. Dr. Mitson told me that he was in no danger the very day before I left Redcastle. Can it be true that he died from poison? Unhappily, there is no room to doubt that, answers Captain Heathcote gravely. But do not let us talk about this sad business, Mrs. Secretan. Your husband will do all that can be done to protect your interests, to clear your name. Be assured of that, and give your mind as much repose as you can. The inquest will be reopened tomorrow, and you will have to appear. As a criminal? In the dock? Asked Sybil with a shudder. There's no dock in the coroner's court. Oh, my dearest, what does it matter? Says Alexis soothingly. Tomorrow's examination will doubtless clear you of this shameful charge. Be patient and trust in God. I'm going to call upon your uncle, Dr. Faunthorpe. I thought perhaps you would like him to come and see you. Yes, I should like to see him very much if he does not believe that I am... I can't say the dreadful words, Alex. But no, I am sure Uncle Robert does not believe in this accusation. Dear soul, he never thought evil of anyone. You shall see him, dear, and he shall prescribe for you, unless there is any other medical man whose advice you would rather have. I do not think medicine can do me much good, Alex, but I shall consult anyone you wish. But I want to see Uncle Robert, to ask him about Uncle Stephen's death. He must know everything. And about the will. Ah, by the way, exclaims Alex, there was a will, I suppose? And pray, who is the gainer of Mr. Trenchard's wealth? Captain Heathcote looks at the inquirer with a grave smile. Have you heard nothing? Don't you know the particulars? He asks. We know nothing except that Mr. Trenchard is dead and is supposed to have been poisoned. Has his will been read yet? His will, or rather a final statement of his circumstances, briefly set forth in a paper to be read after his death, was made known to 2 or 3 people yesterday. As generally happens in Redcastle, what was known to 3 people in the morning had become town talk in the evening. Mr. Trenchard has not left 6pence to anyone. Sybil's eyes opened to their widest. Faintly, dimly, during that wearisome night journey, she had seen herself cleared from the monstrous charge of murder and possessed of Stephen Trenchard's fortune. His sudden death would have prevented his disinheriting her. Death overtook him before he could have known of her flight. Do you mean to say that he has left all his money to hospitals? Exclaimed Alexis. I mean to say that he has left no money whatever, or hardly enough, for the payment of 5 shillings in the pound upon his debts. We are very wise in Redcastle, but with all our wisdom are apt to take outward show for reality. Mr. Trenchard has contrived to impose upon us all. He has been living upon a few thousands taken out of a business on the verge of insolvency, and upon his credit in Redcastle, which was rather large. Rather hard upon Mrs. Secretan, whom everybody supposed to be his heiress. The policy of his old age is of a piece with the treachery of his youth, replies Alexis quietly. My wife can afford to do without his money." Sybil sits silent in utter bewilderment. What phantom has she followed in these years that are gone? To what false idol has she sacrificed love and truth and duty to husband and child, all fair things that are honourable in woman? Bad enough to have worshipped a golden calf, but to find the calf of basest metal is indeed the lowest depth of humiliation and disgrace. "Alexis," she says at last, looking piteously at her husband, "there never was anyone so foolish, so deluded as I have been. How you must despise me." "No, my dear, I'm only sorry for you and our mistaken lives. The lost years." Chapter 49 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 49. But here is one who loves you as of old. Mr. Secretan is not sorry to get away from that quiet, orderly room in the prison, where never comes any sound of outward things more human than the creaking of the warder's boots in the passage, or the ticking of that inexorable clock in the hall, dismal clock that checks off hours that are heavier than lead, minutes whose every moment is a sigh. Alexis would willingly stay all day with his wife, to lighten the burden of her solitude, to strengthen the fainting heart with words of cheerfulness and comfort, if he had not work to do elsewhere. He has a task to perform, and a difficult one, and he hardly knows how to set about it. He has been careful to ask no questions of Captain Heathcote, feeling that the governor's position must compel him to caution and reticence. He stands, as it were, upon the opposite side in that game of life and death which has to be played out, the rouge et noir of the criminal court. Not to him can Alexis look for information or assistance. Mr. Secretan leaves the prison, sorely perplexed as to what his first step should be. At present he knows nothing, save that Stephen Trenchard is supposed to have died from prussic acid, and that Sybil is confessed to having had a bottle of prussic acid in her possession at Lancaster Lodge. "We must meet law with law, I suppose," thinks Alexis. "As my wife is in the grip of the law, I must get a lawyer to fight her battle." He thinks of the names he has seen in connection with the criminal courts, names that have a sound of power, and there is one that comes uppermost in his mind, supereminent and invincible, a shield and a buckler in the fight. This is the legal firm of Levison and Levison, Parchment Street, Viaduct Hill. He goes straight to the telegraph office and telegraphs to Messrs. Levison and Levison, solicitors, requesting that one of their firm may start for Redcastle that afternoon, a most urgent case, money no object. He feels fortified against danger in some measure when he has sent this message, and goes from the station to Dr. Faunthorpe's. The shabby old house looks a little shabbier and more woebegone than usual today in the vivid sunshine of midsummer. Hester, whose spirits generally maintain an equitable acidity, has drooped and given way to absolute despair since the revelation of Stephen Trenchard's insolvency. It seems to her as if the shattered fortunes of the house in Faunthorpe had received the final blow that brings them to the dust. Jerusalem, besieged by Titus, could hardly have fallen lower. The idea of Stephen Trenchard's fortune to be divided in some manner among his nieces had been the faithful servant's only daydream. She had not set her hopes very high, She had languished for no translation to a loftier sphere, but she had believed that a little money would find its way through his nieces to the pockets of Robert Faunthorpe. She had fancied that the dilapidated old house would be painted and whitewashed, some of the worm-eaten flooring replaced with sound wood, New Deal, which would repay the labour of her scrubbing brush. She had pictured her master in a new coat. She had told herself that a few pounds spent upon the pony carriage would rehabilitate that vehicle, and that a new set of harness would make the pony a gentleman. Long arrears of wages due to herself in times past, a sum that would have doubled itself by this time at compound interest, might possibly be paid in that flood tide of fortune, but this last item was one of secondary consideration in the faithful Hester's mind. She wanted to see the family raise its head from the dust. She wanted to feel that the house of Faunthorpe had something of the phoenix in its nature. The habits of this fabulous bird have been made familiar to Hester, not in the pages of Herodotus, but by the Fire Office, which has taken it for its device and emblem. The disappointment has been very bitter to the doctor's two younger nieces, and Marion lies on the sofa and bewails her fate, and declares rebelliously that she will never more try to deserve well of Providence. "What's the use of being good?" she demands with an injured air. "One couldn't be used worse if one was a forger or a murderer. I didn't expect much. Sybil's artfulness nipped my expectations in the bud, but I did build upon getting something, even if it was only a paltry £5,000. Jenny is more philosophical and more easily reconciled to fate. "If he hadn't any money to leave, he couldn't leave it to us," she argues. "But he must have been a sly old fox to make believe to be a millionaire and take in all Redcastle." "A wicked old impostor," exclaims Marion wrathfully. "Poor Sybil's disappointment will be worse than ours," says Jane. "Yes, that's a comfort. She'll find how she has wasted all her scheming and artfulness on a Jesuitical old pauper. She'll feel small enough, I should think." "Perhaps she knew the truth all along and was laughing in her sleeve at our expectations," suggests Jenny. "She's deep enough for anything. However, I forgive her all her baseness now, and pity her with all my heart," says Marion with a magnanimous air. "She'll find life a very different thing now she has seen the last of Lancaster Lodge." "Oh, I hope she won't get into trouble about that prussic acid," says Jenny thoughtfully. And Marion also grows grave. That question about the prussic acid is serious. One might wish one's sister's unholy pride and temporal blessings to be chastised by Providence for her own spiritual chastening and benefit, but one would shrink appalled from the idea of that erring sister lying under a suspicion of having poisoned her uncle. In the first place, such an imputation would be too severe a punishment for the offender, and in the second, it would cast discredit upon all her family. It's my opinion that Uncle Trenchard has spent all his money, and knew he must be found out if he let things go on any longer, and got out of the difficulty by poisoning himself," says Jenny sagely. "The only thing that's hard to account for is how he could have got hold of prussic acid that Sybil took out of the surgery." "It mightn't have been that very prussic acid that killed him, stupid," exclaims Marion contemptuously. "True," says Jenny. "If you had only held that blabbing tongue of yours, nobody need have known that Sybil had ever taken anything out of the surgery," says Marion. "If we are all brought to disgrace, it will be your doing." Whereat Jenny bursts into tears and weeps dismally for the next half hour. She has shed many a tear about that fatal communicativeness of hers within the last few days. They're sitting in the front parlour when this conversation takes place, on the morning of Mr. Secretan's arrival in Redcastle, and when Jenny has whipped till her eyeballs ache, she wanders listlessly to the window and stares out at the small square garden, where the bountiful cabbage roses and a few ancient perennials bloom as well as the dust will allow them. There is not much in the way of traffic at this end of town. A farmer's cart jolts by once in half an hour, or a labouring man passes on a plough horse, or a drove of oxen straggles by, hunted by an abusive driver. Not often do the elite of Redcastle penetrate to this end of the town. There's not much distraction of mind, therefore, to be obtained from looking out of the window, and Jenny contemplates external things from listlessness rather than interest. But on a sudden, to the surprise of her sister, who has buried herself in a novel, Jenny ejaculates abruptly, "Good gracious, it's him!" Whatever our family troubles are, you might remember that the verb to be takes the same case after as before it, Jane, remonstrates Marion with dignity. And pray, whom do you mean by him? "The young man," cries Jane, incautious in her surprise. "My brother-in-law." "What does the ridiculous child mean?" exclaims Marion, pulling herself up from the sofa with a wrench and looking out at the gate. Yes, there is a very good-looking and gentlemanlike young man in the act of entering at that modest green gate. "Why, he's a perfect stranger," said Marion. "Is he?" remarks Jenny, who has recovered her self-possession by this time. "Ah, to be sure, now I look at him, I see he is a stranger. I took him for someone else." "It's my belief you are demented, child," cries Marion crossly. "I suppose he's a patient for uncle." Marion is confirmed in this belief when Mr. Secretan inquires for Dr. Faunthorpe, and on being told that he is out, asks permission to wait his return. He looks respectable, nay, even superior to some of the Redcastle gentry, so Hester shows him into the surgery and asks him to take a seat. "The doctor always runs home for his bit of dinner when he can," she says, "and I don't think he was going very far to-day, so he'll be in by half an hour or so, I dare say." Left in the surgery, Alexis thinks of that summer day nearly a year ago, when he came here in quest of his truant wife, and allowed himself to be put on a false scent by a schoolgirl's deceitfulness. He is very angry with Jane Faunthorpe to-day, when he thinks that all the evil that has befallen Sibyl might have been prevented had that child told the truth. But she'd been taught her lesson by Sibyl, no doubt, he reflects. I do wrong to blame her. He has more than an hour to wait for Dr. Faunthorpe, a weary while, for he is burning with impatience to know all that can be known about Stephen Trenchard's death. It is past 2:00 when the doctor comes into the surgery looking tired and anxious, and Alexis feels as if much precious time has been lost. He hastens to introduce himself to Robert Faunthorpe, and to give that bewildered practitioner the history of Sibyl's marriage. "Sir, you petrify me," exclaims the meek little doctor, wiping the perspiration from his bald forehead with an ancient silk handkerchief. "Do you mean to tell me that my niece, whom I have ever considered the incarnation of candour, could be capable of so deceiving me?" "It was not your resentment she favoured, Dr. Faunthorpe, but her uncle Trenchard's antipathy to my name. You are no doubt acquainted with the family history?" Yes, my poor sister-in-law told me the story. That family quarrel of the past was Sibyl's motive for concealing her marriage with me. And now that you know who I am, I have to speak of something much more serious. Your niece has been arrested on suspicion of being concerned in her uncle's murder, and is now in Redcastle jail. Dr. Faunthorpe sinks into a chair, speechless with horror. For the last 3 days and nights he has lived in the apprehension of something like this, but the reality seems more dreadful than his fears. "Don't tell me so," he cries. "It is unhappily the truth. I was with my wife at the time of her arrest. I'm here to protect and defend her, and now tell me all you know about Stephen Trenchard's death." Dr. Faunthorpe tells all that is to be told, disjointedly at first, but on being closely questioned by Alexis, plainly enough at the last. He tells Alexis the unlucky facts connected with that blue bottle of prussic acid. He tells Alexis the various opinions, conjectures, and rumours which obtain in Redcastle. Why should he not have poisoned himself? Asked Alexis. We might have supposed that. But then comes the question of the bottle, or vessel from which he took the poison. With so powerful a dose, death would have been instantaneous. He would not have had time to throw the bottle from him. He must have died clutching it, and the empty bottle was found in Sybil's work-basket, where it might have been easily placed by anyone who wished to fix the guilt upon her. Yes, of course, if we could only prove that. We must prove that, Dr. Faunthorpe. We must find the poisoner, or show that Stephen Trenchard took poison out of his own free will. He may have felt that his game was played out, and may have adopted suicide as a happy escape out of his difficulties. That might be. Alexis had made notes of Dr. Faunthorpe's answers to his questions. He's made a list of the people in the house at the time of Stephen Trenchard's death. How about this Joel Pilgrim? Why should he not be suspected rather than Sybil? Well, there is that unfortunate circumstance of Sybil's flight and the prussic acid taken from this surgery. Both facts tell against her, yet if she had been guilty, she would have been too wise to excite suspicion by that secret departure. And if she had wanted to commit murder, she would hardly have chosen a poison which she must have known is of all the poisons the most easily detected. Dr. Faunthorpe's only answer is a hopeless sigh. He is borne down, nay, crushed by calamity. Whatever elasticity of spirit nature may have endowed him with at the outset of life has been worn out of him by a long career of self-abnegation and endurance. He is so accustomed to trouble, sorrow is such a common flavor in his cup, that he cannot easily look beyond the darkness of the hour. Today he sees himself enclosed in an impenetrable cloud of misery. Freely, gladly would he give his life, such feeble remnant of life as he holds, to save his niece, but he cannot devise any mode of being helpful to her. This Pilgrim must be the man, says Alexis, after reading over his notes meditatively. I cannot see any motive. Can you not? He may have believed in Trenchard's wealth and expected to inherit some of it. He may have wanted money badly and determined on hastening his inheritance. There's one little circumstance that I ought perhaps to have told you, begins the doctor falteringly. Well, for God's sake, tell me everything. It was after the post-mortem. Dr. Mitsand, who has taken up this matter in a very energetic spirit, asked a few questions of the butler at Lancaster Lodge. Well? The questions themselves were of no particular importance, touching the position of a table beside the bed, the bottles and glasses and so on, but there was something in the man's manner which struck Dr. Mitsand and myself as remarkable. He had been drinking, I believe, and may have been muddled by drink, but he had, to my mind, and Dr. Mitsand's, the manner of a person labouring under some kind of apprehension. He had a shifty look, and answered the simplest questions reluctantly, as if afraid to commit himself. At the coroner's inquest he appeared in the same muddled state, worse indeed, and drew upon himself a severe reprimand from the coroner. Is the man still at Lancaster Lodge? Yes, I saw him going at the lodge gate today as I came past, on my way home. Then I'll see him without delay and see what is to be made of him, said Alexis. In a case of such importance, would it not be better to employ a detective? Suggests the doctor humbly. Dr. Faunthorpe, in a case that affects my wife's honour and her life, there is no detective living whose wits would be keener than mine, replies Alexis. I will trust no one with this work. Chapter 50 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 50. Alexis Investigates. Before going to Lancaster Lodge, Alexis goes back to the jail and spends half an hour with his wife. He feels that it would be cruel to leave her all through the long, lonely day. He finds her curiously patient and quiet, resigned to the horror of her position, and touchingly grateful for his interest in her. "It's a strange end to all my dreams, Alexis," she says sadly. "I fancied that when our reconciliation came, life would be full of brightness for us. I have comforted myself in many a lonely hour with the thought of our reunion. We should be fabulously rich, free as air, with all the world and its pleasures before us. The reality is strikingly different from the daydream, is it not? No freedom, no wealth. Our reconciliation finds me a prisoner and a pauper. The prison will not be for long, dear, and I have fortune enough for both of us, so you need not regret your daydream about Stephen Trenchard's wealth, a factor which had no real existence in the sum of our lives." "Why did I not learn wisdom from my spelling book, that dog's-eared old spelling book with fables for reading lessons?" says Sybil, with her faint smile. "I'm like the dog in the fable, who dropped the substance to snatch the shadow." She asks no questions as to his morning's occupation. She seems in no manner to realize the peril of her situation and the urgency of prompt action. Perhaps she is more womanly in this hour of trial than she has been at any other crisis of her life. Alexis has forgiven her. That is the one fact she dwells upon most, and the danger and horror of her position touch her lightly. That which she feels most bitterly is to know herself the dupe of her own avarice, fooled to the top of her bent by false appearances, mocked at, perhaps in secret, by the insolvent Belial of her worship. "Love is better than gold or silver, Alexis," she says, resting her languid head upon her husband's shoulder. "Poets, philosophers, and sages have been singing that chorus ever since the world began, Sybil. Yet there are a good many people left who set their affections on filthy lucre, and however much we may abuse it, that yellow ore which keeps the world moving has some good uses as well as evil ones. And now I must leave you for an hour or two. I have some more business to get through in your lively town. You will not be alone all the afternoon, dear. Dr. Faunthorpe is coming to see you." "Dear Uncle Robert! Oh, Alex, how I hate myself when I remember my neglect of that dear good man, while I paid my court to an impostor. And yet, perhaps I have no right to say that. I've been thinking over the past as I sat here this morning, and I see that I've been self-deceived rather than the dupe of Uncle Trenchard. He never told me that he meant to make me his heiress. He never told me that he had a great fortune to leave. It was other people who deceived me. Those Stormonts and their set, always harping upon one string, courting me and flattering me as the heiress elect. I have little right to blame my uncle. He did not know how much I had sacrificed for his sake. He did not know how false and wicked a part I was playing. He was anxious that I should make a rich marriage, that I should profit by the false appearances that surrounded me, and establish myself before he died. He meant kindly by that, at any rate. We will say no harm of the dead, my dear. And now, good-bye for a few hours." Alexis meets Dr. Faunthorpe on his way out. The good little man has only stopped to perform some necessary duties in the dispensing line before hastening to his niece. From Redcastle Jail to Lancaster Lodge is only 10 minutes' walk. Alexis has no difficulty in finding the mansion which he came to 6 months ago in the winter dusk, for Lancaster Lodge has made itself unusually conspicuous today, having put on a breastplate of auctioneer's bills announcing that all the elegant furniture, brass bedsteads, superior bedding, German spring mattresses, best Brussels, Axminster, velvet pile, and other carpeting, glass, china, pictures, electroplated goods, valuable library of standard authors, grand piano by Broadwood, patent lawn mowing machine, knife cleaning apparatus, and other household effects, together with the valuable lease of the mansion at a moderate rent, are to be disposed of by public auction on Monday next, July 3rd, and 3 following days, the whole to be on view on the previous Saturday, admission by catalogue, price 1 shilling. This is Thursday, and Alexis resolves to ask for a private view of the mansion. The request may be a little out of order, perhaps, but a judicious distribution of half-crowns will, in all probability, remove difficulties. This man, Podmore, the late Mr. Trenchard's butler, is doubtless in charge of the house. Alexis makes his application at the lodge gate, where the lodge-keeper's wife has taken prompt advantage of Mr. Trenchard's death to hang out her family linen on the laurels and conifers in the shrubbery. "It's a comfort to do a bit of washing in freedom," this matron has remarked to her liege lord, the head gardener. "Mr. Trenchard were so particular." "Particular," growls the husband. "He were a man that allus wanted 18 penn'orth of work for a shilling. I don't call that there particular. Seems to me that there breeds rather common." Mollified by half a crown, the guardians of the gate are of the opinion that Mr. Secretan can see the house. "It ain't the day," says the gardener, scratching his head doubtfully. "You'll see what's wrote up on they bills Saturday. But if you're only passing through and wanted to see if there's anythink you'd like to bid for, I'd to say as they might strain a pint up at the house. There's old Podmore, the butler, a very particular old party, but still he's amiable to reason." Alexis, having passed the outer gate of the citadel, goes straight to the hall door, where he finds Mr. Podmore sunning himself on the threshold, cadaverous and flaccid of aspect, as a man who has been living for the last few days upon gin and water, and slovenly in his apparel, as a man who, having retired from official life, feels that he has no occasion to be punctilious in the use of soap and water. To him Alexis makes his request. "There are some pictures that I want to see," he says, "and as I'm only passing through the town, I shall be much obliged if you can let me see them today." He accompanies the request with a dexterous passage of half a sovereign from his fingers to Podmore's palm, quite a delicate feat in prestigiation. Podmore turns his gin and watery eyes upon the applicant with a puzzled air, dimly recalling that face and voice as in some wise familiar to him on the blurred page of memory, but memory's page is so much blotted that he vainly strives to decipher the imperfect record. "Ain't I seen you somewhere before?" he asks feebly. "Very possibly," replies Alexis. "You ain't been a visitor here in the old gentleman's time?" "No." "Then it must have been in some former situation. Yes, you can see the pictures. There's no harm in that. Not that the pictures are good for much. Regular Wardour Street duffers supplied by the upholsterer, old Cabriole, and now he's served an attachment on the goods as chief creditor. He's been let in nicely, has old Cabriole. The housekeeper'll show you round. There's only me and her left in the house now, and it's very lonesome. In fact," adds Podmore confidentially, "it's undermining my spirits. I feel that low I could shed tears by the pailful." "Yes," replies Alexis, watchful of the butler's countenance, It must be dreary work living in a house where a foul crime has been committed, the foulest of crimes, secret murder. Podmore looks uncomfortable at this, but he hardly realizes Mr. Secretan's idea of a man stricken with the sense of guilt. But then there are some criminals so callous, some men with whom crime is, as it were, a natural development, and from these the agonies of remorse, the throes and convulsions of a guilt-burdened soul, are not to be looked for. Had not Nemesis overtaken William Palmer in the person of his latest victim's stepfather, that practised plotter against the lives of his friends and relatives would, doubtless, have gone on driving his profitable trade, and gone down to the grave jaunty and debonair, liked and trusted by his comrades, the jolly good fellow of his jovial circle. Be sure no telltale muscle of Mr. Palmer's face assisted the task of detection. No quiver of that iron lip betrayed the hand of the poisoner as he presented the fatal draught to the lips of his friend. Phrenology has declared that in that man's brain the capacity for pity or remorse was wanting. "The housekeeper'll take you round," repeats Podmore, slipping the half-sovereign into his pocket. Podmore's eyes are dull and watery, and his breath is flavoured with juniper berries, or it may be turpentine. His limbs are heavy, and he is averse from motion. He calls a thin and vinegar-faced female, whose temper has been soured by a lifelong devotion to the kitchen stove, and an apparatus she describes as a Bang Mary, a large metal tray containing a family of stew-pans of various sizes, in which sauces, glazes, and divers savoury compositions simmer gently in a perpetual warm bath. The bain-marie and the stove together have been too much for Mrs. Skinner's temper, which is disagreeably suggestive of that fiery region she has so long inhabited. "This gentleman wants to have a look round the house," says Podmore, in those thick and hazy tones which have become habitual to him. "Then he must come on the proper day," replies Mrs. Skinner, snappishly. "Oh, but it's all right. He's got a hoarder. You're to show him everythink." Mrs. Skinner looks doubtful, but on a solemn wink from the hazy Podmore, yields the point, expectant of largesse. "You can come this way," she says to Alexis with scant courtesy. "I should like to see the room in which Mr. Trenchard died," says Alexis, when he has surveyed the drawing-room and dining-room, dismal tabernacles of upholstery. "I hope you haven't come out of curiosity," says Mrs. Skinner reproachfully. "It's the first time I ever lived in a house where there was suspicion of a murder, and it's very trying to my feelings. My father was a respectable tradesman. I wasn't brought up to this sort of thing." "Curiosity has not brought me here," replies Alexis, "but I have a particular desire to see the room in which Mr. Trenchard died." He is about to say, "and to hear all you can tell me about his death," but it strikes him that Mrs. Skinner, despite her acid countenance, will talk freely of her own accord presently, not for his gratification, but for the relief of her own pent-up feelings. He politely offers her half a sovereign, which she takes with a curtsy, and as near an approach to a smile as her features can shape. "Thank you kindly, sir. I won't deny that it is acceptable, finding oneself suddenly out of place and disappointed of any little legacy one had a right to expect. I'm sure the pains I took with the old gentleman's curries was quite wearing to my nerves. Scraped cocoa-nuts and prawns and chutney and oysters and all manner of fiddle-faddle, and his Bombay ducks and his rubbish. But he's gone to his last account, and will have to answer for 'em all, I make no doubt, and for his deception towards his servants." "And his favourite niece," suggests Alexis. "The deception came hardest upon her." "Ah!" sighs Mrs. Skinner, pursing up her lips. When young folks hold their heads too high, Providence is apt to lay snares and pitfalls for them. We've King David's word for that in the Psalms. Alexis remembers that a favorite has no friends. The housekeeper, considerably mollified by the stranger's liberality, leads the way to Mr. Trenchard's bedchamber, where the furniture has a gloomy look, and even shabby look since the auctioneer's men have overhauled it. Everything pushed out of its place and twisted the wrong way, defaced with lot numbers, degraded from its pride and pomp. The bedstead heaped with an untidy pile of bedding, bundles of blankets, tumbled counterpane and sheeting. Things that careful housewives think they ought to get very cheaply under such conditions, but which generally cost the feminine bargain hunter more than if they came straight from a draper's shop. Alexis notices the door by the head of the bed. "There is a second door to Mr. Trenchard's room, I see," he remarks. "Yes, sir." "Was that always unlocked?" "Yes, that was kept unlocked for Podmore to come down to give Mr. Trenchard his medicine." Mrs. Skinner opens the door and shows Alexis the landing on the back staircase and the flight of stairs leading to Podmore's room. There are 2 more doors that open onto this landing. Alexis inquires about these. "That one opens into Mr. Trenchard's dressing room," replies Mrs. Skinner, "and this," indicating the further door, "into Mr. Pilgrim's room." Alexis opens this last door and looks into Mr. Pilgrim's apartment, a comfortable bachelor's room, with another door opening into the gallery at the top of the principal staircase. Lancaster Lodge belongs to a period of domestic architecture in which architects delighted in the multiplication of doors, and, if prevented by untoward conditions from putting in real doors, consoled themselves by filling in their blank corners with ornamental dummies leading to nowhere. Mr. Trenchard's room was as easily accessible to Mr. Pilgrim as to the butler, says Alexis. "And now show me Miss Faunthorpe's rooms." Mrs. Skinner obeys, and Alexis finds that, taking into consideration that Mr. Trenchard's door of communication with the gallery was locked on the inside on the night of his death, Sybil could only have entered his apartment by going down the principal staircase, opening a door which Mrs. Skinner declares to have been always locked after 10 o'clock in the evening, and the key in her possession, crossing a lobby and ascending the servants' staircase. Stay, there is another way. If Stephen Trenchard's dressing room has a door opening on the gallery, he hastens to ascertain this. No, there are 2 doors to the dressing room, but neither communicates with the gallery. One opens into the bedroom, the other onto the landing before mentioned. This must surely make a strong point in Sybil's favour. While all communication between her room and her uncle's was cut off in the night time, Joel Pilgrim and Podmore had easy access to the dead man's bedchamber. To this argument, a counsel for the prosecution might reply that the poison was possibly put ready for the patient's own hand on the eve of the murder, mixed with his drink or his medicine. Yet in the latter case, Podmore, who administered the poison, must have seen its deadly effect, unless the man were, as Alexis supposes, an habitual drunkard, and too far gone on this occasion to take notice of his master's condition. This seems too much to believe. Even stupid drunkenness would have sense enough to perceive the effect of a deadly and instantaneous poison. Alexis sees Sybil's boudoir, where the prussic acid bottle was found in the work-basket. Might it not, he asks himself, have been taken from that basket full, and returned to it empty by some other hand than Sybil's? And yet how should anyone else have known of her possession of the poison? The housekeeper has been obligingly communicative. She has entered into all the details of Stephen Trenchard's last illness and death, dwelling on the gloomiest particulars with that ghoul-like relish peculiar to women of her kind. She has described the finding of the body, its awful appearance, Miss Faunthorpe's mysterious flight, which naturally set folks against her. "You don't surely believe her to have had anything to do with her uncle's death?" cries Alexis. Mrs. Skinner shakes her head solemnly, till the crape roses and jet ornaments in her cap — she has brought out some dingy weeds laid by from a previous time of mourning — tremble and shiver. "I don't like to express an opinion as a Christian woman," she says, "but the opinion in Redcastle is that Miss Faunthorpe did it. She had the poison, there's no denying that, and she got it in an underhand way, and then on the very morning of her uncle's death she runs away secretly, and no one knows where she's gone. A way to proclaim her guilt which she would hardly have taken if she were guilty. She would not be so short-sighted as that." "Murderers generally are short-sighted," replied Mrs. Skinner sagely. "It's a merciful dispensation of Providence by which they run their necks into nooses. There's not much good could be done by the detective police if it wasn't for the short-sightedness of criminals." "That's a very wise remark, Mrs. Skinner, and I'm surprised that so sensible a woman as you can imagine that poor girl guilty of a crime which only a hardened sinner could conceive." "There's no knowing where to look for hardened sinners," replies the housekeeper. "Ministers wouldn't tell us about original sin in the pulpit if wickedness wasn't born with some of us. And as to good looks, they're no criterion. Black thoughts may lie behind pretty faces as well as ugly ones." And Alexis foresees that with the female community in Redcastle, Sibyl's beauty will be no certificate of innocence. He pursues the subject no further, seeing that loose conjectures of Mrs. Skinner's will in no wise help in the unravelling of this tangled skein. "I rather wonder," he says thoughtfully, still moving about the empty rooms, and making believe to examine the furniture, "that Mr. Trenchard should have employed your fellow servant as his attendant in illness. I should have supposed from his manner to-day that he was somewhat inclined to drinking." "Ah," says Mrs. Skinner, "well, you may think so for all of the sots that ever was. There never was a stupider sot than Joseph Podmore has been since his master's death." "Since?" cries Alexis. "Was he sober before then?" "Yes, sir. Joseph and me has been fellow servants here since Mr. Trenchard took his house 3.5 years ago, and I must say that Joseph Podmore has never laid himself open to reproach in all that time. Not but what he liked his beer at dinner and supper, and his tumbler of grog after supper, and a glass of dry sherry wine with its mouthful of bread and cheese between breakfast and dinner, but was never the worse for anything he took." "And since his master's death he has never been properly sober, muddling himself with gin and beer, dog's nose he calls it, and the very lowness of the name is enough to set any decent person against the stuff, let alone its being cold and comfortless to the inside all day long, and that low in his spirits that it's a misery to be in his company." "Low-spirited?" asks Alexis. "Awful. And yet, according to his own account, things have prospered with him, for he says he's going to take a public house and begin life as an independent gentleman directly he leaves here, though how he can have saved money to go into business, seeing that he has a wife and 2 children to keep out of his wages, and she an extravagant drab into the bargain, flaunting about after dark with a paisley shawl down to her heels, and a black lace bonnet with roses in it, and a baby in one arm, and a market basket over the other, which I call out of keeping. How Podmore can have saved money with such a drag upon him is more than I can account for." Again it flashes upon Alexis that this man is the murderer. Every word of Mrs. Skinner's tends to confirm him in that idea. He pushes his inquiry a stage further. "By the way," he begins, "have you any idea whether Mr. Trenchard had money about him at the time of his death? May he not have had a sum of money in his possession at that time, sufficient to offer a temptation to an assassin? Murders have been inspired by very small temptations of that kind." "I know that, sir, but I don't see how Mr. Trenchard can have had much ready money about him. He had no call for it. He always paid everything by cheque, even servants' wages, and it wasn't often that he paid the tradesmen anything except at Christmas time. I don't see what he could have wanted with ready money in the house." "You never heard of his keeping money in his room, or saw him open a box, desk, or drawer containing money?" "Never." "Had he any valuable jewellery in his possession?" "I never saw him wear so much as a diamond ring. His watch was all the jewellery he ever wore, and that was found under his pillow." This seems a kind of no thoroughfare. If Mr. Trenchard had no valuables to tempt Podmore's cupidity, why should the butler have murdered him? And whence the talk about taking a public house, since it is clear from Mrs. Skidmore's account of Podmore's domestic responsibilities that he could hardly have saved money? A slatternly wife in a flaunting Paisley shawl, marketing after dark, is as exhaustive a drain upon a husband's finances as the bottomless bucket of the Dianaides. "One thing about money I do remember," exclaims Mrs. Skidmore after a pause, "and I must say it struck me as singular after I heard about that paper in which Mr. Trenchard declared he had only brought £10,000 from India." "What was that?" asked Alexis eagerly. "Well, it was the last night but one before his death. I was going up to bed, after locking my downstairs doors and seeing all the others up before me, even to Podmore, which was always my way, and as I passed this door, about 10 minutes, or it might have been a quarter of an hour after the others had gone to bed, for I'd been hunting for our tabby cat, which is a troublesome animal to have prowling about at night, though a good mouser and an affectionate disposition, and I was coming up in the dark, the gas being turned off at the main, when I saw master's door ajar, the door opening on our staircase, you understand. It was just the least bit ajar, leaving a narrow streak of light, and I heard Mr. Pilgrim's voice speaking as I came upstairs, and then I heard master say, 'Now understand clearly, Joel, I must have that money, 10,000 in banknotes, before the wedding. There must be no shilly-shallying. You don't marry my niece till that money is in my hands. No money, no marriage, remember. And the telegram to wind up the business goes to my Calcutta agents on Saturday, unless the money is forthcoming.' He had a very sharp, precise way of speaking, poor old gentleman, and I heard every syllable." A new light flashes on Alexis. This Pilgrim, the odious persecutor of his wife, may not he be the murderer? The idea has presented itself to him before, but he has put it aside for want of any motive to ascribe as the mainspring of the action. But there is motive strong enough supplied in these words of Stephen Trenchard's. This threat to communicate with an agent in Calcutta might mean ruin to Joel Pilgrim. He must have been in some way in Trenchard's power, and to murder Trenchard would be to cut the knot of the difficulty. Alexis Secretan's heart beats loud and fast. He feels as if he were now on the right track, that there is something mysterious, nay, guilty, in the butler's conduct, he is assured, but the butler may be an accessory before or after the fact rather than a principal. There is apparent as yet no sufficient motive for the butler's guilt. There is an obvious motive if this Pilgrim be the murderer. The first thing now to be done is to find out all about this man, thinks Alexis. "Where is Pilgrim staying?" he asks. "He has not left the town, has he?" "No, sir. He's residing at the Coach and Horses. He was to have sailed for India directly after his marriage. That's why things were arranged so sudden. But of course Mr. Trenchard's death altered all that." "At the Coach and Horses," says Alexis. That is where I mean to put up myself." "Well, you couldn't do better, sir. It's the best hotel in Redcastle." And now, having accomplished all he can for the time being, Alexis takes leave of Mrs. Skinner. "I should like to have another look at the pictures before I leave the town," he says. "Perhaps you would not object to my looking round again to-morrow morning?" "You are freely welcome, sir, as often as you like. When I see that a gentleman is a gentleman, I'm very happy to oblige him." Alexis goes from Lancaster Lodge to the Coach and Horses, where he has addressed his telegram to Messrs. Levison and Levison. He is delighted to find a member of that firm waiting for him in the coffee room, an undersized gentleman with a smooth, sallow face, and keen black eyes, thin lips, compressed and horizontal. A junior in the house, thinks Alexis, with a look of disappointment. He would have desired age and experience to guide and aid him in this desperate strait. He looks a shrewd little fellow, though, and I dare say he knows his business. He takes Mr. Levison off to a private room, orders a bottle of dry sherry, and then proceeds to state his case without delay or waste of words. Mr. Levison listens with quiet intentness and makes no remark till the story is finished. Even then he is provokingly slow to express himself. He sits looking at Alexis like the head of Memnon, and compelled his client to wring his ideas out of him by the closest questioning, and as he pauses for the space of a minute, looking his stoniest, after each question this process is rather slow. "Do you think Pilgrim is the man?" asks Alexis. A long pause. Alexis repeats his question, no gleam of light in Mr. Levison's countenance indicating that the inquiry has been heard. If he were the man, he could have got away by this time. Even when Mr. Levison does speak, he drops out his words charily, through scarcely parted lips, as if they were pearls and diamonds, and he did not like to waste them. True, but he might wish to throw people off the scent by remaining. Dangerous that. He had ample excuse for going. His Indian voyage was arranged before Mr. Trenchard's death. He only had to carry out the arrangement. There would have been nothing suspicious in that. He is in this house, you say? Yes. That's convenient. We can keep an eye upon him. I can't see how we're going to do that, grumbles Alexis, provoked by his solicitor's phlegmatic tone. Unless we could see through doors or walls, he may leave Redcastle while we are sitting here. No, he won't, replies Mr. Levison. I brought a clerk of mine down with me, and he has got the office to look after Pilgrim. But how could you know anything about him till I told you? Do you suppose I waited for you to tell me? That's not our way in Parchment Street. I had a chat with the landlord, heard all about your wife's arrest, and guessed what I was wanted for, heard all the particulars of the murder, or supposed murder, the inquest held in this house, and so on, and gave my man the office. And you think that Pilgrim? I never think, Mr. Secretan. I wait for facts. If I squandered my brains upon thought, I should have no brain power left to deal with evidence. We shall hear what comes out at the inquest. Alexis has to take this vague comfort for what it is worth, and make the best of it. He and Mr. Levison dine together, and then Alexis goes back to the jail, and spends another half-hour with Sybil, who is low-spirited, but not so anxious or fearful as she might naturally be in so awful a position. Uncle Robert has been here, dear good man, she tells Alexis, and has been feeling my pulse and looking at my tongue, and prescribing tonics and port wine and beef tea, and all manner of tiresome things. He quite broke down when he saw me here, and burst into tears, the first I ever saw him shed. It gave me more pain to see him than anything that has happened since last night, when I thought you had shut me out of your heart forever. I thought so too, Sybil, but sorrow has opened the door of my heart and let you in again. Oh, she exclaims with a little joyful cry, I thought you could not be long unkind, and you have not forgotten those foolish early days when we walked in Kensington Gardens and you told the children fairy tales. No, love, I have forgotten nothing. I will show you something some day, Alex, if ever this dreadful suspicion passes away and I am free from the charge of murder. She shudders at the word and clings to him for a moment like a frightened child. What will you show me, dear? A book, such a foolish old book, in which I kept a journal when I first began to care for you. It is all written there, every stupid thing I ever thought about you. The rise and fall, the ebb and flow of love. That must be a precious volume, Sybil. I would give a great deal to see it. You will laugh. I am more likely to cry, remembering how fate has parted us since then. Chapter 51 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 51. Mr. Levison Cross-examines. The inquest is resumed on the following day at 11 in a room closely packed with eager spectators. Among them, the elite of Redcastle are to be distinguished. The elite are deeply interested in the issue of this inquiry. Have they not taken Sybil, as it were, to their bosoms, admitted her to those sacred hearths where never lowered the shadow of evil? And is it not incumbent upon her, for their sakes, for their untainted reputes, to clear herself of this hideous charge? Her own shame, her own guilt, her own undeserved agony, if innocent, are of secondary consideration. She has visited us, cried the elite. How dreadful it will be for us if it turns out that she has poisoned her uncle. People will say they met her in our houses. Quite a disgrace to happen to one, dear Mrs. Stormont, says Mrs. Groshen. Actually humiliating, my dear, replies Mrs. Stormont. The prevailing opinion in Redcastle is that Sybil has done the deed. Perhaps, had Stephen Trenchard endowed her with $1 million of money, popular feeling might have leaned the other way. It is difficult to suppose that the possessor of $1 million can err. The property qualification, once necessary to members of Parliament, so many hundred per annum as a pledge of respectability, runs through life. Qualified with $1 million, no one could have imagined Sybil a poisoner. But disappointed, deluded, penniless, an abject failure, as much a disappointment to friends as to herself, Sybil now appears in the light of a base and insidious schemer who has well merited the disappointment of her schemes. "And what is this last revelation?" asks Redcastle indignantly, when the story of Mr. Secretan's arrival at the jail with his wife gets, no one knows how, into active circulation. What is this about a husband? What? She's been deceiving us all this time. She has been parading herself in fine dresses, which may never be paid for, She has been spreading her silken train like a peacock's tail and showing herself off in her false colours as an unmarried woman to the detriment of our daughters. She has been exercising her wicked fascinations upon our sons. She has flirted with our husbands even, and has taken us all in with her pretended innocence and affected girlishness. The husband must be as bad as the wife, says Redcastle, and various are the speculations and statements as to Mr. Secretan's character. The inquest begins, and here he is, standing behind his wife's chair, as she sits in the place of the accused, the focus of every pitiless eye, eyes that have once looked kindly at her, eyes that have admired. There is Fred Stormont, with his mouth open, standing on tiptoe to look over his father's shoulder, as if he were at a play. Stay, there is one face not quite unpitying. Dr. Mitsand sits yonder near the coroner, grave, watchful, and with a look which Sybil takes for sympathy. "Really a handsome young man," whispers Mrs. Stormont through that thick veil of hers to Mrs. Groshen. "He looks like a gentleman, too." "Rather the air of an adventurer, I fancy," replies Mrs. Groshen. The witnesses are examined, and there is much repetition of evidence given on the previous examination. Joel Pilgrim, calm, precise, and faultless of intonation, relates the discovery of Mr. Trenchard's death. "At what hour had you last seen him alive?" inquires the coroner. "At 10 o'clock on the previous evening, when I bade him good night." "You had access to him at any hour of the night, I believe," interposes Mr. Levison. Joel looks at the questioner somewhat insolently. "Am I to answer this person's questions?" he inquires of the coroner. "Yes, so long as they are relevant to the case." "I don't know what you mean by having access," answers Joel. "Mr. Trenchard's bedroom door was locked. There was a second door, but that opened on a back landing and was only used by the butler. But it was equally convenient for you, had you wanted to see Mr. Trenchard in the night, I think," says Mr. Levison. "I don't see that," answers Joel curtly. "Don't you? Allow me to make the fact clearer to you. Here is a little plan of the landing on the back staircase." He exhibits a sheet of cartridge paper with the ground plan in pen and ink. "Here are doors, numbered 1, 2, 3. Number 1, Mr. Trenchard's bedroom. Number 2, his dressing room. Number 3, your bedroom. You perceive that from the secondary door of your bedroom to the secondary door of Mr. Trenchard's bedroom is but a step." "That is right enough, but I never entered Mr. Trenchard's room by that secondary door." "What? Not upon the night but one before the murder, when you had an important conversation with Mr. Trenchard upon financial matters? A conversation which was overheard by a witness I shall produce by and by, overheard in consequence of your having left that secondary door ajar?" Mr. Levison looks fixedly at the witness as he asks this question. Mr. Secretan's eyes are also turned upon that tawny countenance, and every eye in the court follows those other eyes. A curious change comes over that dusky complexion of Mr. Pilgrim's. It is not pallor, but rather a deeper tint of olive, which makes him look like a sufferer in an advanced stage of yellow jaundice. "Did you make use of that secondary door?" asks Levison. "Never," replies the witness resolutely. "And you have no recollection of that particular conversation?" "I can recall no particular conversation of the kind. Mr. Trenchard and I had been in business together and had many conversations upon financial matters. Was not some of Mr. Trenchard's capital engaged in your business at the time of his death? Mr. Trenchard took all he could take out of the business when he left Calcutta, but he still retained a share in the business and had a claim to his share of profits arising therefrom. "What can my business relations have to do with this inquiry?" exclaims Joel angrily. "These questions are simply impertinent. We are here to ascertain the cause of Mr. Trenchard's death." "I beg your pardon," replies Levison sharply. "Medical evidence has established the cause of death. We are here to find out who killed him. And to get at the murderer, we have to discover the motive. I venture to affirm that no motive can be ascribed to the lady now under arrest." The name of Levison is such a power in the criminal court that the Redcastle coroner, who might have restricted the inquiries of a lesser man, allows Mr. Levison full license. The coroner, being a medical man, has not that affection for legal formulas which distinguishes some of his brother officials, and is content to let another man have his share in the development of the case. Podmore is the next witness examined. He has not forgotten the coroner's reproof, and has brought his mind to as near an approach to sobriety as it is possible for a brain so steeped in alcohol to arrive at on short notice. He gives pretty much the same evidence as he gave on the previous occasion, and of him Mr. Levison asks no questions. Next comes a witness whose appearance causes a feeling of compunction even in those minds most set against the accused. This is Jane Faunthorpe, who stands before the assembly in her black frock and black straw hat, cheap mourning provided by the parish doctor's scanty purse, with her face paler than it has ever been seen before, and her eyelids swollen with weeping. She has but one feeling, and that is the conviction that Sibyl is to be hung, and that the hanging will be in some measure her own work. She has not forgotten that speech of her uncle's about her having put a rope around her sister's neck. She looks at Sibyl piteously, her eyes brimming with tears, and the corners of her mouth remorsefully depressed. "I can't help it, Sibyl," she whispers. "It isn't my fault." "Do you know the nature of an oath, my dear?" asks the coroner. "I know that it is very dreadful, and one mustn't do it," replies the tearful child. The question is explained to her, and the oath administered, and then comes the ordeal. She is made to tell everything, reluctantly and with many tears. She gives a detailed account of Sibyl's visit to the surgery, and her own remarks about the odour of bitter almonds. "But I know why she took that horrid stuff," adds Jane. "It wasn't to poison Uncle Trenchard, but to poison herself, poor dear thing. And I know why she wanted to poison herself." "Really, Mr. Coroner," interposes Joel, "if these childish speculations are to be admitted as evidence—" "Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings," says the coroner gravely. "Let the little girl tell us her opinion. It can do no harm." "I know that Sibyl was very unhappy," pursues Jane eagerly. "Uncle Trenchard wanted her to marry him," pointing to Joel. "You must not point at people," says the coroner. "You must tell us whom you mean." "Well, then, Mr. Pilgrim. Uncle Trenchard wanted her to marry Mr. Pilgrim, and she didn't like him, and couldn't have married him if she had liked him, because she had a husband already, and there he is," pointing to Alexis. "And how can he let his wife be taken up for murder is more than I can understand," concludes Jane indignantly. "And you think your sister may have taken that poison with an idea of destroying herself?" inquires the coroner. I am almost sure she did. When we have done with these expressions of juvenile opinion, I suppose we shall pass on to actual evidence, says Joel with a sneer. You and I are at one as to the object of this inquiry, I hope, Mr. Pilgrim, replies the coroner gravely. Mr. Levison asks more questions of Jenny, all tending to show Sibyl's distress of mind at the time of her abstracting the poison, and that this distress was occasioned by her uncle's endeavour to force her into a marriage with his friend. It was quite dreadful at the last, says Jane. Things were to be huddled up anyhow. She was to be married after a few days' notice, without a single bridesmaid or a wedding dress or anything, and then go out to India. And she had a husband already. And so what could she do but poison herself or run away? After this, Jenny is dismissed and retires weeping. On the whole, she has made an impression in Sibyl's favour, except upon some of the feminine members of the audience, Mrs. Stormont in particular, who whispers to Mr. Groshen, "That girl is a mass of deception," to which the banker's wife nods acquiescence, though not very clear as to whether "that girl" means Sibyl or Jenny. Sibyl keeps her seat meanwhile, pale but very calm. She gives an upward look at her husband now and then in the course of the proceedings, a look that is full of trustful affection, and which goes straight to the heart of Sir Wilford Cardonnel, who surveys the scene from the back of the crowd at the other side of the room. Sir Wilford would give much to be in Mr. Secretan's place, aye, although that awful suspicion hung over his wife. The possibility of Sibyl's guilt has never entered his mind, although Phoebe and Lavinia have been loud in their denunciations, and have gone so far as to say that they saw "secret poisoner" written upon Miss Faunthorpe's countenance while she was staying at the How. Loud will be their self-congratulations and crowings by and by, when they hear that this chosen of their brothers was a married woman all the while, and that poor Wilford has been deluded by a designing adventuress. They are not present at this examination. They would not degrade themselves by being interested in this business. It is all very well for the town to be in a fever of curiosity. The county sits aloof amidst its gardens and stables and poor schools and vested interests, and can afford to let the topic of the day go by. After Jenny's examination, the coroner adjourns the inquiry with a view to obtaining additional evidence. But before this adjournment, the coroner and Mr. Levison talk confidentially together for some minutes, and it is clear to everyone present that the additional evidence will be given by witnesses suggested by Mr. Levison, witnesses for the defence. The suspended inquiry closes somewhat abruptly, as it seems to the audience, and there is a sense of disappointment at this unfinished condition of things. Alexis leaves the court full of anxiety, yet more hopeful than he had been before the inquest. He has seen that curious change in Joel Pilgrim's countenance when pressed by Mr. Levison's questions, and he is convinced that Joel Pilgrim is in some manner concerned in the murder. He accompanies Sibyl back to jail, and then returns to the hotel to meet his legal adviser, eager to know what Mr. Levison has to say of the day's work. "Well," he asks, as soon as they are closeted together, "what do you think of Joel Pilgrim?" "I think he did the trick," replies Mr. Levison, after one of his long pauses, which are aggravating to a man as anxious as Alexis, "and I think he'll bolt." "Bolt?" "Yes, try to get out of the country. My questions hit him hard. He sees the game is up. The case is simple enough. The old man wanted to wring money out of him, a lump of money, and he was under the old man's thumb in some way. The old man could wind up his business, had a bill of sale or partnership deed that gave him unlimited power, and threatened to crush Pilgrim unless the money was forthcoming. And not being able to get the money, Mr. Pilgrim took the easiest way out of the difficulty by giving his partner a dose of prussic acid. He must have known that detection was inevitable. I'm not so sure of that. There's a great deal of ignorance in this enlightened age of ours. This man has been brought up in the East, where crime of this kind is commoner and easier than it is here. He may not be very well posted in English law or English customs. He may have thought that in a sleepy little town like this Redcastle, no inquiry would have been made as to the cause of the old man's death. He was ailing and he died, and there an end. Or he may have thought that the death would have been put down to suicide, or, supposing him to be a very bad lot, he may have intended from the outset to lay the crime at your wife's door. He knew of her possession of that prussic acid. How do you know that? From her own lips when I talked this matter over with her half an hour before the inquest. She had shown him the bottle of poison and threatened to kill herself if he molested her with such attentions as he might have thought he had a right to pay to his affianced wife. She let him know that she had the poison in her possession, and then in the hurry of her flight she forgot the existence of the bottle and left it. She does not remember where. It was found in her work-basket, where no doubt he put it when he had used his contents. Might not just the same thing have been done by Podmore? How was Podmore to know that your wife had that bottle in her possession? Or, granted that he did know it, I don't see his motive. Servants have murdered their masters for the sake of plunder or to come into the possession of a legacy. True, but I don't think Podmore is the man. I've had the two men under my eye and have taken my measure of both. So what are we to do if Pilgrim makes a bolt? Stop him. I've taken measures for that already. I telegraphed to Scotland Yard for a man I can depend on. He came down by the first train this morning, and Mr. Pilgrim is under that man's surveillance. He'll play with him as a clever angler plays with his fish, and if it's to be done, he'll land him. But we want the bolt to be decided, and we want Pilgrim to throw up the sponge. An attempt to get away may help us fix him with the fact, for you see the case is a very difficult one. We have to get that prussic acid bottle, known to be in your wife's possession, transferred to the hands of Pilgrim. It's not enough for us to show that there was sufficient motive for his putting the old man out of the way. We must show that he actually did the deed. I don't see how it is to be done, says Alexis despondingly. No more do I, just as presents. Do you think the jury were favorably impressed as regards my wife by today's examination? Well, yes, I should say rather favorably than otherwise. Your wife is very handsome, you see, and beauty has a great influence upon juries. Then that little girl's evidence, though it was awkward as to the possession of the poison, was good in some points. Children are capital witnesses if you work them carefully. They always excite sympathy. The little girl suggested a motive for Mrs. Secretan securing the poison, suicide, persecuted, unprotected, and so on. That idea fits in with her flight from Redcastle. Yes, I think on the whole the little girl's evidence was good. It is 7 o'clock by this time, and Mr. Levison is ready for his dinner, a substantial fact in the day which he is not inclined to ignore, even though a client's life and fair name tremble in the balance. The two gentlemen dine together, Alexis too anxious to eat, a condition of things which Mr. Levison severely reproves. If you want to see your wife safely through this business, you must begin by taking care of yourself, Mr. Secretan, says the lawyer, helping himself to a second supply of fish. This salmon is the finest I have ever eaten in this part of England. Try a little bit of the back. But salmon cannot tempt Alexis, who is full of anxieties this evening. The post has just brought a letter from Dick, enclosing another from Linda Challis, and telling him that the little boy has arrived at the Grange. "He's a dear little fellow," writes Dick, "but he frets a good deal about Miss Challis, and it's as much as the maidservant and I can do to comfort him. We found a pony for him, and we are teaching him to ride up and down the meadow, which we find very consoling. He laughs and enjoys himself very much during the ride, but when it is all over he still cries for Mammy. I'm afraid that in the process of consolation we've given him rather more strawberries and other fruit than may be quite advisable. I dare say when you come back he will speedily reconcile himself to his new home. He is to go and see Grandpapa Benfield on Sunday afternoon. Miss Challis has gone to the south of France on a sketching tour. I dare say she has told you all about it in her letter." This is rather startling news to receive at such a time. His boy at home, Linda gone. He hastens to read her letter. "Dear Mr. Secretan, a little quiet reflection has convinced me that you, and you alone, have a right to the custody of my darling Trot. Providence brought him to our home. Providence brought you there to claim your own. What can I wish for him better than a happy home and his father's love? Parting with him is a wrench that must almost break my heart, but the pain would be just the same, let the parting come when it might. Knowing this, I've made up my mind to give him up at once and send him to you this day. In order that I may not feel the loss of my darling quite so keenly as I must feel it if I stayed in the home that he has brightened, I have determined to go abroad for a short time. I'm going to Cannes, to an old lady, an aunt of my father's, who keeps a boarding-house there. I shall be enabled to practice my favourite art of landscape painting among strange scenes, and the change will be altogether an advantage to me. Of course, you will understand that I shall not stay away too long from my dear old grandfather. Goodbye, dear Mr. Secretan. May my darling Trot be as happy as I wish him, and a source of unfailing happiness to you. I shall expect to see him grown quite a big boy when I come back to Dorley. Very sincerely yours, Linda Challis." Alexis folds up the letter with a sigh. So ends his brief romance of Dorley Mill. That Linda has been dearer to him than she should have been, he knows but too well. That her heart has been touched by some feeling warmer than pity for a helpless invalid he more than half suspects. But he has never harboured one dishonourable feeling, he has never cherished one guilty wish, and he feels that in thus leaving Dorley for a little while, Linda has shown herself as wise as she is good. Pity for his wife's most pitiable condition has strangled that unpermitted love in its birth. He can think of Linda now with a pathetic tenderness hardly akin to pain, as of one he has loved and lost long ago. He answers Dick's letter before he leaves the hotel, and gives him a string of directions about Trot, the things that are to be done and the things that are to be left undone. No mother writing about her firstborn could be more careful. He posts this letter himself on his way to the jail. He spends a quiet hour with Sybil, but says not a word about his boy. He cannot bring himself to talk of Trot within these walls. It will be time enough when Sybil is free. Chapter 52 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 52. The Podmores Think of Emigration. It is 9 o'clock when Alexis leaves the prison, the latest hour to which he can, by any stretch of authority, be allowed to remain. It is a moonless night with a drizzling rain, and the road is wet and muddy. In going back to the Coach and Horses, he has to pass Lancaster Lodge, and here something arrests his attention. It is a cab loaded with boxes standing before the lodge gate. He sees this vehicle from a little way off, and it is driven through the bar before he reaches the lodge door. He rings the bell sharply. "Who is that just gone away in a cab?" he asks. "Mr. Podmore, sir, the butler," answers the woman at the lodge. "Do you know where he's going?" "To the railway station, sir." "Yes, of course, but where afterwards?" "I don't know for certain, sir, but I think I heard Mrs. Podmore," she came to pack her husband's belongings, "make mention of Liverpool. I believe it's his 'ome, sir." "But his wife and children lived in this town, didn't they? What do you mean by Liverpool being his home?" "Yes, sir, they lived here, Podmore being in service here, but they was only lodgers. I believe Liverpool is his 'ome when he is at home." "When does the train go?" "At 9:30, sir." "And where can I get a cab?" "None nearer than the Coach and Horses." "Thanks." Alexis looks at his watch. There's just time for him to walk the distance at his fastest, and he would rather trust his own legs than wait for a fly to be got ready at the Coach and Horses, always a slow business. He is at the station just as the bell rings. The platform is clear, no sign of Podmore or Podmore's family. Alexis runs along by the side of the carriages, catches a glimpse of the Podmore household, almost snowed up in bandboxes and bundles, in a second-class compartment, and then jumps into a carriage himself, calling a porter to get his ticket. There's no time to get a ticket, and Alexis has to defer that operation till the next station. He's hardly in the carriage when the train starts. At Crampston he sees the Podmore troop struggling along the platform, a slatternly woman in a trailing shawl, with a frowsy bonnet hanging to the back of her head, 2 bare-legged children hanging on to her long shawl, Podmore, hurried and excited, trying to do 2 things at once, namely, to look after his luggage and to inquire what train he is to take for Liverpool. 10:15, gasps the guard, without looking at the inquirer. "Second platform on the right, change at Wandlethorpe, change at Spilbury." Alexis hears this, and follows the Podmore party at a respectful distance. He waits to see Podmore take tickets for Liverpool, sees him and his belongings safely shipped in another second-class compartment, both children crying, and Mrs. Podmore frantic about a missing bandbox, and then he hurries to the telegraph office and sends the following message to Mr. Levison at the Coach and Horses, Redcastle. "Podmore is off to Liverpool with family. This looks like a bolt. I am after him. Telegraph your instructions to the Washington Hotel." This done, Mr. Secretan takes a second-class ticket for Liverpool and gets into the compartment adjoining that occupied by the Podmores, whence come sounds of infantine wailing and wifely remonstrance, and the husky tones of Podmore as if in pacification of these avenging spirits. Wandlethorpe Junction at midnight is about as dismal a place as a student of the hideous need care to behold. It is on the bank of an inky canal, and coal barges and railway trucks seem to be mixed up in hopeless entanglement. Huge cranes stand up in iron ugliness against night's purple sky. Sidings run off at impossible angles, and unknown lines dip under bridges as if they would take the traveller into the bowels of the earth. Lights are sparsely sprinkled on the gloom, and what lamps there are have a lurid glare, suggestive of the underworld. Solitary engines block the anxious traveller's way and snort defiance at him from their sonorous throats as he tries to cross the labyrinth of iron rails. The soil is coal dust, and the atmosphere smoke. In the horrible deeps of that infernal world which Dante saw in his midway of life, This last and lowest horror of a railway junction in the coal districts was wanting. Here, on a dark platform, Alexis is able to keep pretty close to the Podmore family, who are too much occupied with their own affairs to perceive that they are watched. Podmore consoles himself with a tumbler of hot gin and water at the refreshment counter, and gives the same balm to his wife, while the children, with solemn, sleepy faces, resolutely gnaw their way through buns of the most indigestible order. There is half an hour to wait at Wandlethorpe, and then a journey of an hour in the slowest of trains through a coaly district on the border of a canal brings them to Spilbury, where they arrive in a chilly hour on the edge of night, and where they have again to wait for another train to take them on to Liverpool. It is grey morning when they arrive at that busy port, having wasted more time at junctions than the actual journey has occupied, and having spent more time altogether in the transit than would have been required for a journey from Liverpool to London. The Podmore family have a weary look as they select their belongings from the heterogeneous contents of the luggage van. The elder child reposes on his father's shoulder. The head of the younger infant hangs helplessly across the mother's arm. "When does the Horonoker sail?" asks Podmore of a porter. "American steamer. Inquire at the office." "I hope we're in time," says Mrs. Podmore to Lord. "If we are to go, the sooner we sail the better. We shan't do no good dragging about here, spending money in a strange place." "Oronoco," says a man of seafaring aspect, who has just possessed himself of a huge green chest. "Oronoco for New York? You'd best look sharp if you're going in her, mate. She sails at 10 o'clock this morning." 10 o'clock, echoes Podmore. "Then there's time enough to get a bit of breakfast anyhow." "And I'm that faint I'm ready to drop," adds his wife plaintively. "Such dragging about as we's gone through. I never did. I feel as if I'd been travelling for a week at a stretch, and as dizzy in my poor head—" "Hold your jaw," says Podmore sternly. "There never was such a woman to whine. You're worse than the children." Podmore arranges with a porter for the conveyance of his boxes, inquires for a decent coffee-house at which he may breakfast, and then leaves the station, his wife straggling after him, clutching a child with one arm and a bandbox with the other, and trailing her gown through the Liverpudlian mud, which is a compound sui generis, and a little worse than anything to be found at the East End of London. Alexis follows the family party to a side street near the station and into a coffee-house, in whose dusky window 3 empty breakfast cups, a stale muffin, 2 yellow-looking eggs, and a plate of watercress are suggestive of the temperate refreshment to be obtained within. Mr. Podmore is just seating himself at a table in a corner when Alexis taps him on the shoulder. "I think you'd better have a private room, Mr. Podmore," he says, "for I want a little chat with you while you are eating your breakfast." Podmore stares at him with a bewildered air. "Did you ring, sir?" he asks, and then, recalling his scattered senses, "I beg your pardon, sir. I haven't the honour of your acquaintance." "Oh, yes, you have, Mr. Podmore, and you'll know more of me before we've done with each other." "Waiter, can we have a private room?" asks Alexis, appealing to a sleepy youth in a white apron, who is making a good deal of unnecessary clatter with some cups and saucers in the endeavour to keep himself awake. "Yes, sir, convenient room upstairs, families and private parties. This way, sir." "Now then, Mr. Podmore," says Alexis. "But really," remonstrates Podmore. Alexis half pushes him up the stairs, following close upon his heels. The wife follows, dragging her children after her. When they are all safe inside the room, Alexis turns to the waiter and whispers, "Go and fetch the cleverest police officer in Liverpool, and let him wait outside this door till I want him. I'll take care of you if you look sharp about it." "I'm fly," answers the youth, brightening at the prospect of excitement and remuneration. Case of bezelment, I suppose, sir. I'll get you the right kind of man in a quarter of an hour, if you can keep your party quiet till then." "Ham and eggs and coffee for 4, says Alexis aloud as he enters the private room, a musty den redolent of the meals that have been consumed within the last month. The atmosphere without not being much purer than the atmosphere within, opening the window to admit fresh air is but a choice of evils. "Now, sir," says Podmore, plucking up his spirit and assuming a defiant air, "may I ask by what authority you take me and my family in hand, and order us up to this here room?" "For which we shall have to pay extra," interjects Mrs. Podmore, shrill with indignation. "And ordering of our breakfasts." "'Am and eggs is no choice of mine," protests Mrs. Podmore. "If they're in, I would rather have a Yarmouth bloater." "Who are you, sir, may I ask, to take all this upon yourself?" inquires Podmore finally. "I'll tell you, Mr. Podmore. I am the husband of a lady you know something about, a lady you have known as Miss Sybil Faunthorpe. That lady has been accused most unjustly of being concerned in the murder of her uncle, and what I am here to do is to find the murderer." "You won't find him here," shrieks Mrs. Podmore, at which maternal outburst the 2 children set up their loudest wail, the youngest crying his hardest with all his fingers in his mouth, and his innocent nose streaming sympathetically. "I don't know anything about the murderer," says Podmore doggedly. "Oh, yes, you do," replies Alexis resolutely. "You know so much that you're either a principal or an accomplice. That is why you have left Redcastle stealthily under cover of night, although bound to appear as a witness at the adjourned inquest. That's why you are on your way to America. And let me tell you, Mr. Podmore, that an accessory before the fact is a principal, and that if you knew that this deed was to be done and stood by it while it was done—" I didn't know it. I was as innocent as that baby there." "Then why have you tried to get away? Come, Mr. Podmore, if your share in this work is not that of a principal, if you can clear yourself from actual participation in the crime, or consent to it, the best thing you can do is to make a clean breast of it. Help me to prove my wife's innocence, and I'll stand your friend through thick and thin." "I may have better friends than you," grumbled Podmore with a dogged air. "Friends as willing to help me and better able to do it." "Yes," cries Alexis at a venture. "Such a friend as Mr. Pilgrim, who gave you the money to go to New York, who wants to get you out of the way, who poisoned Stephen Trenchard with your knowledge and consent." The bow drawn at a venture has sent its shaft home. Alexis can see that in the butler's face. Mrs. Podmore sits by, open-eyed, open-mouthed, horror depicted in her countenance. Whatever the butler's secret may be, it is evident that his wife has not shared it. "Not with my knowledge, nor yet with my consent," cries Podmore affrightedly. "But he did it, and you knew that he did it after the fact, perhaps, in which case you'd better turn Queen's evidence. Come, Mr. Podmore, your only chance lies in candour. This attempt to get away from the country is in itself enough to condemn you. You had access to your master all through the night. You gave him his medicine. Who so likely as you to have given the fatal dose? Come, I have a police officer waiting outside this door with a warrant for your arrest." "Run and look outside, Liz. This here's only bluster," says Podmore. But before his wife can reach the door, Alexis has turned the key and put it into his pocket. "Neither you nor your wife will leave this room till you've told me all you know about Stephen Trenchard's death." "Podmore," cries the wife distractedly, "what have you been and done? What disgrace and trouble have you gone and brought on your innocent wife and children? This is all along of drink, Podmore. I always said you'd bring us to the workhouse, but I didn't suppose you'd bring yourself to the scaffold." "Hold your noise, you lunatical idiot," roars Podmore. "I've done nothing to bring me to harm, but I may know something about them that have. Remember that to help or comfort a murderer, or to conceal his crime, is to become an accessory after the fact, Mr. Podmore," says Alexis. "Tell what you know, Podmore, and clear yourself," cries the wife, clasping her hands. "Clear yourself, and clear your innocent wife and children. I never did like the looks of this sudden scuffling of us off to New York. It's all very well to emigrate, but I'd like to emigrate at my leisure. Not a thing fit to put on me or the children is there in them boxes, and not so much as a bottle of daffy for the baby. A nice thing to have, this blessed innocent in convulsions with his teeth on board ship, and me that seasick I couldn't do nothing for him." "Hold your tongue, Liza," exclaims the ex-butler testily. "Come now," he says, turning to Alexis. "If I tell what I've got to tell, am I to be kept clear of the law?" "Yes, if it's in my power, or in the power of Levison and Levison to clear you." "And what am I to get for standing by you and helping you to clear your wife, Miss Sybil Faunthorpe that was?" "Everything." "That ain't definite enough for me. I want £500 to set me up in the public line. Hang New York. I ain't going to be pitched and tossed across the Atlantic if I can get myself comfortably provided for at home. Give me a written undertaking to pay me £500 if I get your wife clear off. Take me round to a lawyer's office, and do it all in legal form, scundum hartum, as a master of mine used to say, and I'll go back to Redcastle with you, and bear the brunt of having kept something back as I ought to have told. I expect I shall get a 12-month for it, but I shan't so much mind that if I've got a snug bit of capital to fall back upon." "Podmore!" shrieks the wife. "You shan't go to prison if Levison and Levison can get you off scot-free," says Alexis. "And now we'd better get back to Redcastle as fast as we can, and the agreement can be drawn up there by Mr. Levison." "Oh, come now, when you've got me back you won't care about the agreement. I'm not such a fool as to walk into a trap of that sort." "If you don't come of your own free will, you have to come in custody," replies Alex firmly. "It wasn't an empty threat of mine about the police officer. He's outside." He has heard a firm foot on the stair. He turns the key, opens the door a little way, and looks out. Yes, there stands the officer, steady as a rock. "The gentleman outside is ready to take you into custody, Podmore," says Alexis, "unless you accept my offer and come back quietly with me. As a proof of good faith, I am prepared to hand you £50 on account of the 500. He produces his purse and takes out a banknote for £50. He had written to his bankers for a supply of ready cash on the day of his arrival at Redcastle, knowing that the sinews of war would be needed at this juncture. The sight of the crisp new note and of the officer waiting outside has a wonderful effect upon Podmore. He looks at his wife dubiously, contemplates his children, whose tears have been dried by their mother's judicious administration of peppermint rock, and who are now engaged in looking out of the window and printing impressions of their sticky paws upon the dingy glass. "I don't want to go to New York. No more don't she," he says, with a jerk of his head toward his wife. "But we've sent all our traps on board, and it'll be very awkward." "All awkwardness can be got over by the expenditure of £1 or 2. Here are 5 sovereigns for Mrs. Podmore. She can see to the recovery of the luggage and bring it back to Redcastle by a later train. We had better catch the next that starts." The golden coin has a pacifying effect upon Mrs. Podmore's nerves. She takes the sovereigns up one by one and turns them over, rings them on the table, and finally engulfs them in a greasy-looking leather purse. Podmore is thoughtful but consentient. Alexis says a few words to the officer, and that functionary accompanies Mr. Secretan and his charge to the railway station, sees them comfortably into their carriage, and there leaves them satisfied with the modest honorarium which Alexis slips into his palm at the last moment. The train once started, Chapter 53 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 53. Committed for Trial. The adjourned inquiry is again resumed before the coroner 2 days after the return of Alexis from Liverpool, with his companion the butler, whom he has contrived to keep snugly hidden under Robert Faunthorpe's roof, where Podmore, his wife and children, have been boarded and lodged, and kept in custody by the faithful Hester, who watches her charges as a cat watches a mouse. "Remember, you are not one of you to put so much as your noses out of doors till I come for you," says Alexis impressively. "Not a creature in Redcastle is to know of your return till the right moment." "As long as I have my meals regular, I'm satisfied," replies Podmore. "I never was a prowler about the streets." So the Podmore family occupy the kitchen at Dr. Faunthorpe's, and no one outside the doctor's house knows anything about these extra inmates. Alexis and Mr. Levison have crossed each other on the railroad, and that gentleman has returned from a bootless journey to the Washington, considerably out of temper. He has reconciled himself, however, to this wasted expedition in finding what his client has done. Joel Pilgrim is still at the Coach and Horses, where he lives well and seems to enjoy life. He plays billiards and makes himself eminently agreeable to the youth of Redcastle, Fred Stormont included, but he complains loudly of his detention in the town on account of the sad business of his old friend's mysterious death, while his own affairs need his presence in Calcutta. "This dawdling old corridor may drag the inquiry out for the next month," he says, "and at last arrive at the conclusion that my poor friend was poisoned by some person or persons unknown. I don't see that there's evidence enough to bring the crime home to that poor girl, and it seems a hard thing that a young and lovely woman should be placed in such a position." Frederick sighs and shakes his head and shrugs his shoulders. "It is hard," he says, "and I've positively worshipped that girl, devoted myself to her quite awfully. And now to find that there was a husband in the background all the while shows a want of candour. "Proves an artful disposition, certainly," replies Mr. Pilgrim, "but if every artful young woman took to disposing of people with prussic acid, there'd be an alarming decrease in the population." "True," says Fred. "Well, I'm sure she didn't do it, poor thing. But I'm sorry to say the opinion of the town is against her." He says this with an air which implies that to be condemned by public opinion in Redcastle is to have received a sentence from a supreme tribunal, and to be found guilty at a bar from which there is no court of appeal. "I really feel for her, says Fred, as he prostrates himself upon the green cloth to aim at a distant ball. "But the town thinks badly of the case. She had the poison in her possession, and she ran away, It's difficult to avoid making 4 out of 2 such 2s. "Looks suspicious, certainly," replies Mr. Pilgrim. "As far as the running away goes, she might have done that to avoid marrying you." "Certainly," says Fred reflectively. "Well, that would have been a very childish proceeding," answers Joel. "She had only to tell me the truth, and all question of marriage would have been at an end." "But Women do odd things sometimes, you know. They're apt to get wrong in their heads when they're frightened. I don't think Sybil is that sort of girl. She must have been a very cool hand to come here to her uncle, the wife of a man whose name he detested, and pass herself off as a single woman and play her cards to inherit a fortune. True, says Frederick despondently, and his opinion of Sybil is a little worse than it was before Mr. Pilgrim undertook her defence. It is just possible that Mr. Pilgrim would not remain at Redcastle quite so patiently were it not for a suspicion on his part that a certain shabby little man in black, who hangs about the public rooms of the hotel and spends a good deal of his time in the hall and porch, and contrives always to be in the way when Mr. Pilgrim goes out, nay, even happens to have business or pleasure that takes him exactly the same way, has been set as a watch upon somebody's movements, and that any attempt to hasten his intended journey to Calcutta might be attended with unpleasant consequences. Whatever perils may surround Mr. Pilgrim's path will be best overcome by a calm adherence to his present policy, or at least so argues that gentleman, and he quietly awaits the conclusion of the examination in which his evidence is required. On this bright summer morning the same crowd is again gathered in the well-known assembly room, a room famous for town and county balls, for concerts and fancy fairs and other local festivities, but affording a scene of more absorbing interest today than the most aristocratic of dances or charity bazaars. Mrs. Stormont is there again, with her constant ally Mrs. Groshen, wearing the same veils and bonnets and seated in the same sheltered corner near the reporter's table. There is Mr. Levison sitting near the coroner, with that Memnon's head of his, stony and inexpressive, but certainly not given to melodious breathings at sunrise or any other time. There sits Sybil, pale as marble, and calm as a statue, her husband standing behind her chair. Today there are fresh witnesses to be examined, so runs the rumor, and there is an eager curiosity about these new witnesses and the evidence they may give. The first witness called is Bathsheba Skinner, spinster, lately cook and housekeeper in the employment of the deceased. "What can that woman have to say about the case?" mutters Joel Pilgrim to Colonel Stormont, who is standing next to him. "Not much, I should think, unless she poisoned him in one of her curries," replies the Colonel. "Deuced good curries they were." Bathsheba Skinner is sworn, and stands up before the assembly, vinegar-faced, but eminently respectable, with black kid gloves, a trifle too long in the fingers on her industrious hands, and a pictorial brooch a little smaller than a cheese plate clasping her rusty black lace shawl. "You were in the habit of preparing all nourishment that was taken up to Mr. Trenchard's room," says the coroner, after a few preliminary questions. "Broths, arrowroot, and so on." "Yes, sir, I did it all with my own hands. There was many things I might have left to the kitchen maid, but I felt it was my duty to see to it myself. There was not a thing in the way of beef tea or jelly or tapioca or arrowroot that went up to Mr. Trenchard which was not prepared by my own hands." "And are you sure that nothing of a poisonous nature entered into any of these things?" "As sure as I am that I'm alive, sir." "Come, you may have used essences to flavour your jelly, or your tapioca, essential oil of almonds, or at any rate essence of almonds. That is a favourite flavouring with cooks, and a dangerous one. Didn't you use essence of almonds to flavour Mr. Trenchard's jelly?" "I hadn't a drop in the house, sir. I never have held with such stuff. When I want almond flavouring, I use the best Jordans at 2 shillings a pound. But I know my business better than to use almond flavouring of any kind for an invalid. Invalid cookery can't be too simple. You did not even use bitter almonds or ratafia, peach kernels, or anything of that kind? No, sir. You slept on the same floor as Podmore, the butler, I believe. Yes, sir. My room was next to his. Did you hear anything remarkable, any unusual stir or movement, in short, anything at all out of the common course in Podmore's room, or on the stairs leading to Podmore's room during the night of your master's death? Well, sir, I did hear something which struck me at the time as curious, and yet it might mean nothing. I mentioned it afterwards to Podmore, and he put me down. You mustn't tell us what you said to Podmore, or how he answered you. That isn't evidence. We want to know what you heard on the night of the 23rd of June. Well, sir, I am a light sleeper at all times, and perhaps I was extra wakeful on that night on account of the wedding that was fixed for the next day. It was to be quite a quiet wedding, and there was no breakfast ordered, but I'd cooked a tongue and a pair of fowls, and made a jelly and a cream or two, and boiled a bit of salmon for a mayonnaise, and got everything in order to put a pretty little luncheon on the table, and the fag and worry of that had overtired me, so that I got very little sleep. It was broad daylight, and I was just dropping off, when I heard Podmore get up and go downstairs in his creaky slippers. He's gone down to give master his medicine, says I to myself. I won't try to go to sleep no more till he comes up again, or else he'll be startling me just as I'm dropping off comfortable again. He won't be gone above 5 minutes. Well, I waited and waited, but instead of being gone 5 minutes as usual, it was a good half-hour before Podmore came upstairs again. Did you look at your watch? Asks the precise juryman. Lor, no, sir, but I can guess a half-hour as well as anyone. I've got into the way of it over my roasting. A good cook knows the value of time. It was a full half-hour before Podmore came up, and then he came up ever so slowly, holding to the baluster, and his footstep was as heavy as lead. And when he got into his room, he flung himself down on his bed and gave a groan. What was the matter with you last night? I asked him at breakfast time. At first he didn't seem as if he understood what I meant, but when I told him I'd heard him groaning, he said he'd had an attack of spasms, and he'd been down to the pantry to look for some mustard for a poultice. I didn't think much more of it after that, and an hour later the house was all upset by my master's death. But I've thought of it since many times. Do you know what time it was when Podmore went downstairs? It was a few minutes after 5. I'd heard the stable clock strike a little before, and I took particular notice on account of it being just an hour late for Mr. Trenchard's medicine, for 4 o'clock was the hour at which he ought to have took it. There was nothing else you remarked that night? No, sir. I think that will do. I beg your pardon, interposes Mr. Levison. I should like to ask the witness 1 or 2 questions. Pray, will you be kind enough, Mrs. Skinner, to tell the jury of a conversation which you heard outside Mr. Trenchard's door on the last evening but one before his death? I did certainly overhear a conversation, sir. What can any such conversation or any eavesdropping whatever have to do with the question at issue? Cries Joel Pilgrim, livid with anger or fear. The change in his countenance is noticed by everyone, just as the less marked change during the last examination was noticed by a few. We shall see how far the conversation is relevant, sir, replies the coroner, when Mrs. Skinner has answered Mr. Levison's question. I did hear a conversation, sir, between my master and Mr. Pilgrim, says Mrs. Skinner, with a vindictive look at Joel, but I was not eavesdropping. I've lived too long in the best of families to be an eavesdropper, or to be suspected of being such by any gentleman calling himself a gentleman. What I heard that night, I heard promiscuous, and I stayed to hear no more than reached my ears promiscuous as I went past Mr. Trenchard's door." Mrs. Skinner goes on to relate the conversation which she had described to Alexis on his visit to Lancaster Lodge. "Gentlemen," cries Joel vehemently, "this is an abominable fabrication, prompted by some hidden influence. No such conversation took place. My Mr. Trenchard held no such threat over me. Mrs. Skinner must have been a long time crossing the landing to hear all this, gentlemen of the jury. I tell you that she could not have heard it in that time. She did not hear it at any time, but she invented it, or it has been invented for her." "Mr. Pilgrim, I really cannot allow this," said the coroner. "You will better appreciate Mr. Pilgrim's warmth when you have heard the next witness," says Mr. Levison. A faint flush of colour warms Sibyl's marble cheek. She feels as if light were coming swiftly through the gloom. Her husband has told her nothing except to trust in Providence and in him. She has so trusted, and those quiet, monotonous days in Redcastle jail are the most peaceful days she has known since she fled from Dixon Street and the poverty more than 3 years ago. Joel Pilgrim looks intently to the other end of the room, watching for the appearance of that witness of whom Mr. Levison has spoken. He starts, and the leaden hue of his countenance takes a more death-like shade when someone calls, "Joseph Podmore." Podmore advances to the little railed-off space which has been made for the witnesses. He is very pale, and is evidently nervous, but he is perfectly sober. "Now, Mr. Podmore," says Levison, when a few questions, chiefly repetitive, have been asked by the coroner, "will you be good enough to state what happened within your knowledge on the night of Mr. Trenchard's death?" The ex-butler rubs his hands nervously, looks around the assembly, shifts his balance from one foot to the other, coughs dubiously, and then begins. "Gentlemen of the jury, and your worship, I am about to make a statement which I ought to have made before. It has preyed upon my mind, having kept it back. But I am a poor man, with a young family dependent upon my exertions in service. I actually was on my way to New York, gentlemen of the jury and your honour, and had got as far on my voyage as Liverpool, when the facts in question preyed upon my mind to that degree that I felt I must come back to this town to reveal them. I hope this will plead in my favour, your worship and gentlemen of the jury, if there is any irregularity in my not having made this revelation sooner." "The man is drunk or mad," cries Joel savagely. "The man is sober today, Mr. Pilgrim," says the coroner. "Go on, Mr. Podmore." "The statement I have to make relates to the night of my master's death, the night of June 23rd. I was an hour late, gentlemen, on that night in going downstairs to give my master his medicine. I had slept extra heavy, and it was 5 o'clock instead of 4 when I woke. I went down as usual. The house was very quiet, but I took notice that the door of Mr. Pilgrim's bedroom, the secondary door opening onto the landing, stood ajar. So, thinks I, Mr. Pilgrim is with my master. Perhaps he has given the old gentleman his medicine. I wasn't so much surprised as I might have been at Mr. Pilgrim being astir so early, for he was always early. It was one of his Indian ways. Well, gentlemen of the jury, I goes to my master's door, and when I puts my hand against it, the door opens a little way, without any noise, for the locks at Lancaster Lodge are old-fashioned box locks, and the catches give way, so that half your time, though a door looks to be shut, it's not really fastened. The door gave way to my hand, and I looked in. Mr. Trenchard was sitting up in bed, and Mr. Pilgrim was opening a bottle of soda water on the dressing table. I saw him pour some of the soda water into a tumbler, and then I saw him, quick as lightning, pour something out of a bottle in his other hand. As I live, gentlemen of the jury, it didn't strike me at that moment that there was any harm. I thought it was some kind of medicine or drops like choroldine or coral or some of those newfangled opiates, and I didn't feel myself called on to interfere. There was no time for me to turn it over in my mind, you see. There wasn't a moment between Mr. Pilgrim's pouring the stuff into the glass and his handing the glass to my master. Mr. Trenchard drank it off as a draught. It weren't above a third of a bottle of soda water. He sat for an instant bolt upright, his eyes straining out of his head and glassy. Then he gave one long gasp and fell back on his pillow, purple in the face, as if you'd clutched him by the throat and strangled him. I rushed into the room and lifted him up in my arms. I thought at first he was in a fit, but when I stooped over I smelt a sharp, strong smell like bitter almonds. And then I knew it was prussic acid. "What have you given him?" I asked, but Mr. Pilgrim made no answer. "You've killed him," I said, and then he told me that it was accident. He had taken the wrong bottle. He had taken a bottle of prussic acid, which Mr. Trenchard kept in his medicine chest among other drugs instead of coral. He seemed in a dreadful state of mind. I couldn't help feeling for him. Who could tell whether it wasn't an accident? And if it was, anybody might have found themselves in the same position. "Spare us your reflections, if you please," says the coroner. "Had your master any medicine chest in his room?" "Yes, there was a small box with about half a dozen bottles in partitions." "Do you know one of these bottles to have contained prussic acid in any form whatever?" "I can't say that I do, your worship. There was hartshorn and cattleput oil and tincture of rhubarb and such like." "You have named 3 bottles out of the half-dozen," says the coroner. Mr. Levison whispers into his ear. "Yes, that would be best," says the coroner, and he beckons one of the men in attendance and dispatches him on some errand. "Did Mr. Pilgrim offer you money to hold your tongue about what you had seen?" asked the coroner. Podmore fences with this question for a little, but ends by confessing that Joel Pilgrim did offer him money, that he gave him £20 on the spot, and promised to provide for him hereafter. He further admits that Joel had instigated him to emigrate to America, and had given him neither rest nor peace till he had made all the arrangements for his departure. Mr. Pilgrim had paid his passage on board the Orinoco. By the time this question is settled, the man who has been sent out by the coroner returns, carrying a small mahogany case with brass plates at the corners, an old-fashioned case, divided into 6 compartments, each containing a small square bottle of very thick glass. These bottles the coroner takes out one by one, examines them, and exhibits them to the jury. The 6 bottles contain hartshorn, sal volatile, opium, tincture of rhubarb, cajeput oil, and syrup of squills. Each bottle is carefully labelled with a label in Stephen Trenchard's handwriting pasted on the glass. "Gentlemen," says the coroner, "I think we have now arrived at a stage in this inquiry when a further adjournment will be necessary. It will be as well to give time for the inquiry which is going on before the magistrate." There is a little consultation, and the jury are dismissed. White to the very lips, Joel Pilgrim turns to Colonel Stormont with a contemptuous shrug of the shoulders. "Was there ever anything so absurd as the manner of this inquiry?" he asks. "There is actually a premium offered for perjury. This man, Secretan, has had ample time to bribe any number of false witnesses. What more easy than for him to get up this story and pay the housekeeper and butler for perjuring themselves?" Colonel Stormont makes no reply. He feels rather uncomfortable in Mr. Pilgrim's neighbourhood after the butler's evidence. The story may be a tissue of lies woven by Sibyl's husband, but, on the other hand, it is as likely to be true and that dark face of Joel Pilgrim's tells strange tales. There's a general move towards the door. Mr. Pilgrim is about to pass out with the rest when a hand is laid upon his shoulder, and Mr. Judbury, the detective officer, takes possession of him. "What do you mean by this?" asks Joel indignantly. "Only that I have a warrant for your apprehension under suspicion of being concerned in the murder of Mr. Trenchard," replies Judbury coolly. "I've had my eye upon you for a good time, but it's always foolish to hurry these things, and if we'd hurried you we shouldn't have had Podmore's attempt to get away to New York, which brought matters to what I call a focus. Come along, sir, I've got a fly outside. You may just as well come quietly." And Joel submits, knowing quite enough about English law and English customs to be aware that anything in the way of resistance would be worse than useless. He shrugs his shoulders and affects to take the matter lightly, though those white lips and haggard eyes of his give the lie to his assumed carelessness. "If your Redcastle magistrates choose to take me into custody on a fabricated charge, they do it at their own peril," he says, loud enough for those around him to hear. "I shall make them pay as heavily for their pig-headed folly as the law will enable me." "Step inside, sir," says Mr. Judbury. "You shall have plenty of law, free, gratis, for nothing." The fly drives off, and Joel makes his entrance for the first time under that medieval archway whose gates were opened just a week ago to admit Sybil. There is a further examination before the magistrates next day. The same witnesses repeat the same evidence. Mr. Levison cross-questions and is unusually active. Joel Pilgrim sits in the seat of the accused, side by side with Sybil. He is defended, or rather the case is watched for him, by a rival of Mr. Levison's, a gentleman equal in renown in the criminal courts. Further details are extorted from Podmore under this cross-firing of interrogation, but Joel Pilgrim's solicitor strives in vain to shake one iota of his testimony. If this be perjury, there never was a more accomplished perjurer, or a false witness that held more firmly to the lesson he had learned. When the examination of witnesses is concluded, Mr. Levison addresses the magistrates and urges that his client shall be dismissed without a stain upon her character. The magistrates confer together and agree that there is not sufficient evidence to connect Sybil Secretan with the murder, and that she may therefore be set at liberty. This being done, Mr. Levison suggests that she shall be placed in the witness box and examined as to her possession of the prussic acid. Pale and trembling a little, Sybil takes the necessary oath upon the small black book and waits to answer the magistrate's questions. "You have heard your sister's evidence as to your abstraction of the prussic acid from the bottle in your uncle's surgery?" "Yes." "Do you admit to the truth of that statement?" "Yes, I was in great distress of mind at the time, and I thought if there were no other way out of my troubles I might destroy myself. I do not say that I meant to do such a wicked thing. I only considered it as a means of release from my difficulties, open to me at the very last extremity." "And you took the prussic acid with that idea?" "Yes." "You had no other design whatever in taking it?" "None whatever." "Did Mr. Pilgrim know that you had this poison in your possession?" "He did." "How did that happen?" "Am I obliged to answer this question?" asked Sybil. "Yes, it is positively necessary for you to tell us everything relating to your possession of this prussic acid." It had been arranged by my uncle Trenchard that Mr. Pilgrim and I were to be married. My uncle did not know that I was married already. He had a prejudice against my husband's family, and I had been so foolish as to keep my marriage secret from him. Mr. Pilgrim went to York to obtain the license, and we were to have been married on the Saturday, the day on which I left Lancaster Lodge. I made up my mind to run away at the last, rather than to tell Mr. Trenchard about my marriage. It was a cowardly act, I dare say, but I had deceived him so long that I feared his anger on hearing the truth. How does this bear upon Mr. Joel Pilgrim's knowing about the prussic acid? I'm coming to that. It was on the night of his return from York with the marriage license. He came up to my little sitting room late that night, between 10 and 11, and told me about the license. He had been dining, and he seemed in very high spirits. Do you mean that he was intoxicated? Oh, no, he was only a little more excited than usual. He talked a good deal about our marriage, and for the first time in his life he tried to kiss me. I showed him the prussic acid bottle and told him that I would sooner poison myself than let him touch my lips. He was very angry, and he told me that prussic acid was a dangerous thing for a woman to carry about her, and that I was playing with edged tools. Did he take the bottle from you? No. What became of the bottle after that? I really can't tell. My intention was to put it back into my pocket, but I was very much flurried at this time. I may have left it on the table among the books and other things. There were a great many things on the table. When did you miss the bottle? Not till I was in London, when it recurred to my memory. Searched my pocket for it, but it was not to be found. Were you wearing the same dress you had on upon the evening when you showed Mr. Pilgrim the bottle? Yes, it is the dress I am wearing now. This is all. The inquiry is again adjourned. The inquiry before the coroner is concluded next day. The verdict, willful murder against Joel Pilgrim. The inquiry before the magistrates is concluded the day after by
Chapter 54 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 54. A dark tale, darkly finished. Sybil is free once more. She has been in durance scarcely a fortnight, yet it is a new thing for her to come out into the light of day, and feel that she is at liberty to go where she pleases. It is a wondrous and a strange relief to know that the awful suspicion which has been hanging over her, separating her from all the rest of the world, is removed. But her first anxiety is to escape from Redcastle. The place has become hateful to her. She knows that the eyes of those who once flattered and courted her have been turned upon her in cold unpitying curiosity, that of all her summer friends not one has remained true to her in the hour of adversity, and she is eager to get beyond ken of those hard faces, beyond the sound of those false voices, which have spoken her fairly in the day of prosperity and kept silence when she had need of comfort. "I have no one but you, Alex," she says humbly, "no one but you and dear old Uncle Robert. I wonder that you are both so good to me." She goes straight from the court to Dr. Faunthorpe's house, and is curiously gentle and affectionate in her demeanour to her uncle and the two girls. Marion plunges into vehement hysterics at the sight of her elder sister, and on recovering from that attack embraces Sybil warmly, and is more demonstrative of sisterly affection than she has been for a long time. She is far more kindly disposed towards Sybil, penniless, and the mark of the world's scorn, than she ever felt towards the supposed heiress to Stephen Trenchard's wealth. As for Jenny, she goes fairly mad, hugs her sister to desperation, is very proud of her own performance in the witness-box, and finally rushes out to the kitchen to ask Hester to make hot cakes for tea. No one who has not eaten Yorkshire cakes and seen them made and baked in a Yorkshire kitchen by a brisk and energetic Yorkshire housewife can have a just idea of the celerity with which this operation can be performed. But on this particular evening Sibyl is far too languid to be tempted into injuring her digestion by the consumption of hot buttered cakes. She sits in a corner of the old parlour sofa and takes her cup of tea in pensive silence, and the anxious little doctor sees that the events of the last few months have had a destroying influence upon his niece's health and beauty. He creeps close beside her and feels her pulse. It is quick and irregular. "You want rest, my love," he says. "You must stay with us for a few weeks in your old room, and let me doctor you, and Hester nurse you, till you get strong again." "I like my old room, Uncle Robert, and I love to be with you, but I hate Redcastle. I should never get well here. Let me go with my husband to his new home, if he will have me." She looks pleadingly at Alexis, and sees that she has been forgiven. "My home is yours, Sibyl, and I will take you there as soon as you are free to go. But I think you had better accept your uncle's hospitality for a little while, as your evidence will be required for Mr. Pilgrim's trial." "What?" asked Sibyl. "Is it not all over?" "No, my love, the trial has to come yet, and the witnesses examined by the coroner and magistrate will have to repeat their evidence." "How dreadful!" sighs Sibyl. "It is an ordeal to be gone through, my love, but when that is over we shall be free to go to Cheswold Grange, and all our troubles will be over, I hope, and before the summer is ended your uncle and your sisters must come and pay us a visit in Hampshire." "That will be delightful," cries Jenny rapturously. "Have you a nice garden?" "A glorious old garden, Jenny, with about a mile of wall fruit, such plums and peaches." "A nursery for English cholera," says the doctor. "And there's a pony, Jane. You'd like that, I think," observes Alexis. "Shouldn't I just? But before you come to Cheswold Grange I should like you to cure yourself of one bad habit, Jane. I won't mention it before company, but if you recall to mind a certain interview between a gentleman and a young lady, I dare say you will understand what I mean." Jenny blushes vehemently, remembering that little romance about Mrs. Yokohama Gray. So all is forgiveness and peace in the shabby old house at the end of the town, and Alexis, touched to the heart by his wife's contrition, and by those sad eyes of hers which have a weary look that tells of suffering borne and hidden, feels that his old love for her is not quite dead, and that after all, faulty though she has been, she is the woman he would choose to sit by his fireside in the old house at Cheswold. Alexis returns to his hotel that evening, where there is much talk of Joel Pilgrim and his arrest. No one has any doubt of his guilt, and many go so far as to affirm that they have been convinced of it from the first, and have declared their convictions to their friends and acquaintance. These, being called upon to bear witness to this fact, answer meanly that they don't exactly remember, that such opinions may have been expressed, but that they fail to recall them. In any case, Joel is prejudged in Redcastle, and there is a wonderful reaction about Sibyl, who is exalted into a heroine and martyr, as if to have been wrongfully suspected was equivalent to having performed some great and noble action. Mrs. Stormont calls for the first time in her life at the shabby old house at the lower end of the town, and leaves quite a packet of cards for Dr. Faunthorpe and his nieces, and one of the Colonel's cards for the special benefit of Mr. Secretan. For it has become known to Redcastle that Alexis has a pretty little estate in Hampshire, and is by no means that fortuneless adventurer he was supposed to be on his first appearance upon the Redcastle stage. Everybody is eager for the trial, and there is a great deal of speculation as to the exact date at which it will come on, and who will be the Crown lawyer, and who will defend the accused. Before midnight there runs a rumour that Pilgrim has secured the famous Valentine for his defender, and there is an idea that he will get off. A clever counsel could shake the butler's evidence, make the jury disbelieve him altogether, and without his evidence how are they to bring the crime home to Pilgrim, ask the knowing ones. Before noon next day It is known that Joel Pilgrim has accepted his early defeat, and has gone forth to meet the fiat of a more terrible judge than that sage and learned lawyer who would have sat in judgment upon him at the forthcoming assizes. Early on the morning following his arrest he has found means to elude the vigilance of his warder, and has opened a vein with a small penknife, which he has contrived to keep hidden in the silken lining of his coat sleeve. Lying quietly on his prison bed, the warder slumbering on a pallet by his side, he has given himself his death wound, and let life ebb silently without a groan. He has occupied the earlier part of the night in writing, and this is the result, which is speedily devoured by the ravening maws of 1,000 different newspapers and given to the world. It figures on the hoardings before newsvendors' shops in fat black capitals. Startling revelation: the Redcastle murder. Dying confession of Joel Pilgrim. If it is any satisfaction to the world at large, which never gave me anything that I did not obtain by an appeal to its self-interest, to know the history of a man whose hours are now numbered, I give it in a few words. I am the son of Stephen Trenchard, the only offspring of his marriage with a Hindu dancing girl, and that marriage about as legal a union as a European of some social standing cares to contract with a low-caste Indian. My mother had, I believe, little except her beauty to recommend her to an Englishman's notice, but she was inoffensive and she died young, two merits which secured her husband's respect. My father never acknowledged this marriage, or me as his son, but he took me into his office at an early age, and finding that I was tolerably shrewd and of his own way of thinking in commercial matters, had me well educated between the age of 18 and 24, and at 25 took me for his partner. The fortunes of our house varied as years went on. We made money very fast, but we had the misfortune sometimes to lose it even faster. Our gains generally tempted us to make losses, and each successful transaction brought an unlucky follower at its heels. Thus, if we made 100% by indigo one year, we perhaps lost 150% by indigo the next, being lured into some reckless speculation, time bargains, and the rest of it. Our opium trade brought us most money, and we trafficked in other goods which proved profitable merchandise, but somewhat damaged the character of our house. In other words, rather than let our vessels ground upon their beef bones for want of a remunerative cargo, we occasionally went in quietly for the slave trade, supplied our Demerara friends with coolies, and shipped a good deal of livestock of this kind at different ports. To put it briefly, we were general dealers on a large scale. The business had never been weaker than in that year when my father suddenly took it into his head that it was time for him to retire, and drew £10,000 out of the house, some thousands beyond our real capital. It left me with a crippled business, and I felt that my father had done me a great wrong by this selfish retirement. For the first year after his return to England, fortune favoured me, and the prospects of the house brightened. I made 1 or 2 lucky hits, and began to pluck up spirit. But this state of things did not last long. I lost a shipload of coolies under somewhat painful circumstances. The ship and supposed cargo, not the coolies, were heavily insured. The underwriters refused to pay, and there was some talk of scuttling. This scandal, although strangled in the birth, did me harm. A commercial man's reputation is as delicate a blossom as a hothouse flower. Any chill wind nips it. When I found things going to the bad in Calcutta, I came home, thinking that my father might help me out of my difficulties, or at least enable me to float my unwieldy ship a little while longer by the use of a few of those thousands he had squeezed out of the business. This he peremptorily refused, and had the injustice to accuse me of bad trading. We had bitter words on the subject on many occasions, and not content with refusing to help me, he urged me to raise money to pay off the remaining £10,000 due to him by a deed of dissolution, which he had made me sign before he left Calcutta. He, resigning his share of the business in consideration of receiving £20,000, 10,000 at the time of execution of the deed, 10,000 within 3 years from that date. The time had expired, and he urged me repeatedly to raise the money. When he found that I had set my heart upon marrying his niece, whom I naturally supposed to be a single woman, he made my payment of this £10,000 a condition of my marriage. No money, no wife, he said, thus using my tenderest feelings as a lever to wrench money out of me. I think this plan of proceeding hardly comes under the head of fatherly affection. Of the tragedy which terminated the story of my father's existence I have nothing to say. Time may perhaps make that mystery clear. I shall not gratify idle curiosity by any revelation, supposing it to be in my power to reveal anything touching this question, which I leave as a subject for speculation to that new school which devotes its labours to the studies of psychological mysteries. This is all, disappointing perhaps to the world in general, but giving Redcastle a new subject for conversation. Imagine that horrid Indian being Mr. Trenchard's son after all, exclaims Mrs. Stormont, when she and her dear Mrs. Groshen meet to discuss the latest scandal over their harlequin teacups. I always thought there was a likeness. I can't say that I saw any resemblance. Such a difference in complexion, you know. But what a horribly disreputable set these Trenchards seem to have been, says Mrs. Groshen, in a wholesale way, as if there had been a regiment of them. Yes, selling slaves and opium and scuttling ships and doing everything horrid. And to think that we would have asked him to dinner, cries the banker's wife, remembering how often she has squandered her housekeeping money upon hothouse fruit and flowers to decorate the board at which Stephen Trenchard was to be the chief guest. How lucky that dreadful Pilgrim never accepted our invitations, exclaims Mrs. Stormont. I have no doubt he was afraid to show himself in society. He eats with chopsticks, I dare say. I rather think that chopsticks are Chinese, my dear, replies Mrs. Groshen, whose remembrance of the Child's Guide to Useful Knowledge has not been weakened by the lapse of so many years as have gone by since her elder friend left a fashionable boarding school, carefully finished in all those elegant accomplishments which take 6 years to learn and can be comfortably forgotten in 3. Thus runs town talk in quiet Redcastle. There will be no trial, and among the general public interest Chapter 55 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 55. Epilog. All through the rest of the summer weather, till the leaves change from green to red and yellow, and the sturdy oaks, slow to bud and last to succumb to time the destroyer, have put on their russet livery, Sybil lies in the chief bedchamber at Cheswold Grange, sick nigh unto death. She has broken down utterly now that the struggle is over, now that all the storms are ended, and her frail bark safe in harbour. There is no violent illness, no raging fever of brain or body, only an extreme prostration, which for a long time baffles the skill of an intelligent physician and a careful family doctor. She lies in the bright, pretty bedroom, with its old panelled walls painted pale pink and cream colour, its needlework pictures, its quaint furniture, and many relics of a departed generation. There is a wide window opposite her bed that extends from ceiling to floor, and through this she listlessly contemplates the fair landscape, the smiling garden, the autumnal glory of the park. She suffers little pain, except such weariness as attends extreme prostration. She is at peace, and even declares herself happy. "I have lived long enough, Alex," she says one day, when her strength has ebbed to the lowest point compatible with life. and the doctors have begun to despair of the efficiency of the pharmacopoeia in this particular case. Alexis, deeply moved, sits by her bed and holds her feeble hand in the dim autumn twilight. I am content for my earthly race to finish here. You have forgiven me. That is enough. But have you no thought of me, Sybil? Is it kind to talk like that? Dear Alex, you have been more than good to me, but I have not forgotten what you said that evening, of our meeting in the old room at Mrs. Bonney's. Love is dead, you told me. That was said under the influence of anger, Sybil. I thought it was true, but sorrow soon fastened the old knot again. Sorrow and peril reunited us, Sybil. And do you really love me? I know that you have forgiven me, but are you sure you love me still? Very sure, as much and as truly as I ever loved you in old Kensington Gardens, under the elms, when I told the Hazleton children fairy tales, and my life and yours seemed as sweet a fairy tale as any of those old nursery stories, and as sure of a blissful ending. Oh, Alex, is that the truth? As I live, darling. Then I think I shall make an effort and get well, replies Sybil, with a sigh of utter contentment. I have been willing to glide gently out of life, believing that however good you were to me, I could never hope to win more than your forgiveness. But now I shall try very hard to get well. She keeps her word. Whether her illness has reached its natural turning point, the tide of life flowing back to its source, or whether the ardent desire of the patient to live helps the work of recovery, the medical man cannot say. But from this time there is a change. Slowly but surely health and youth come back to the pale wan face. The lovely eyes lose their glassy lustre, and grow bright with happy thoughts. Faint gleams of carnation flit like the shadow of a sunset cloud over the marble pallor, then linger, and warm the pallid cheek into life and beauty. Your love has won me back from the grave, Alex, whispers Sybil, 4 or 5 weeks after that talk in the twilight, when the family doctor, that very Mr. Scalpel, who attended Alexis after his accident, has declared that Mrs. Secretan's recovery is absolutely marvellous. When Sybil is out of danger, Richard Plowden, who has been a faithful friend and comforter throughout this time of trouble, and has acted as Trot's chief nurse and playmate into the bargain, departs somewhat abruptly upon a journey, the business and destination whereof he does not reveal to his dear friend Alexis. "It's a little bit of a trip I've been meditating for a longish time," he says. "I'll tell you all about it when I come back. I think I shall start to-morrow." "You'll write to us while you're away, of course, Dick?" "Well, yes, if I can manage it," replies Mr. Plowden, with rather a sheepish air. "But you mustn't be alarmed if you don't hear from me. I shall be moving about from place to place, you see, and I may be out of the way of post-offices, off the beaten track, you know." "Good gracious!" exclaims Alexis. "Are you going to the centre of Africa? Is my modest geographer coming out as a second Sir Samuel Baker?" Alexis is too much occupied with his wife's recovery just now to be very curious about his friend. He thinks Dick's movements are somewhat eccentric, and that is all. "Perhaps he objects to my being here," says Sybil, who has learned to think very humbly of herself of late. "Object to you, Sybil? Why, you must know that he is absolutely devoted to you, and has been almost as anxious as I was during your illness. He was prejudiced against you before he saw you, out of affection for me, poor fellow, thinking that I had been hardly used, but when once you came back to love and duty, he was your slave. For about a month nothing is heard of Richard Plowden, and Alexis is beginning to feel somewhat uneasy about his friend's fate, when he receives a letter in Dick's neat hand, posted at Cannes. "My dear friend," writes Richard, "when I left you and Mrs. Secretan so abruptly, I was departing upon so daring and wild an expedition that I felt too much ashamed of my own audacity to tell you my errand. I came to the south of France to discover whether there was any hope of my ever winning, by long years of patient devotion, the dearest and best, purest and most unselfish of women. You had told me to hope in the day of my despondency, and I had hoped, although I scorned myself for my foolishness in hoping. At last I told myself that it was worse than foolish to go on hoping and dreaming. I must put it to the touch, and win or lose it all, as Montrose says. So I came here, found my sweetest Linda working industriously at her art, pensive, but not altogether unhappy. She was delighted to see me, not for my own sake, you may be sure, but because I could tell her all about Trot. How I have blessed that dear child! She was never tired of hearing me talk of him. I spent all my evenings at her aunt's house, such a dear old lady, the aunt, talking about Trot, and a little about art and science and literature, and my own small views and ambitions. What happy evenings they were! Well, Alex, I am too proud of her, too ashamed of my own unworthiness, to tell you much more. I can only say that God has been very good to me, that I am more blessed than ever I hoped to be, that if I had been born in the dear old fairy times which I have told Trot so much about, that I have grown almost to believe in them myself. If I had been the special favourite of some omnipotent good fairy, and had had a talking bird, and Fortunatus's purse, and an invisible cap, and a flying carpet, and the princess with the golden locks for my bride, I could not have been one whit happier than I am, or more astonished at my own happiness. I am in such a state of surprise that I am doubtful of my own identity, and hardly feel sure that I have any right to sign myself your faithful friend, Dick Plowden. Very happy are Alexis and his wife one sunny morning early in December, when Sybil, leaning on her husband's arm, and with Trot at her side, makes her first round of the Treshold domain. The hoar-frost whitens the lawn and meadows, yet there are late roses still blooming on the wall. Alexis insists upon his wife seeing everything, hothouses, stables, piggeries even, and Sybil inspects and admires rapturously enough to content an exacting lord of the manor. "It is all lovely," she exclaims, "and what is best of all, the place suits you, Alex, and you suit the place to perfection. You seem to have been made for a country squire. How strange it is to know that Providence held this in store for you in that bitter time at Mrs. Bonny's, while I was waiting for a dead man's shoes. You, who never cringed to any man, or courted any inheritance, have been blessed by fortune."